Every stylish guy knows what takes an outfit from good to great is the attention to detail. And nothing completes a look like the right belt. You know what ruins a great outfit fast? A worn out belt that doesn't fit right. Most guys are still rocking belts with stretched out holes that either pinch your waist or sag and throw off the whole look. That's why I'm excited to partner with today's sponsor, Anson Belt & Buckle. This family-run company has been around since 2009 and they've completely reimagined how belts should work. Instead of holes, Anson Belt uses a micro-adjustable track system with quarter-inch increments. That means you get the perfect fit every single time. And once you feel that kind of comfort and precision, you'll never want to wear a traditional belt again. The best part, you can mix and match every buckle with any strap. One box set gives you 9 different belt combos, so you'll get to maximize versatility with way less clutter in your closet. But this isn't just about style, it's about feeling more comfortable, more confident, and more put together every time you get dressed. Anson Belt moves with you, so whether you're sitting, standing, or on the go, you're always comfortable and always looking sharp. I've been wearing mine nonstop, and honestly, it's the best belt I've ever owned. Once you try it, you will see exactly what I mean. You won't go back. And here's why you can trust them. They're still proudly family-owned. They've earned over 40,000 5-star reviews, and every belt is backed by a lifetime guarantee on functionality. They stand behind every product they make, and once you try one, you'll understand why. And because Anson Belt & Buckle is sponsoring today's video, when you click the link in the description or scan this QR code to build a box set, you'll get 2 bonus pieces, a buckle and a strap completely free. That's 3 buckles and 3 straps, which you can mix and match into 9 unique belt combos all in one box. It's an exclusive deal you won't get anywhere else, so click the link, build your set, and upgrade your belt game today.
You're on mute.
Yeah.
What's going on, family? What's going on? How y'all doing? Welcome to Lapeef Let's Talk. Let me go ahead and introduce the crew. We got more people coming, but right now we got Lady Di, Sweeney, Ty. There goes Bougie, Bo, and me, myself on Lapeef JR. Welcome. How y'all doing on this Thursday?
Good. How are you?
I'm making it.
I'm doing all right.
All right, it's good to hear, man. Good to hear. As you guys come in, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. Let's see what we got in the chat. What's going on? Fishing and Fit. BTK, Christopher Matthews, Construct Icon, Dale Matthew, Nike. Ronald, what's going on? Also, Green Gang. Shout out to you, sir. Got Flavor 1. Red Wine 65. Dory G. Willie in the MFN building. Andre Cable. Gary State 30. Holden Coatfield. If you guys are catching this on the replay, also hit that like button. Also make sure you subscribe to the channel. We're gonna go ahead and get this show started. I do got an icebreaker. Y'all ready?
Yep.
Okay. I see you Lady Di.
Yes.
Trying to check you out over there dressing up, man. I can't
oh my
even
God.
I
No.
can't even tell you just dropped the baby.
I'm trying.
Well, they say black don't crack, huh? It just come on here. See somebody else said it and noticed it too. Anyhow, let me go ahead and run this clip, man. This is Obama. I'll run this little clip, man. Let's go ahead and just react to it as the people come in, and then we'll go ahead and get it started. Here we go.
I know you watched some of that, and Barack, you are well aware of it, but you know, the show has created a lot of conversation in terms of how do you raise emotionally intelligent boys and what we get right and what we get wrong, not just among boys, but kids in general.
We watched it as a family. We watched the whole series as a family and enjoyed it a lot. It was really fun to hear the boys talk about, oh, you guys would have done that, or you guys wouldn't have done that. That was eye-opening as a parent.
Yeah.
You know, because
they're evaluating you.
They're
They've got the
evaluating.
little checklist.
They're
It's like,
evaluating
oh,
our
man.
parenting, or they're evaluating their parenting based on their own.
That's
the show.
crazy. That's the crazy thing Dad would do.
Yeah.
The,
But this brings me back to Emma. Emma's trying to raise these boys, and so she's trying to be somewhere between forever. And then the other show that people are talking about, Adolescence, which I haven't watched yet, which it gets into sort of the misogyny that young boys are exposed to,
and the online, you know,
the manosphere.
They're getting their parenting.
They're getting their
online.
parenting.
They're getting their notions of manhood from extremists.
Yeah, extremists. How to walk with mom when you're walking down the street. Always walk on the street side.
On the street
and
side.
holding the door and opening the door for her, allowing her to go in. It was just things like that.
Right.
And then I, you know, I'd have to really work at thinking of something negative that Dad did. But
well, what about? Let me ask this though. I mean, you know, Dad also came home, put his feet up. You know, he didn't always cook. He didn't do dishes. He didn't do.
But you have to remember that I was thinking at the time that was okay because he was at work all day and he needed to rest, and mom was always cooking. So, but that's a good one. That's a good potential negative.
Gender roles, very clear division.
Very clear gender roles.
Very clear.
I think that what we need to do in order to take advantage of that is to, as a society, as communities, recognize that this kind of transition from the old models that you and I, Craig, grew up on. Just like you said, you took a lot of good stuff from your dad, but then there were some modifications that just had to be made, either because of blind spots, limits, lack of resource, what have you.
The times.
You know, where we joke that talking to Malay and Sasha, sometimes they go out with their friends and, you know, they're in a group and the guy's got crocodile arms, you know?
Yeah.
It's like...
Not picking up the check.
Not picking up the check. And it's like, okay, you don't have to pick it up all the time. But if you're never picking it up,
right,
that's a problem.
Says something about you.
If you're never opening a door or pulling out a chair, because that's just common courtesy. That's just being kind, right?
Kindness.
So for those of you who do not have sons, so Emma, we are rooting for you because those of us with daughters,
we need good men.
We've got to have good guys out there, not necessarily to get married, but to make sure that what we're learning, I think, is that when we don't think about boys and just assume they're going to be okay because they've been running the world and, you know, they've got all the advantages relative to the girls, and all of which has historically been true in all kinds of ways. But precisely because of that, if you're not thinking about what's happening to boys and how are they being raised, then that can actually hurt women. And I would argue that some of the broad political trends we've seen, not just in this country, but around the world, have to do with this sense of, you know, boys, men not feeling as if they are seen, feeling as if they count. And that then makes them more interested in appeals by folks who say, you know what, the reason you don't feel respected is because women have been doing this, or this group has been doing this, or that group's been doing this. And that is not that's not a healthy place to be. And I will say, as quote unquote progressives, Democrats, progressive parents, enlightened ones, we've made that mistake sometimes in terms of our rhetoric.
I'm going to go ahead and stop it there, man. I know they said a handful of things that was going on, but it was almost finished, man. He brought up the manosphere. I guess that seems to be pretty popular. I was quite surprised, but then again, I wasn't. So what that let me know is that people are watching when men are coming together to voice their opinions about things that's going on. But what are you guys' thoughts about that? Do you think we're raising our boys to be too soft and too silent? I don't speak at once now.
You want to talk? Right. First of all, I have a question. What show are they talking about? P, if you on mute, okay.
Yeah, I think it was a show. I think one of the shows was called like Adolescent, and it was another show.
Yeah, they
was talking
said
about it.
Adolescent is what they hadn't seen. They
had to see.
were talking about a show that they had seen, but they never said the name of the show. I just wanted to know so I could.
Yeah, that's another. It was another show. I'll tell you about it. What it is in the back chat.
Okay,
but they didn't mention it.
I think we are raising all of our children to be softer than what they realistically need to be in society. And I say that, and it's been happening for a while, right? Like, I think it really started with my generation, with all of us receiving participation awards. Everyone has to be validated. Everyone's opinion matters. Let's all express our feelings, which is wonderful, right? Especially to the generation before that felt that they didn't have those things. But it's not realistic as far as helping our children grow up. Now, when it comes to men specifically, I think we're making them weak, primarily within our community by one, having a lot of single parent households going to be there to show them what manhood looks like.
I was gonna say, damn, JR.
How, yeah, am I in the back? Oh.
You back up here, Ty. We can see you.
Oh, okay. It says I'm backstage. I'm like, well, maybe I should be quiet. But I feel like they don't have a man in the household, first and foremost, to show them what manhood looks like and what they should expect when they get older. And as hard as women try, we can never raise a man to be a man. We can raise them for what we hope or what we wanted a man to be in our lives and try to mirror that. So I think that part is making our men softer because they're growing up off of emotions rather than realizing how to use their logic and not deal on such an emotional basis. And I also just think it's society how it is now. You can't reprimand your children, whether it's at home or even in schools, right? They don't have the attention for kids anymore. They're not getting suspended for things that they do anymore. It's like our society is constantly creating this very soft, just environment for all of our children. And because of that, they're coming into the world and thinking that they can do whatever they want and there are no repercussions to it. And everyone should care about how they feel and what they want to do. And that's just not the reality, right? And so they run into a lot of issues, like a lot of our young Black men are running into issues with the law or dealing with explosive emotions because they don't know how to control themselves. So that's what I kind of get from it. I don't think it's just boys that this impacts. I think it impacts all children, but it's definitely seen in our young men.
All right, go ahead, Bo. What are your thoughts about that? Do you think?
Can I come back to the regular panel? I don't like this. You're on the backstage thing. It still says I'm in backstage.
Refresh your page. It might.
Okay.
And then bring it back up.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
So
I thought we might see the baby oil. Go ahead,
That
Bo.
was sleep stuff, ain't it?
I am going to have to vehemently disagree with that. I think that we are raising our children to see humanity. Does that require a certain level of sensitivity? Yeah. Because you have to be able to see other people's humanity and empathize with them. We are not raising our young men or our young women to be soft. We are raising them to realize what the world is as a whole. Young men are starting to be able to actually control their emotions. Our young people are actually starting to stand up for themselves in the way that we never have. They do not take just whatever you give them. And they do have a lot of feelings, but so did we. We just ignored them because our parents wouldn't let us have our feelings because they told us that children ain't got nothing to worry about, what y'all got to stress about because you just a child. And that's not true. We are actually raising our children to be strong, and it looks soft to us because they do have a lot of feelings, and they are making you respect their feelings and all of the things that they go through, because children actually do go through things. I think that somewhere along the line, we grow up so much and become so much of an adult that we forget what it's like to be a child. So we can't empathize with children, and we think that they're not going through anything. But I think that these babies that we are raising right now, they are going to be some of the strongest of the society. And it looks different to us. It looks softer to us. But just watch when these kids grow up. And being in a single parent household has zero to do with the sensitivity or the softness of a boy. Women raise strong men all the time. It's called the community. Women get community. They rally all of the people that they have around them. Women get all of the resources that they have with all of the people. Women supplement them not having a father in the household with men in their life. They get their boys mentors. They do have male influence. Just because they're a single mother does not mean that they are not gathering people in order to make their child whole, just like fathers do. Single fathers have to get their community together of women because they have to influence their daughters because they know they can't do it alone. It's called community. Single parent households mean absolutely nothing because they raise some of the best people, not because they're single parents, but because they have to. They don't have a choice. So I don't think that we are raising soft children. I think that we're raising aware children, and I think that we're raising children that advocate for themselves. And adults don't like children advocating for themselves because it makes them respect their children. And we tend not to respect children, but we need to.
When you say advocating for yourself, like advocating what exactly?
So children make you care about what they feel. Children are going to voice, these children especially, voice their concerns and they make you care about it. That is advocating for yourself. Hey, see me. I have feelings. I have perspective. I have feelings about this. I don't want to do this because of this thing. And parents don't like that because it makes them see them as human and not children and property.
Well, I wouldn't say that's making somebody soft. That's just kind of dealing with issues, right? That's going to come across. And I think that's the proper way to raise a child. But we're talking about as an adult. So as an adult, when they have their own thing going on, they have their jobs and then they have their wife, if they decide to go that route. Talking about like soft in that way. I know they mentioned in the video, like guys are not opening the door anymore. All these type of different issues that people are getting away from. So in that way, do you think men are soft?
No. I think their ability to be aware of things is not going to make them soft. It's just going to make them more aware and more empathetic. If you talk to the children now, they're picking up a lot of toxic things. Don't get me wrong. But the way that we are raising our children now, it makes them make you care about them, but it also makes them care about other people. So I think that them caring about other people as well as themselves, it just makes them see things equally and equitably.
So what's the point of having a man and a woman, right? We're two opposites. We're opposite. So if we're all the same, I'm just asking a question because this is real. If we're all the same, then how does that make life?
We are equal in a lot of ways. We are different in a lot of ways. These children are able to see our differences and our likenesses. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said equality and equity. That I speak on both. So yes, we are different, but we are also the same in a lot of ways.
But I wanted to go a little deeper into what you stated when you said the kids nowadays will be better adults, you think, than the ones in the past, right? But we see on the news every day, statistics are going up that kids are dying earlier, whether they're killing each other, right? Killing themselves. They don't keep jobs, right? They don't feel a need to be committed to anything because they feel that they all should just be at the top from the beginning, which is why I made the comment on the participation award, right? Because nobody understands the whole logic around some people lose and some people win. Everybody can't be number one. So in what ways do you see the children nowadays progressing further than generations in the past?
I like that these children do not let people punk them. And them not being committed to something, it depends on your perspective. What they are not committed to is people misusing and abusing them. We took whatever we could get. We listened to our boss no matter what. They could be talking to us crazy. They can make us do a lot of things for just a little bit of money, and we did them and we didn't say anything because we were taught to respect authority. What they are taught to respect is how they feel about things, and the fact that they're not going to do a whole lot of work for just a little bit of money, and they shouldn't. They should be fighting for, no, they should not. They should be fighting for them to pay them a fair wage for the work that they do. We worked hard for some pennies, and we were okay with that when we were younger. They use them for their labor, and these children are not letting them do that. And I respect them for that, because we should have spoken up for that as well. We were taught to work extra hard to get their promotion or to get a raise, and you never did, but you just gave them all of that labor for absolutely nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So these children are different in that way. Now, do I agree with some of what you said? Absolutely. Like, they have a sense of entitlement. They absolutely do. And I don't think that they should, but I think that they are a lot stronger than we were. We were taught to settle. We were taught to work hard for nothing.
That's understandable, but my whole thing is, and I get it, right? Because us growing up, watching my mother work a job for all these years, you know, people got laid off, you could lose it at any time. That gave us a mindset that I'm not going to commit myself to just one job. Like, I get a job, I'm not going to stay there. I can bounce around, right? But where else in life overall can you decide, right, that I'm going to not do this because it doesn't satisfy me at the moment? Instead of putting the work in to move up or move to different companies, I'm just going to skip that altogether and try to go right to the top. Like, where else in life does that apply? And that's kind of where I'm confused, and where I feel these children are confused. It's okay to vocalize how you feel and to want to be in a certain place in life, but that takes work. Everything takes work to get to where you need to be. It takes commitment at some level. And if you're not willing to commit or work for anything, then how will you ever have anything? They'll just end up back in their mom's house while their mom still works their job and pays for their lifestyle.
I don't think that they're much different than us. I don't think that they're much different than our generation in that way. Absolutely not. There were a lot of people who didn't do certain things because it was going to take too long. I don't have time for that because I got to get money right now. We had that mindset as well. It just looked different. I think that you all are missing the fact that we tell our children that ain't nothing new under the sun. And we forget that ain't nothing new under the sun. They're doing the same things that we were doing. They just do some things better. Just like we did the same things our parents did. We just did some things better or different.
I don't see these kids that you're talking about. Most of the kids I see don't want to do anything. They're lazy
at all.
They don't know how to talk to people. No. Like, you know, they have attitude.
I those children because I don't.
Where do you live? Meaning, I'm sorry, not like that, but like what state? I should say.
I mean, that doesn't, where I am doesn't make a difference. I'm just saying, I don't come across kids like that. I mean, of course, I see some kids like, yes, I experience that. But in a lot of settings, in public, just random kids, I just don't get mostly that. Let me say that. Not that I don't see it at all. Mostly what I see is not that.
So when you like, if you go to the store or you go out to eat or something like that, when you walk up to a counter or anywhere you're at, there, what I see is like kids not even saying hello, how are you doing today? I'll be right with you. Hold on a second. They're just looking at you. We basically staring at each other, and they don't have no type of like conversation skill. Like, you know, it's the way you speak when you're a worker to a customer. We have to go up to them and be like, hi, I need XYZ. These kids are lazy as hell from social media. I think, to me, main cause, we could talk about the single parent household all day, but honestly, I think it's just social media all the way around. We're always on our phone, looking at the internet, you know, looking at videos and all this stuff. And we're not actually putting in action to what's going on. It's more like we're just scrolling. And we have opinions. That's it. But no one's actually out there doing anything. Not even when it comes to relationships. They're just walking around. Oh, they don't even know how to talk to girls. They're shy.
Like us.
That's what, like what?
That sounds like our generation.
What do you mean our generation?
I don't understand why the adults that exist right now, like the younger Gen X, the older millennials, they did that.
No, they did not.
That's how they acted.
No, they did not.
No, they did not.
Are y'all
what generation are you talking about?
A millennial.
I'm so sorry. Have we forgotten
and
these
we were
movies?
the last generation that can have a conversation. That can actually talk.
Are y'all forgetting the shows and the movies that portrayed how we were, how much of an attitude we had while we was at work? Like,
maybe you're just like that.
I think act like we didn't do that.
I think that, by the way, hi, thanks for having me. I'm Pearl.
Hi, Pearl.
But I think that millennials are like the worst generation of women ever. So I don't really see a difference between millennial and Gen Z women. It's my personal opinion. If anything, like when I interviewed women on my show and stuff, I thought like, yeah, they might be socially awkward, but they're less like combative, Gen Z.
That's because they don't know how to communicate. Do you agree with that? They don't know how to explain their thoughts without, I guess, getting nervous about what they're saying, since they're, you know, not confrontational.
Yeah, I might agree with that, but I just don't see a huge difference. I'm a younger millennial though, so it's possible that maybe like the 40-year-old, I can't remember where millennial ends, that maybe there's a difference, but just when I was interviewing women, I just didn't really see much of a difference in social skills. I think I kind of think it's affected everybody since COVID. Like, I think everyone's social skills have gone down. I see a little bit of a difference in people over the age of like 45 or 50. They seem to have like a sense of clarity, just like, but Facebook, like Tinder was what, 2010? Facebook was
around the same time.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've had the internet for a while. I think it affected millennials too. Personal opinion though, maybe you guys are seeing different stuff.
Well, I agree that the millennials and Gen Z. So I'm not speaking of that generation. I'm more speaking of like our parents, our grandparents. That's what I'm talking about. And I'm not sure if Bo are you talking about like, I don't know how old you are, but our parents and our grandparents, they knew how to communicate. They knew how to be polite and all that stuff.
I see
older millennials in Gen X. I specifically said that.
Oh, okay. I might have missed it. I'd say the cutoff was around 45 that I see a difference. But like, let's be honest, the moms between like 30 and 45, they're on Facebook, like even 50. I mean, they loved their Facebook. I don't know about you guys, but they were like posting everything on there. So, yeah. Do you guys think it's gendered specific? Because I see women on social media way more than men.
Well, I think we just like to voice our opinions more than men do. Men are starting to talk more, but Could be a female thing.
Oh, you got to factor in the fact that social media is more of a safer space for women than it is for men. Given the incels, you have NSFW, you have guidelines and protected members and all this other stuff. And when men typically can't really voice how they really feel or even behave the way they actually feel on social media without being canceled. To answer the question, I was about to say the prompt like TikTok. I think you stated, JR, earlier about men being weak or something like that, or soft or whatever. I would say a lot of parents today, especially mothers, aren't raising children based on outcomes. They're raising them based on their own unresolved trauma. Instead of asking, what will help my child? What will help my child thrive in this world? They ask, what will protect my child from what I went through? And that's dangerous because now you're parenting out of fear, not wisdom. You're raising sons to be emotionally safe, but socially weak. You're raising daughters to be independent, but not cooperative. And the society, the peers, the TikTok, Instagram algorithm reinforces the same fear. And the result of that is a generation of young people optimized for protection, not purpose.
All right. Go ahead there, Miss Bougie. Are we raising boys to be too soft or too silent?
I don't think that they're too soft or too silent. I will say that as far as silence goes, um, social media is, at least in this day and age, an equally used space. As often as I'll see, a panelist of men on TikTok is as often as I'll see a panelist of women, vice versa on Instagram. So I think that everybody has something to say and is able to say it. It depends on the definition of softness though, because what I do see a big difference in that I know the older generation of men call soft, um, is like, for instance, a perfect example is that I'll get on social media and talk to 35 and under, and they believe in the 50-50. They believe in a woman bringing something to the table. They believe in, what do you have to offer? um if I buy you a gift, are you going to buy me a gift? And I do understand that a lot of older men see that as like them being softer, because 35 and up doesn't think that that's necessary. 35 and up doesn't necessarily advocate for a woman to go to work and not just sit around and do et cetera, et cetera. Now, as far as mental health, I kind of feel like the mental health of younger men would be a little bit better, since they're more comfortable expressing their opinions, their feelings, what's going on, et cetera, et cetera. Like, I don't see a shortage of young men being like stifled in their feelings. Like, they'll get on there and they'll be like, I don't care if you think that that makes me a bitch that I'm on here yelling about my issues with women. I want to express it. I want to talk about it. I want to say what I got to say. So I don't really think that they're silenced or softer in that manner, because even this year, when it was Men's Mental Health Month, I saw that talked about a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot.
But then why are all the channels that talk about that kind of stuff demonetized and kicked off all the platforms? Like, I've gone through 8 TikToks, 3 Instagrams demonetized on YouTube. You don't see that for like Call Her Daddy, which says openly like misandrous stuff, or other platforms that advocate for women's issues. So I disagree like wholeheartedly, because I've lived it, that it's the same. It's definitely not, because one is, and it makes perfect sense why they do it. They make more money off of women. We just buy damn near anything. So,
I mean,
yeah,
that's coming from an economic standpoint or like a business standpoint, because it's not like the actual person that's trying to express themselves demonetize their own account. So we can't say that because the account gets demonetized, it's a direct correlation of them being softer or being silent. No, they're talking about it.
But it shows that one society accepts one and not the other. So it's like if you're paid to say misandrous things about men, and you literally make money off of doing it, which you see big content creators do that all the time, like Drew Afawala, I can't say her last name, but there's content creators like that make money. They're obviously going to do it more, right? I mean, when you're paid to do something, you do it more. One side is not paid, one side's paid. So
that has nothing to do with, are we as the parents raising our children to be soft or silent, and then do the children actually act soft or silent? That has everything to do with what the business and the company can make money off of. When you're talking about demonetization, the question is are the children soft and silent? No, they're not. You just said that they're talking about it on the internet, but the internet is trying to shut them up, but they're not silent or soft.
Correct. But it's not just the internet. And this does affect the kids too, because the school system's 90% women. And so even if you teach, like, the boys are kind of, guys are pragmatic. If they speak up and the teachers punish them, if they go on social media and they're punished there, then they go to college, they're punished there, they just shut up. So it doesn't really matter how you raise the kids, because if the world punishes them for talking, they're just going to be silent. So
but that's the whole point. I think that kind of ties into Bo's point, is like the world telling them to shut up was a millennial and Gen X problem. Gen Z doesn't give a damn if you tell us to shut up. Gen Z is like, who are you to tell me anything? I'm going to scream even louder. You're not going to silence me. You're not going to stifle me. That's the point. You're talking about, is the world trying to shut them up? I never said the world wasn't trying to shut them up. But the question is talking about, will they shut up? No, they won't shut up. Even if you tell them to shut up, even if you're screaming at the top of your lungs that they're wrong, they don't care. That is something that is tied into Gen Z blood, that they won't stop.
Fired generation of people, though. They can't even keep a job. So they might want to shut up. And, that's for starters. We got to stop trying to coddle them. No, those are the most whiny group ever, is Gen Zs. And lower millennials, and it shows. And for anybody to say the single mothers are raising good children, it overwhelmingly shows that they are not. Okay. Now it also shows that poverty plays a huge role in how these same kids from these single mother homes are performing in life, and to think that a woman should just have kids out of wedlock and just bring another man around because they can have a role model has nothing to do with the child's biological father. And that's sad that we are promoting this garbage, that a woman should just, it's okay, she go out here and have kids by other men. Oh my God, just let her. So what? She's not married. Don't judge her and then get mad when another man, and then want another man to come around and be the kid's father. It doesn't work that way. There's something called DNA that child is going to emulate at some point in its life.
I know, but unfortunately, it does work that way, because women are just gonna keep doing it. They'll do it forever.
I'm sorry. Exactly.
I know, they're just it's never gonna stop.
I'm not gonna let y'all misrepresent what I think.
Ever.
No one ever said that it was okay. No one ever said, because y'all you're talking about me. I never said that it was okay. I never
glorifying single motherism as if they're raising.
I wasn't talking about you.
Children.
I did not glorify anything. I was stating facts.
Yes, that's not a fact.
Stating facts is glorifying.
You know
what? I said I wasn't gonna do this.
Raising better children. Show me a stat where single mothers are overwhelmingly the better parent.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. No, you're right. You are so right, Lady O.
I know I'm right.
And I'm going to give it to you. You're right about that.
Yeah, I also agree. Women are terrible parents generally. Horrible parents.
The biggest abusers.
Yeah. I actually think sometimes the kids are better off when the parents are divorced. But not because the women are better parents, but because then the kids get some peace and quiet at the dad's house, but only if there's like 50-50.
Right.
Like no
Okay, y'all,
no
y'all,
nagging,
y'all
no
dragging
complaining,
Y'all dragging
no none of
It's
that.
dragging
Now,
now. It's
It's
hold
like
dragging
on.
now. We're
it's
not
like
gonna say
peace
all
and
women.
quiet.
Let me say, hold on.
are-
Let me say, I would say this because my kids were raised in a divorce home. The kids actually did better when they were with their father. That's just a fact. It's just a 100% fact. Even when it came
I
down to
agree with
discipline
that.
compared to when he disciplined, he didn't have to. I just talked to my kids; they're in their 30s.
Yeah.
He didn't have to discipline them the way I had to do it. His voice alone shut them down.
And it's always going to be like that, right? Because a man's presence is different than a woman's presence. We are nurturers. The way we handle things with our children are different. I don't think women as parents are horrible.
Well, if
As
women,
Pearl
but wait,
stated. Hold on, Pearl.
if women,
Hold on,
but if
Pearl.
women
Hold on,
are,
Pearl. Hold
I
on,
gotta
Pearl.
come
Let me
in.
finish.
I gotta.
I don't
All right,
think
all right,
women
all right. I'll let you
are
go.
horrible parents. I think that single mother households struggle much more in raising their children. And the statistics do show that single parent households that are male leading are better. The kids end up better. And that's because the structure is different. We are here for the nurturing. That's why you need both.
Yeah.
Right?
So
But we're just not going to drag
I
it and be like,
disagree. I'm gonna
all women
drag
are
it.
this
I'm gonna
terrible,
drag
girl.
it.
Girl,
I
do
am
it.
gonna drag it because if women are so nurturing, why do we keep killing kids? Yup. Women have aborted an eighth of the world population. That doesn't sound super nurturing to me.
But would you rather women? Hold on. Women abort
I let
children
you
for multiple
finish.
different
I let you
reasons.
finish. I let you
Go ahead.
finish. My
You're
turn.
right.
All right. So, and also women are more likely to abuse children. In fact, when there's child abuse, it is never the guy. Pretty much, if it's a man, it's usually a guy that the woman brought in. Oh, the woman brings in the new boyfriend, he abuses the kid. So that's still the woman's fault. This idea that women are nurturing, well, what's your evidence for it? Other than we give birth, and anyone can do, like a dog can do that, a cat. So I don't think that makes us nurturing. I just don't see.
It's in our biological makeup that women are nurturing, and I'm not saying
Prove it.
all women are nurturing. Of course, there are bad women out there, and there are also fathers who abuse their children. So we're not going to only say that only women.
I will say.
Their children.
I
That's
will
not
say.
a fact, though, Pearl.
I will
And
say
then you
that
put
most.
facts behind it. We're not
It
gonna
is.
get on
It
this
is.
platform
It is.
and
It is.
lie.
It is
We're
a
not gonna
fact.
do
It
that.
is no, but it is a fact that the majority of abuse is done by women. Like
Majority
imagine
and all is two different things.
I know, but it's
we never say it all. We never say it
it's
all.
I
Pearl
never.
did.
We never say it
No,
all.
I actually
Pearl did.
didn't. I didn't. But I said the
You
majority.
did. We can run it back.
I said the majority. Okay, are you trying to nitpick here? Or are you trying to understand what I'm saying?
Nitpick. I'm just saying you're making statements.
I know, but you're proving my point even further by the nagging.
And that's
and
probably
see
why
the and see
platforms
the
get demonetized.
so
because
so I'm not lying. I'm actually telling
right?
I'm actually telling the truth. I am so I mean one out of three women have one out of three women have killed a kid, and the majority of abuse is done by women. You're the one that's misrepresenting that by saying I'm lying, because that's true. The majority,
you said men never abuse
the majority.
Their children. They rarely. Just like there are women that abuse children. And what we rather, if most women are so terrible and they're not nurturers, then why do we have a problem with them aborting children if they're not going to take care of them correctly and just abuse them and kill them once they're in the world anyway?
Okay, thanks. Good question.
Decides that she is not prepared or ready, and we don't know her circumstances because anything could have happened. Then she should terminate that pregnancy instead of bringing a life into this world that she's not going to take care for.
I mean, I'd actually prefer she gives the kid. I'd actually prefer.
Why she gotta get pregnant?
It would be the best logical thing not to get pregnant, but that's not realistic.
I would.
Right?
It is real.
It would be the best logical thing for these children to keep a job, but that's not realistic. That's not what's happening.
Okay, so I'd like to address a few things that you said. Could I do it without you interrupting me? Is that possible? Is it possible? I'm just asking, because otherwise I won't even go. You know what I mean? It's okay. So when it comes to the abortion, I think it's actually very realistic to not get pregnant. And in fact, men have made it so easy to not get pregnant. Women said, I want to have casual sex. So the men said, here you go, here's condoms. And then the women said, no, I want to let him hit it raw. And they said, fine, do that. Here's plan B. They still couldn't do it. They're like, just take this pill the next day. Can you take it? And they're like, no, we can't do that. And so then they said, all right, here's an IUD, 99% effective. You shove it up there and then you're done. You don't have to worry about this. Can you do that? The women said no. They said, here's a pill. Can you take this pill daily? Can you do it? And the ladies are like, no, it's too hard. They said, okay, we've done all this research. Track your cycle. You can only get pregnant a few days of the month. And the women said, no, we can't do that either. They're like, here's an ovulation stick. You can even track when you're ovulating. Here, you can track it on your phone. Can you do that? And the women said, no, that's too hard. Here's a stick for your arm. You can shove this in your arm. Can you do that and not get pregnant? And the women still said no. They said, okay, here's an abortion pill where you can just take the pill in the first month. Is that enough? Is that enough for you guys? And they said, no, that's still too hard. So yeah, I actually think it's tough being a woman because my gender just lets me down a lot. You know what I mean? If we were so nurturing, we wouldn't raise such terrible kids. My sister works at a daycare and she says she sees a stark difference between the kids with two parents and one, or the kids with a dad in their life and that not. She says they're more rambunctious, they don't listen, they have no discipline. And, a lot of times women, I don't really find women, someone said that women have kids to like put their trauma on them. And maybe that's somewhat true. I think women have kids more for the attention and the clout rather than like wanting to raise another human being, where the men are really good people. So they, and men don't abuse their children en masse. There are exceptions, yeah, but overwhelmingly the majority of the time, women are the ones abusing children. It's over 50% of abuse is done by women. If it's done by a man, it's usually a man the woman brought into the kid's life. So that's just a fact. And yeah, that's really all I got to say. So go ahead. That's it.
Motherfucking mic drop. All right, look. So let's take a... Are y'all gonna read super chats now or something? That's early as hell. Huh?
I got you. Hank in the basement with the $2. Shout out to Big Hank. Single mothers raise future LGBTQIA members. Mr. Kenneth JJ with the $5 super sticker. Salute to you, bro. Willie Mother and Beeman with the $100. You got the noise? Pew, 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 pew. You ain't got that train. All right, how long before 20 white nights for whoever Pearl cooks tonight? Over 10 minutes, under 8.5. Shout out to Lapeef and the panel too. Mr. Kenneth J with the $5. Bo is a special kind of irrational non-thinker. Willie Mother Bean with the $2. My bad, Pearl, not Peel. Construct Icon with the $2. The show Obama was speaking of was Forever on Netflix. Willie Mother Beeman for $5. Watching this with the sound off will show you who's really crazy and who's not. It's an interesting concept. Lord Geotron with the $5. Salute to you, bro. Feminism didn't give women freedom. Feminism brainwashed women to speed up the process of destroying the world. Doug MPA with the $5. 75% of abuse towards children and elderly is perpetrated by women. Women abuse anything that is weaker than them. Women are not nurturers. Men are.
Imagine if women had the strength of men. What a scary world would that be? Oh my gosh. Like, most murder done by men is with their fists. It's like a fight gone wrong or something. Imagine if women could kill someone with their fists. Oh my God, I'd be dead by now.
Pearl, you say that as if you be getting hit by other women. Are they attacking you?
Oh yeah, I mean, come on, you guys know. I used to do street interviews and see, because the thing is, with other women, I mean, I'm stronger than most women. I'm bigger. I'm like a 6 foot. I'm an athlete. Most women aren't going to beat me in a fight. But imagine if it was like men, where they had you never know who's like a lot of men are trained and they're like small and stuff. Most women are fat. So
the last time I heard, it sounded like you were getting some traction on the wife school thing or whatever. Is that still a thing or no?
No, I got demonetized. I just shut down everything, sadly. But now I just got remonetized, so I might come back in the future. But yeah, I mean,
Do you feel like you gotta
edits.
have? Do you feel like it's important for you to have some type of credentials as far as being married yourself in order to start a school? Like how do the ladies feel about a woman who is? And I'm just assuming that you're not married yet.
No, I'm not married. Well, I didn't teach in the school. I would bring on like women that were. So it was fun. It wasn't really too big of a thing. It was just kind of something fun we did.
Okay. Because I know they really, well, you know, in this space they torture you for not having the credibility.
I know, it is what it is.
So I'm just interested to see how do the ladies on the panel feel? Like, do y'all feel like the woman who starts a wife school should be a wife or not?
Absolutely. I mean, that's a non-thinker, right? How could she teach me on having a husband if you don't have one?
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Just be honest.
I won't invite you to the next. I won't invite you to. I won't invite you to the next one.
God damn it.
No problem, Pearl. It's okay.
It's all right.
But is it just safe to say?
I'm gonna stay my fat ass quiet.
But Pearl, let me ask you this, and I'm not trying to.
Bo, don't do that. Speak up.
Let me just ask you this, Pearl. You got a lot of knowledge about the relationships, the dating market, and all that stuff. Because of, and I don't know how old you are. I'm assuming you're around the age as me, right? 35, 40?
Yeah, 42.
Is there a reason why you're unable or struggling to get married? Or do you even want to get married and have a family?
Well, I'm taken, but you know, I don't really talk about my personal life on the internet, but I used to. It was a mistake. So it kind of, it's tough because when you're dating someone, it kind of throws them in the fire. So I'd rather not, do that to them. So
42, that's cap. You ain't 42.
Yeah, I'm 42.
I thought you was 28.
49.
But don't you think it's important for somebody like yourself, with the knowledge you got, you know how important it is to bring in the next generation and future generations to try to correct the wrongs that you outline that are the problem. It's important to have a generation. Wouldn't you want to be a part of that generation as a woman bringing in her own children to stand in the trenches and fight against the very thing that you be speaking against?
Yeah, sure.
So how are you going to be able to do that as a 42-year-old woman with 90% of her eggs gone?
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
I think, or a better question, right, with all of your knowledge of the things that women have done wrong over the years, why do you think you are a 42-year-old woman who's not married and has no children?
Because I'm awful. I'm just rough, so.
No, I mean, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just terrible.
Pearl ain't 42. Pearl ain't 42.
Yeah,
Pearl up here lying.
No,
she trolled. Pearl, you trolling. You ain't 42. Stop trolling.
No. I get the Botox. I'm getting my steps in. I did what I have to do.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
but
do you guys want to go? Do you guys want to go through like your relationships too? Or we're gonna,
Well,
I mean, we can. I mean, my shit is all over the social media.
Yeah, I was married for 10 years with somebody else for 13.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, somebody.
Maybe one day I can be like you.
But I will say, I know you said you were 6 feet. So do you think that hurt you in the dating market because you're tall? You're tall. Is it like did you prefer? Would you like have been with a short guy or a tall guy? Did that hurt you?
My height isn't the end of the world for me, but like if it's significant, like probably more than 3 or 4 inches, maybe I wouldn't. But I'm taken now, so it doesn't really.
Okay.
But yeah,
that's good.
Yeah,
that's good.
Well, let me ask you this.
At 42, I'll try some IVF.
Well, let me ask you this, Pearl. You've been in
right.
this space as a creator for a while, and you hit significant milestones
Yeah.
that I don't think any woman has even come close in a particular specific category that you came in, as far as the manosphere, relationship, dating niche. Can you explain why you were able to do it? And there's still other female creators that had a similar, I'm not gonna say style and approach, because yours is different. How are you
Yeah.
able to do it? How are you able to come in and just wreak havoc and take it by storm? But the sisters who we sit up here and talk to and give the game away freely on how to be able to captivate an audience and be the pillar, the authority, and get millions of subscribers. Because me personally, I'm an actual coach in the content creation. I can literally coach a woman up to surpass you. I wholeheartedly believe that. But what is it that you're doing that the sisters aren't doing? And I'm not trying to make this a race war. I just want to just get the understanding from the horse's mouth.
Because I'm awesome. So,
come on, man.
Yeah. No, in all seriousness, with the YouTube stuff, most people don't want to post. Like, a lot of times I cover on my show women that like quit their job to be YouTubers or TikTokers or whatever. The challenge is I'll look at their page and I kind of make fun of them. It's a little bit hypocritical, as I am, because I did quit my job to do the same thing. But when I quit, I was doing like 10, sometimes 15 videos a day, especially in the beginning. Some were mistakes, I'll tell you what. Some were so embarrassing. Oh my God. But the thing is, you kind of have to get over that and just like roll with the punches. And yeah, most women aren't willing to like take L's in order to get big on YouTube. And yeah, it's just part of the game.
Yeah, I don't think some women, especially us, because of the image that we try to portray, we don't really want to, like you say, take the L, but we don't want to be personally criticized too much. Like, me being called old, bitter, cold blooded, and all this stuff. That's just a hit that I got to take being part of social media, But a lot of women are not willing to take that hit. They just not. They just want to be known as the I'm feminine and I'm just so perfect and nobody can say nothing bad about me and I love all women and it's gonna be hard to grow your platform with that mindset. And these are good ones. You're really trying to get a message.
Yeah, you got to stream a lot. Like, yeah.
Do that.
Yeah, so.
All right, listen, so I got some topics. So we just had a sidebar conversation. All right, let's move forward. I got some topics that the hosts want to go through. And we will start with Lady Di because she's been quiet, and then we'll roll to the clockwise. First question. What qualities make someone high value in today's dating market?
So for women or for men or for both?
You could say for both. You could speak for, since you're a woman, you can speak on behalf of women.
So for women, if you're trying to get married to a man, then, being honest, genuine, you're not doing things tit for tat, being loyal. Loyal looks different in many ways, not just like, oh, I'm not going to cheat, but being loyal to your relationship, your marriage, like you're not going to leave it unless, right, something life-threatening happens. Okay. We got to be more loyal to our men, to our, the family that we built, that we created. Also having communication skills that looks different for everybody, but, learning your partner to be able to talk to them better. Because I feel like a lot of relationships are ending because we don't know how to communicate to one another. Like, we'll explain something, but that person doesn't get it. You'll explain something and, it's just like, everybody don't understand nothing. So let's just break up. You're not hearing me. I know women say this. You're not hearing me. You don't understand me and all this stuff. And then you hear this thing, oh, we grew apart. All that stuff is nonsense to me. I think people just need to like suck it up and really get to know each other. Put, all your shit to the side, your phones and all that. Have a real conversation with your partner all the time, every day. Make it a habit, make it a job. Once you get to know that person, because if you look at it, we'll get with our partner, y'all look at the partner word so wrong, but I say partner because we're together, right? Not partner how I guess women are talking about it today. But we'll get with someone and we'll miss, let's say, 20 years of that person's life, right? We get with them at 20, 25, maybe 30. You miss a whole lot of that person's life. So you need to catch up on that. You're not going to get that in just one date or just a year. So I feel like we just need to communicate. I advocate for that. And then for men, I would say, make sure that you know what type of women are out there, and then know what type of woman that you want. Know what type of lifestyle you want with this person, because it seems like men are just picking women based off of looks these days. And maybe she could cook a little bit, right? But it's more to it than that. You need to pick someone that actually has a logical mindset like you or close to it, or someone that you can, I guess women are more emotional. So, and that's just a fact. I'm a lady myself. I can say that we're more emotional. So make sure that, you're helping her with her emotions. Don't just let her be out there crying all the damn time. Even, little simple stuff. She crying over movies and shit. Like, help her be more logical and have a more stable mindset so she can help, raise the family. I don't think women should be raising kids in that emotional mindset. I think we were talking about this earlier. I don't think emotions are good. None of us are making good decisions when we're crying. I can't even, no one on this panel, I'm pretty sure if you're crying, you cannot make no logical decision. So kind of like get rid of all of that. But that's it. I had a lot to say earlier, so I'm a little rambling, but y'all go ahead.
I forgot the question.
Hey, look, Lady Dive, you got something that you wanted to say. We want to let you get it out. If you got something to say that you've been holding on, maybe they want to hear you. Go ahead and go for it, and we'll get back to Sweeney.
It's gonna come out eventually when people start talking more.
Okay, then, Sweeney, what's up? Or whoever want to go next.
You said clockwise. Stick to it, brother.
I'll yield my time on that one, bro.
There you go. Anybody else want to go next?
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
What qualities make someone high value in today's market?
I would say in today's market, unfortunately, it's just being hot. Yeah, I mean, everything's starting on the internet, so you don't get that swipe right on Tinder, Bumble, Hinge, unless you look good. I mean, that's why you see women investing in apps like Facetune, all the editing, like the catfishing apps. They're doing it because it works. So, unfortunately, that's kind of the market today. So, yeah, good pictures, good lighting. You're not going to get in the door. I'm getting my steps in. So, being in shape. I think that's the most effective thing. Unfortunately, I wish it was character, but I just don't. That's not what I see.
Damn. Anybody want to go after that or respond to that?
Yeah. I was going to say, go ahead.
I was gonna say I actually agree with that. Especially for men, we visual. So the thing has to pique our interest and grab our attention. And if our attention not grabbed, it's no real option to get to the personality. Like, you can have a bomb ass personality, but if I'm not physically attracted to you, it's going to be extremely difficult to carry on a relationship because my body has to continuously have a physical response to yours. And it kind of put us at a disadvantage if people don't understand that about us. And they're like, oh, you just need to take me as I am, take me as I am. I literally just can't because I have to be attracted. So even using those apps, I think it put the women in the worst situation, because if the man has an expectation and it's not that, it's worse than if he, because then he could feel deceived. Like, I was expecting this, that, and the third. We built a relationship off of this, and now you show up as somebody else. Like, that's
do you know what the challenge is though? If she's like, okay, if she's an 8 on the app but a 6 in real life, a lot of times the guys will still bang her. And then what happens is, she got into the door, and sometimes now she can show her personality. That's the challenge. The reason women catfish is because it works. Women don't do anything that doesn't, like, get them the attention, like extra attention. I'm not saying it's good, right? I'm just saying that's what I've seen happen.
What
Yeah,
exactly
honestly,
is
that's
it that
that's
drops the 8 online down to the 6 in real life? Like, what are
Yeah,
we saying
yeah.
that the what are we saying that the app does, or that the
Filters.
or the
Yeah,
or like even the filters?
Filters.
Because at
yeah.
most, what I noticed at most is like a person that's using a filter is going to do something like clear their skin a little bit more, because everybody has textured skin, right?
Mhm.
So let's say like you have larger pores, not that you have like acne, but just larger pores, or maybe like less full lips. It's the same thing that you're going to do with your makeup, to use a blurring primer and a good foundation to minimize your pores, and then overline your lips. So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, like, those things can then be intertwined into your real life. So what is it that the men are seeing that literally is saying, "Oh, she was an 8 when I looked at the picture. Now the picture doesn't look the same." Are we saying it's like something
The
drastic?
I think
yeah.
I'm
So
There's
gonna tell you
more
from what
things.
men say. I'm gonna tell you from
There's a
what I'm
few
gonna
more
tell you from
things.
what a few guys have told me who met women off the app. Women will show these neck ups,
yeah, they
and
do
then
angle.
when they see her, she about this big.
Okay, so like
Mhm.
it's a weight thing. I thought y'all were saying face
Well,
wise, because
that
I'm
too.
like,
That's just
But
the way that
sometimes
works.
it's
Well,
the
some
face too,
some
Angie. Sometimes
It's
it's the face too, because it's certain filters that totally change your face. They could change your skin complexion, right? They'll make you lighter. They can make your eyes look different, more narrow. They can change your nose. You know, it's even like playing with the filters on Instagram. They'll
mm-hmm.
change and contour your face. And then when you actually meet the person, they look totally different, right? Or they don't look anything
Mm-hmm.
like any of the pictures that they have.
well, and women are super visual now too, to be fair.
Yeah. Well,
Like
because of social
women
media.
no, not even that.
Too.
We can make our own money now. So like society's kind of taking care of money, so women don't need it as much. That's why you see more sugar babies and stuff, because women get the money from them and then go have sex with the hot guys. I see feminism personally as just a strategy from women to have sex with hot guys. They're like, we
can
are
you say
gonna,
that one more time? Because I
yeah,
feel like I said
yeah,
that shit 3 weeks ago and nobody believed me.
yeah, yeah,
Everybody said that the older man
yeah,
with the money was still the prize, but no, he's just the sugar daddy that
yeah,
gives the
yeah.
money, and then the girl gets
I
the money
I
and
totally
she
agree. I
sleeps with a
totally
younger
agree.
man still,
No, I
right?
totally agree, because especially the Gen Z women, like they're able to monetize so easily. Like Gen Z women have like you have the sugar dating sites out in the open now. But
Yeah, it's
yeah,
a regular thing.
I see feminism. I mean, women were only meant to reproduce with like 10-20% of men. Like that's how it's always been. We implement monogamy, and now women are forced to, be with men they don't really like. And the reason we see that they didn't like them is because the first second women got the chance to leave, they did. Unfortunately, this isn't a good thing. I'm just saying how it is. And so what I see now is women want to make their own money so they can have sex with the guys that they like. And that's what you see shown in a lot of female movies, right? Like you see Titanic. She's leaving the guy with the money to go to the broke guy on the bottom of the ship. She just wanted Leonardo DiCaprio. So that's kind of speaks to female psychology, because women love that movie.
I do
So
gotta
yeah.
say, Pearl, for you having uh previously having a wife school, I would have thought you would have spoke on what makes a woman high value from one who was looking for marriage, not one who was looking to get bust down. Because it sounds like
Well,
what you were talking about.
yeah. Well, so yeah, I mean, there are characteristics, but what comes first now in 2025? Sex or relationships? The sex tends to come first. Sorry,
I
sorry, I'm
get
on a
kind of
panel. I'm on a panel.
confused. I
Sorry.
get kind of confused on, a lot of times we're talking about marriage, right? And the thing is everybody up here kind of simultaneously agreed that that's not what's going on in this day and age. So it's almost like we're talking about outdated topics.
It's
We're
not
Yeah,
talking,
outdated.
we're
marriage.
trying to push like a certain narrative. And I'm not saying that the narrative is wrong, because morally is the narrative right? Yes. But we're talking about an outdated narrative that nobody in their 20s gives a damn about. They give a damn about what I've been saying the entire time, which is a girl wants the check, a man wants the coochie. Nobody gives a damn about a ring. I don't like so like how are we going to keep acting like something is this
Well,
up
let
and
me ask you
coming
this:
thing
are you
when it's
married?
outdated?
Are you married?
Yeah,
When did you get
I
married?
am.
When did you get married?
4 years ago.
How is it outdated then?
Because it's not because y'all always say we talk about the majority, not the minority.
Is anybody
Well,
on this
because
panel?
because
Why
because
doesn't that apply
yeah,
to that?
yeah. So
There's
because
race
I
increase
actually agree. I
getting
agree with
married.
her because modern marriage is cosplay, right? It's not real marriage because like why is the woman in white? None of the women are virgins anymore on their white. Yeah, so it's cosplay. So you know, I'm black. I should have maybe you guys haven't seen my content in a while. I'm black pilled now. I've accepted the reality of society. So yeah. I'm officially black pilled. Women abort the kids.
It don't get no lower than that.
Yeah. You know,
Like
I would, yeah.
the
Sorry.
issues that are happening right now aren't what we're even talking about. We're talking about like a demographic of people that is the minority. So I'm not understanding how like we're saying it like that's the majority and it's not. I'm in the minority. I acknowledge that all the time.
Well, the
So
problem
who
with
are
what
we
you're saying,
pushing it to?
There's
the
race has
problem with what you
increased,
were
though.
saying that
There's race increase.
you're calling
For
married
getting married.
people, or you calling married people the minority based off of, okay, they're in a marriage, or most people are not married. Well, what is the actual outcome?
What
What
do
is
you
the
mean?
outcome that
Divorce. That's the
person?
actual
Oh
outcome.
my
It's
God,
like,
you
yeah,
read my
most,
mind.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
okay,
most,
let me rephrase it. What is the desired outcome?
well, women don't desire marriage. We don't. I mean, 52% of men under 30 said that they wanted to be married, where only 22% of women did. So if anything, like, because women's desired outcome is women. The reason women like worship like people like, and I'm not saying this is right. I'm just saying this is what it is. Women worship Kim Kardashian because she gets to have sex with hot guys, and she gets all the freedom. She doesn't have to live under like a man's rules. So that's women's like desired outcome, generally speaking. Because if you look at any female movie like The Notebook, the Titanic, even 50 Shades of Grey. Yeah, it's always just hooking up with the hot guys, all the freedom, and he also worships them.
But we
Go
know
ahead.
we
If
know
that's the outcome,
that don't last long, and then we know that majority there are increased women between the ages of 40 and 49 that's on high rates of anti. So usually that doesn't work out very well long term for women, but it may start out that way because they're young and they're using their beauty
Correct.
away. They're using it to find the best mate. They're using it to just give their bodies away. And then now I'm 40, now I want to settle down and have kids, you know, and then it's harder.
But the point is women do it because they have to, not because they want to. If women wanted to, we do it at 20 and we don't. So
it really doesn't matter what the woman want. In this case, it actually matters what does the man want.
Yeah. And I wish that was the case. I wish that was true. But the challenge is if what like the marriage society's fighting over what women should do with their youth. And the win for a man is for her youth to be spent on the husband, right? But women are winning because the average age of marriage keeps getting pushed up and up and up. So like more men want to be married than women do.
Right.
Because otherwise you'd see like if men held the cards, they'd get to marry 22-year-old like hot chicks, but they don't.
So those same women don't. So
those same. Let's spread the mic around and get Lady Di.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Hey, look, everybody, let's do this. One time, if you have something to say, please interrupt. We don't want to, because at one point we had it to where we had it clockwise, and then when it came to people, they didn't want to speak. So just do everybody a favor. If you want to say something, please interrupt. Ain't nobody gonna get mad at you or cuss you out if you interrupt.
Okay, y'all know I don't care about that. It's just that when I want to speak, there's like 4 people wanting to speak at the same time. That's it. I was gonna say, like, when it comes to like, I guess what Laisha was saying, you were saying that basically the reality is most people or most women don't want to get married. So why are we talking about marriage? When you're married, right? Don't you want other women to be married like you, or do you don't like your marriage? You don't like your husband?
I want people to do whatever they want to do. Like
no,
I don't
that doesn't
guys,
work.
I don't put my opinions on other people's shit in other people's households. Like it
Yeah, but
doesn't.
you have a daughter, right? Don't you want her to be married to a man that wants
Again,
that
my
wants her?
household though. That's what
Huh?
I want in my household.
But
We're
about
talking to the
community.
general public, trying to tell them what they should and should not do, which is
Well,
like
you
not
just
my
told-
personal
But
thing.
we are, hold on, we are the general public though. So if we're not pushing marriage, I don't care if they don't want to get married or not. That's like basically saying people that are drunk, right? They want to get drunk all the time. We shouldn't go try to help them, you know, get rid of that.
Oh, I agree.
it's not
Have you ever
helping the
tried? Have
community.
you ever tried to help an alcoholic? It's impossible.
Oh, I know it's hard.
That's
It's
impossible.
hard.
I think
It's
more
hard,
so that
but
we're
it's
not helping
I'm
the
not
people.
done yet, Ty.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, but I'm not done yet. So what I'm saying is, even though it's hard, but at least we're trying. Because even if you can't help 10 drunken people, you could at least help one. One could help. Because if we just let people do what they want to do, this world is already shit as it is. It's going to continue to go down. We already talked about abortion earlier and all this stuff. It's going to continue to happen. Women are not going to want their kids. They're not going to want to have kids, and we're going to keep doing that. Then men are turning into women in that category, talking about they don't want to get married now. So then, if you look 100 years past, right, to the future, what is going to be here? It's going to be really nobody.
And I could tell you that'll drive you crazy. I've done it. She has that's way better. That's no. But I'm saying it's a waste of time. People can only save themselves. You can't save adults. You can't. It's way more effective to just worry about your own house. And this is someone I used to have that mindset, and I came to the conclusion it was a waste of time. So
I'm really starting to feel like the only difference between me and Pearl's opinions is one clear physical one. Because she keeps saying what I'm saying, and nobody's refuting her.
To your point,
Lady Di literally refuted her.
That we're not
So
talking
did Bruiser.
to the majority who doesn't want to get married, right? I don't think I'm out here trying to change people's minds if they don't want to get married. It's not much I can do to help change your mind. Just like if someone doesn't want to stop drinking, it's not much you can do to change their mind. But there are women out here that do want to get married. There are men out here that do want to get married. And I think these platforms and these type of conversations will resonate with them and the people who actually want to live that life and aren't there yet, right? Maybe they do have growing to do. Maybe there are lessons they need to learn, and they're open and willing to hear them. So I still think this is a positive platform, and it helps people who want to be helped.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, I don't think all women don't want to be married. All women are trash. All women out here just doing any fucking thing. No.
Well, but if you look at what women do when they have the most buying power, which is like 20, let's say, or 21, Gen Z women are not marrying at that age. Millennial women did not marry at that age. And in my opinion, what you can see, what people really want to do is when they have the choice to do anything. And unfortunately, that's just not what we pick. So
hey, Bo, let me ask you this.
I
Bo,
also
do you
don't see
feel
a lot
like
of 20-year-old men proposing to their girlfriends. I saw a lot of 20-year-old men cheating on their girlfriends and breaking their hearts and not dealing with them. Totally.
I agree. I agree with you.
Girls
I agree.
are no different
I
when
agree.
it comes to
And then they go
cheating.
through
Girls are no different. Please stop acting like girls are not out here slutting it out at 20 years old on their boyfriends.
Hang on real quick.
I understand, Lady O. It goes both ways, but I'm just
can't keep putting it on the man, though. We cannot keep putting it on the man. These little girls
Well, hang on. Let
What is the obsession with doing that? Every time we say anything about a man, the obsession is like bring up a woman.
When I go both ways, either
at 20 years old, nobody wants to be faithful. That's just the end of the day. Got nothing to do with
But
man.
the argument, Lady O, was just that at 20 years old, women are out here thotting and trotting, and they don't want to be married, and we don't want to get married until we have no choice but to get married. Correct. If nobody wants to get married at 20, who the hell they marry?
So look, I think M. White had a hang on, everybody. I think M. White was trying to cross the panel with a question over to Bo. But before you do that, Pearl, you said that you had a wife school podcast. How are you going to effectively make wives when you're?
Oh, you can't.
Hold on, wait. You gotta let me finish the question because it's part of. You said you're gonna have a wife school. How are you gonna be able to effectively do that when you're of the position of the black pill and you're of the position that women are just gonna be slutting it out and men are gonna be giving up bread? So what are you going to be teaching them to bust it open?
Well, no, after the women slut it out, they'll go to my wife's school. Like that's usually that. Yeah, no, because that's what's happening anyway, right? So they might as well learn to like cook or something. To be honest, now you might say that's terrible, whatever. I can't control another person, and I can only control my life. So the challenge
what you gonna do with the money?
And
then we'll go to NY.
The wife school money. I think you've thought more into this wife school. I've been, if I choose to redo that, which I don't know if I will or not, but if I do, it would just be kind of like I'd have fun, like people coming in like once a month, like a chef, and then you could learn a lesson from a chef. Then maybe the next month I'd do like I don't know, maybe like a house cleaner to give you like best. It would just be something kind of fun. So it wasn't too deep. My wife's school is not going to save this ship. I'll tell you that. But it's gonna be a lot of fun. So if
you saved one, that's all that matters.
Brittany Renner, I did offer her an invite to come. So she said she wanted to. So.
Okay, so
she was a wife for 5 seconds. What?
Yeah.
Two-part question. I'm gonna give you a two-part question. So a lot
somebody who was already married.
A lot of people might not know what Black Pill is. Can you briefly give a summary of what Black Pill is? And Bo, you haven't spoken in a minute. Can you give us your thoughts on if you believe in it or if you agree or disagree with Black Pill philosophy?
Okay, is that for me or someone else?
Yeah, that's for you.
Okay,
for you to Bo.
Yeah, totally. So when I talk about Black Pill, is that when I went into this space, I kind of had this idea that things would get better, families would come together, people would have more kids, whatever. And because I kind of thought that the world I grew up with would maybe come back and this was just a little bit of a phase or whatever. I now think that it will never come back after like doing further research, real life experience, interviewing people. I think marriage is dead. The marriage rates are going to keep going lower. If people get married, it'll be over the age of 30. Probably, I think the birth rate is going to decline from 2.1, I think it is at now. I bet it'll be below 1 some point in my lifetime. I think OnlyFans is going to be so common that we're going to see people, and we're already starting to see it, but like run for Congress with OnlyFans. I think you should prepare if you do have children that some of the moms there will have an OnlyFans. Unfortunately, I do think men will accept this behavior as much as I don't want them to. I've seen it get normalized in real time. I went and interviewed UFC fighters and I was asking them, and these are guys with a lot of choice, right? Hey, how would you feel about an OnlyFans 10 years ago? Like, would you date a girl that had one? And a good percentage said yes. And I'm like, oh no, that's not good. If you guys are accepting it, that's bad. That's bad news. Overall, I think we're on a societal decline. I do think everything will fall apart, but it's going to be slow. It won't be in my lifetime. And essentially, Black Pill is just accepting, Red Pill is learning the nature of women, and Black Pill, I would just say, is accepting it and moving on. So I've moved on. I've accepted it.
So when Bo, did you kind of get a general description of Black Pill? Enough for you to answer?
So yeah, I'm sorry if that was. I hope that was enough. If you need more, let me know.
I heard something for sure. What did you want to ask me, Marcus?
Okay, so I was trying to get you to indulge in the ideology of Black Pill, and if you could agree or disagree with it. So to summarize, Black Pill is accepting, I guess, the base nature of people that being attractive is the only thing that matters, and everything else is like cope. So if you're not the most attractive in the most prime position in life, then you will have very, very strong difficulty to the point of never getting a woman or a man if you're not attracted to the other side.
No, you might get a woman. I wanted to correct. I just wanted to correct one thing.
I got it. I promise.
You might get a woman. It's just for now. It's just for now. It's not for life. Go ahead.
Girl, I got it. Okay. Oh my God. So no, I think that ideology is dumb. because there are far too many things to be attracted to. Physical attraction is important, don't get me wrong, but everyone's idea of physical attraction is very different. So, what one can't get down with, like what the dude with the little furry brows that the women be going crazy over, I think he a football player or something. I don't know.
Oh, the one that just won the Super Bowl. Isn't it Jalen? It's freaking Jalen. Or
let me tell you something. That man ugly.
Who?
To me,
Who?
Jalen ugly.
Who?
And so I'm sorry. I saw them furry brows.
You can fight that battle on your own.
Ugly about him.
I don't know. We will not take no Jalen slander.
I'm so sorry.
None.
I saw them little furry brows, and I just got completely. I was like, I don't see what they see in him.
She said the furry brows.
He got furry brows, but that's just an example.
I'm appalled. That's
physical
crazy.
That's just an example of how physical attraction varies. You know what I'm saying? Like what one might find attractive, others don't. So, like conventionally attractive people tend to find it easier to attract people, but that doesn't mean anything because conventionally attractive people usually rest on their looks and they have no substance. So substance really matters. Looks catches them, but substance really gets people. And for me, I'm a substance person first. Like I'm cool with attraction, but if you have substance, you can be that far from ugly and I'll take you because I love a good person. So I don't think that black pill ideology it sounds really
right.
But on your last comment, so how do you, when you meet men in the streets, right? Because you don't get their character first. How do you know if you even will allow them to talk to you? Or do you just allow all men to talk to you?
When you meet a man in the streets, you absolutely get their character first. It's because
I think you get their mask first.
Well, what I'm saying is you can see how they approach you. Like you can see some of that because when men approach you, some men, the way they look at you, you can tell they just lusting after you. Some men come very respectful. It's really in the conversation that they have. They could be really funny. And don't get me wrong, everybody approaches with a mask. But when you meeting in person is the best way because it's the only way you can see personality and you can see a tiny bit of character. It just depends on how they approach you. Dating apps are dumb. So just
but the problem is
that's
that
all people are using in this day and age.
Well, and the challenge is no one cares what like we think as a panel. They want the hot 22-year-olds that are like on Supermom. You know, it's what are the young women doing? I think everyone's over, let's say 25 on the panel. I am too, so it's not a dig, but I'm just being honest here. They care about what are the 22-year-old women doing to meet men, and it's all online, like you said.
But that
statement
attests to my entire point, which is like everything that we talk about on this panel is like anecdotal and outdated and like not what's actually going on in the world. And then when I talk about what's going on in the actual dating pool, because everybody always says the prime of the woman is 18 to 23 or 25 or whatever. And I'm telling you what the 18 to 25 majority of them think. And then we keep talking about something that they're not talking about. They're not thinking. They're not trying to do.
To be fair, most men can't get access to them. Like most men can't.
I don't understand what the conversation really turns into.
I don't know about the guys on this panel. So I'm not a dig. I'm just saying in general, most men can't get access to 18 to 25.
If you saying that most girls are selling pussy from 18 to 25, I'll accept that, and I'm not even arguing with you on that. The point of the conversation is the people that's not selling pussy, that's not trying to get the best rate for vagina, they need some place to go to. So we need to have a conversation for the people that are not soliciting cash for gushy vagina. Okay?
I'm not saying that we shouldn't talk about it. I'm saying that for me to actually be in the generation that I'm telling you what my generation is saying, and then everybody's like, that just can't be true. You're wrong. You don't know what you're talking
We
about.
never
I'm
said it
like,
was.
Nobody
There's a
said it was
difference.
no,
wrong.
it's happening.
There's a difference. We're
Hold
not
on,
saying
y'all.
that it's. Go
Place,
ahead.
I ain't you a
I
millennial.
just want to, yeah. Let me
I'm actually
let me say
the
something real
first
quick
year
before y'all go
of
ahead.
Gen Z.
All right, so look. I think that a lot of us are ignoring a major point, right? I'm hearing about the black pill, which I think is effectively waving the white flag, and we probably shouldn't do that, right? There's about to be a serious pendulum swing. Anyone who's paying attention to the economy, anyone who's paying attention to the technology, understands that sex workers are almost obsolete. I give it another 2 to 5 years, probably closer to 2, before OnlyFans women are effectively eliminated. And who's going to be in the places of it? The people who understand STEM, the people who are working in technology. I don't know if you realize it, but the younger generations are so disconnected that they can actually deal with
AI.
computers and AI. There's a bunch of AI OnlyFans girls, and they're on the rise right now, and they do everything you want, and you don't have to pay them as much. And men who are so disconnected, these young Gen Z guys, especially Generation Alpha, these guys who don't even get their driver's license to a later age now, these guys who are so wrapped into technology and order their food so they don't have to leave the house, these guys are ready for that. They're coming out with robots that are doing it, and they don't say no. People don't understand that part of it. Most of these soft, cush jobs that are AC, they're gone. They're going to be gone. Technology is replacing all of it. All of it. So what I'm saying is that there's going to be a serious pendulum swing. And it's going to be in the favor of men. And if you understand that most women, in my opinion, married out of bare necessity, right? To me, that's what it looks like, particularly these modern day women. That's what they're marrying for, is out of necessity. They're going to go back to that. There's men's value is about to raise, and that if we don't teach these younger children how to be wives, then they are likely going to be in trouble unless they are prepared to work extremely hard, which I don't think that most of them are.
Yeah, like we don't really
Unfortunately, I don't think that's reality, because women will pick sex work over wives. Women will pick to be.
Well, what I'm saying is that sex work
will
won't be available. It won't be available. I'm telling you, it won't. It's not going to be available. It's already started to be replaced.
Well, I would disagree. I
saying
think it'll be like Tinder, like you can do platinum Tinder. What do you think that is? It's like
You saying that though, Trev, is the same way that the younger generation says marriage isn't purposeful because I can just go and buy the girl that I want, right? So now what you're saying is sex work isn't purposeful because I can buy AI, but you can't buy that girl that you really want. You can't like turn her into AI. People will always spend on what they actually desire for real. A Toyota Corolla will get you from point A to point B, but if you really want a Porsche, you will use your money to go and buy what you actually want, which is the Porsche. Even though it does the same thing.
What I was explaining is that your train of thought is correct for now, but it's outdated, like you were saying earlier, for the younger generation coming up. Y'all not understanding it. So just to put it in perspective, there was a Google rep that was talking about if AI has an IQ of 150 now, by next year they predict it to be 1600. Y'all are not understanding where technology is going and what that's really about to do.
I do understand where technology is going. But the challenge is women make 80% of consumer buying decisions. So that means that all of the companies that 80% of their revenue is off of women, society just is never going to let men have that buying power because they can't sell as much. So in my opinion, they'll figure out a policy or something to get women the money because they get more control when women have the money. So I don't see it ever happening because women have the majority of the voting power. Women have the majority of the spending power too. I would like what you're saying to be true. I would not predict it. Just personal opinion.
Yeah, it's not even something that I want. I think it's just something that's going to happen. There's only but so much subsidizing you can do.
I don't think that marriage should be considered outdated at all. We've been married for years and years and years, and we should continue to be married for years and years to come. So I don't really care what hoes are talking about, if they trying to get with men or not. You know, I don't want marriage. I want his money. Who cares about that? Because that's not going to be anything longevity at all. But it still needs to be pushed marriage, regardless if they want to hear it or not. Eventually, they will, you know, want this marriage because of their outcome, right? So as they get older, they're gonna see, okay, well, this is not the life that I actually really want, because they're gonna be pretty miserable being, you know, by themselves, you know, or even hanging with their friends. They thinking that being with their friends forever. I got my best friend, when we all know that best friends don't last forever. Hell, friendships don't even last forever.
Well, they die.
So,
People
and
die.
I understand people keep talking about, oh, we could get a divorce. Yeah, but you could have fixed that. There's a lot of situations where people got divorced and they should have never been divorced, right? There's people that divorce for cheating, right? Because someone got someone pregnant, right? That's acceptable. Okay, cool. But there's people divorcing over the silliest fucking reasons. And it's stupid as hell to me. Like, I even come from a family of divorce. If I tell you why my parents got divorced, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, that shouldn't even be a statistic, but it is, right? So I think we all need to just work better and working on ourselves and working on our skill sets, because the same way that we look at, let me have qualifications for this job that I want. Okay, well, there's qualifications for the marriage that you want, and nobody's actually having them. They're just getting together for necessity or whatever, or they want to have a kid, or, you know, I hear women saying, oh, he has nice hair, he has nice eyes, I need to have a child with that man. And then they don't want to look like a hoe, so they get married to him. Or they want to have a big ass wedding and have, you know, fancy cars or whatever the case is, but they could do that better with another person. They getting married for the wrong reason. So I think we just need to help them understand that's not what marriage is about. It's not about those things. So
well, yeah, and that sounds really nice, but it's just never going to happen. It doesn't. It won't, because here's the thing. If women really wanted to be married, we'd be virgins on our wedding night. And so if she left the first boyfriend for the husband or whatever, it's like, what's going to stop her from leaving for the next one?
Yeah,
Nothing.
But you know, Pearl, I understand what you're saying. All of us should be virgins before we get married, but you already know that's not being taught. That doesn't mean that does not mean that people cannot get married.
Oh,
people
no, it's taught. It's taught.
They're teaching, get birth control, have a condom. Why is that even available? We know for money, right? Consumers, cool. Yeah. But at the same time, this is what they're giving to women. Yeah. So they're going to say, oh, yeah, I can have sex. Cool. I'm going to do both.
I don't like that line of that thought process, because if we constantly blame the school system and we say women are doing this because we're taught it, it really takes accountability off of the women. If you weren't a virgin on your wedding day, you did it because you wanted to throw it back. You know what I mean? Like, you did it because you wanted to have sex. Like, let's cut the bullshit. It wasn't because they gave you. No, it wasn't because they gave you condoms at school. It was when women have sex. No, come on. Like, now you're gonna blame the teachers. You're an adult. Be an adult.
I didn't say that was all of the reason. I'm saying that contributes to it. So obviously it starts with the household. But what household that you know is that parents are teaching their kids to not have sex?
I came from a Catholic school, so they did teach us not to have sex, and everyone.
I was in a Catholic school as well.
Yeah, so they so you know they throw it back anyway. It doesn't matter if they teach them. Come on. What I would say, the difference is, I knew kids that decided to wait till they were I knew people that waited till they were married and they were not raised religious, but that woman had the character. It wasn't the school's fault. It wasn't. If a woman wants to do it, she'll do it. But most women don't.
Women are born hoes.
Kinda, yeah. I mean, that's what we've shown is when women get the freedom to be anything.
I don't think the word isn't hoes. The word is like everybody desires sex. Everybody wants to have sex. Everybody's sexual.
Why can't it be hoes? Why y'all triggered by hoes? Why you can't just call a spade a spade?
I mean,
because when I think of the word hoe, it requires multiple partners, excessive promiscuity. I think a girl that has a boyfriend at like 17 and like had sex with them and like stayed with them for like some years, and that was her only sexual partner, and then she got like one more boyfriend at like 22, that's not a hoe. We're not gonna just say that because she desired sex that's a hoe. But that's not a hoe. She had hormones like everybody else.
Unrealistic talking about women in 2025.
Pearl said that women have freedom. We have freedom. That's the key word. Freedom,
Yeah,
right?
but can
We
we
have
be
freedom
honest
to do
here?
these things.
Yeah, can we be
That's the
honest though?
problem.
Most women aren't having sex with 2-3 guys. Like
Right.
most, that's
It's
not
more
really
like,
normal.
I think the
so
number's like 50 for a
Yeah.
20-year-old. I mean, they did the stat on that. It's like really high.
we don't know. Women will always lie about that. So there's no
stat for that, lady.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Let's
I feel like even our grandparents were having sex before
They were.
they got married.
They
We
totally
just didn't
were.
know about that.
Yup.
They
Yup.
got married to somebody. You know
They
what
just
I'm
were
saying?
throwing
Like,
it
they
back.
were
If
even
marriage was like 20, then they're throwing it back at 16, 14.
There
You know
were
what I
a
mean?
lot of people in earlier
were
generations
19,
that are
18,
literally
getting
their
married, but
only
they were
reason for
already
being married is because they had to face the consequences of having sex.
Correct.
They got
correct.
pregnant,
Yeah.
so then they got married.
Yup.
A lot of people that we
Yup.
know in the older generation aren't married because they were like, oh yeah, let's go get married.
Not
They were
mine.
married because their parents forced them into it because they were pregnant.
You just don't know
First
that,
of all,
lady.
I want to debunk some myths because number one, with all this gray hair, I'm obviously older than everybody on the panel. They were not getting married as teenagers in high numbers back then. The average marriage back then was between 21 and 24. I have great uncles and great aunties who still alive, still married to the same person. They did not get married underage. Nobody had kids out of underage at all. My aunties was in their 20s after they were married. They got married to build a legacy. So it has nothing to do with it. That is a small percentage of people that we
That's
keep
your experience.
No, that's
and
the
your family might be the small
That's
percentage
the
of people.
stat. If they were
Well,
never having
if she was
My
there,
grandmother got married at
Hold on,
19.
y'all. Hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. They were never having babies as teenagers in high numbers.
We didn't say in high
Hold
numbers.
on. I'm from that group. I had kids as a teenager. It wasn't many of me, even in the Gen X age. We weren't having kids as teenagers in high numbers. We always made a small percentage, and they weren't getting married in high numbers back then under the age of like 21. It was a small, you can go look it up. I don't care how you do the stat, but it did not happen in high numbers. Okay, so when you put out something, you're talking about a small percentage of people that did that, but you're trying to make it seem like all those people just getting married and having sex. They were not getting together in the.
We said they was having sex before marriage, lady.
So y'all basically saying that women are the problem.
Were having sex before marriage and they just got married. That's what we said. And Bougie was saying they usually got pregnant and needed to get married, and that's why a lot of them were.
They didn't even usually do that. They got married first.
They were already having sex. And that
was a smaller percentage of women who were doing that. It wasn't the majority of women were not getting married because they were pregnant.
No, were they having sex? That wasn't my question. I said, were they having sex? Because the beginning of the argument was that girls
some were not. Some were not. A majority of them were not. We gotta stop putting out false narratives.
A majority of what wasn't having sex.
I wasn't there. You weren't there to speak on that. What about your freaking generation? What the fuck y'all doing? And
you just did.
Why are you so angry about it?
Why you so mad?
Why are you so angry about it?
In the older generation, that's what I'm complaining about.
Why are you so angry about it though?
Your generation and our generation
is that it's social media. I'm trying to get my point across. Y'all keep over talking me.
I haven't over talked you at all.
Okay, did I say you?
Like you, why did you like get so defensive?
Well, I gotta look at incentives.
I'm not mad.
It's okay.
I gotta look at incentives here, and I just think there's no incentive. No offense, and respectfully, there's no incentive for older women to be honest about hoeing. There's no incentive. So, like, why
at all?
Honest, you
they
know,
love to make it seem like they're saints.
Yeah, like,
that's what I'm saying.
And they have all the answers. Older women having all the answers, but being divorced, being part of baby mama culture, being a part of all of the problems that they say that the younger generation are, as if they have all the answers, is diabolical. It's crazy. It's crazy.
That's a lie. Most of us hold ourselves accountable. I've always held myself accountable for my past, so we can cut that fuckery out right there.
Accountability doesn't have anything to do with you made the mistake. No. Let me clarify my statement. I didn't say you weren't accountable. I didn't say you weren't accountable. I said I didn't say you weren't accountable, Lady O. I said you were a part of the failure. You're a part of baby mama culture. You're a divorcee. You are a part of the failure we're talking about. But you think that you have all the answers.
The being a divorcee does not mean I was a failure, sweetheart.
It means you failed. It means you failed. You're not his wife anymore. Now you're his baby mama. You're not his wife no more. Now you're his baby mama. That's it. Being an ex-wife don't make you special. It means you lost.
What are you talking about? I know
being an ex-wife doesn't make you special. It means you lost.
No, I did not.
You lost.
I'm a winner, baby. You're not on my level. You know
you lost.
Never will be.
You are not a wife no more. You lost. Lady Di's a wife. I'm a wife. Ty's a wife. You lost.
Who sleep with women. Baby, you've been a
you
wife for
pop
4
shit.
years, baby.
You pop shit, but you're not a wife no more. You're just a baby mama. That's crazy. That is crazy to me. A wife having a discussion with an ex-wife, and you're trying to tell me what it is and what it isn't. You lost. You lost. Why would I take advice from somebody that lost? The two women next to me could give me a lot more advice because they rolled the dice and won.
We get
you
it.
lost.
Okay, so let's go one at a time. We'll allow y'all to duke it out, but y'all gotta at least let each other speak one at a time.
That's so nice.
I just felt like somebody needed to say it because nobody ever tells this lady that she lost the game.
Laisha,
we can only hear one person at a time. We gotta make sure.
I've never been with a woman. You ain't been married 10 years, baby. You only been married.
Lady O.
Laisha, listen to me.
We can only hear one person at a time. Let's try and be respectful enough to get the whole point out. Whatever y'all say to each other is whatever y'all say, but at least let that person get that point out so we can move to the next person. Leo, did you want to finish your statement?
Yes, I do. First of all, just because someone, because put like this, most marriages won't even last 30, 40, 50 years. That's never been on paper. We got to stop this acting like every marriage gonna last 50 years. Some people gonna die or divorce. That's just how it goes. Every relationship ends. And yes, I am part of the divorcee, but guess what? My kids turned out great. And baby, you've been married 4 years. I was married 10.
Your kids have to do with your relationship.
And because they still turned out great in whatever situation I'm in. But I'm gonna tell you this. You
mothers make great kids too.
What are you showing your children? What are you showing your children as a woman who claims she married, but you still go out here and live with cootie cats? Because at the end of the day, you
sound crazy.
It's a good upbringing at all. You're not showing them no stability in the house.
I'm showing them my sex life. Is that what you're insinuating? You sound retarded. Were you fucking your husband in front of your kids? Were you fucking your husband in front of your kids?
Women, baby.
No, you weren't. So how the fuck would somebody know what you're doing in the bedroom?
Your kids know, baby.
Don't make it make sense. Make it make sense. But you know what? I get why you would think that. Because at 15, when you have a baby, you probably had a baby on your hip all the time and didn't have a support system. So like, you probably couldn't do nothing. I get it.
Baby, I get it. Graduated, went to college.
We pissed you off today.
You are so way off.
Like, that's crazy.
Hold on, hang on. So now y'all not having a conversation. Y'all are trying to Y'all are trying to throw ad hominem attacks. Y'all not actually having a conversation.
It's not an attack.
Nobody knows whoever did whenever they had a baby. So let's just move the conversation forward. I think Boheen wanted to interrupt, and I think Sweeney wanted to
support.
And I think Sweeney wanted to go next or whatever.
That's why we could learn.
Sweeney, you want to
had a divorce.
Okay, because he got it like.
Yes, what not to do. You're absolutely right. What not to do.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Nice
try. But you're not on my list.
Like I said,
bring it down. Let's chill.
But you making it seem like
a new question, and we could take it to both.
You're not on my level.
Take it to both. Okay, lady,
you never have, you never will.
Y'all, both of y'all mute up for a second. We'll come back to y'all after y'all cool down. Bo, do you think that sexual freedom has been beneficial or harmful to women? And then Lady Di, Ty, and
Damn, what about me, nigga?
Can I go first? I gotta handle something. I'm sorry, Bo. Say it again, real quick.
Do you think sexual freedom has been beneficial to women?
Damn.
Or detrimental?
Why you can't just say sexual promiscuity?
Well, the answer obviously is no, because I believe in a 2-parent household, because the kids need both parents. They need two different sides of the world, the brain. You can't get everything from a lady. You can't get everything from a man. And I'm tired of hearing people say that this could happen and it's successful. It's not. These kids are lacking things today from having single parent household, whether it be the man is raising the kids or the female raising the kids. I don't give a damn. Men who raise their kids by themselves, that boy or that child that they're raising is going to lack the sense of how to love and all this stuff, love properly, how to nurture and all these things. And then the women who are raising these boys or these girls without a father, they're lacking the sense of logic, right? Logical reasoning, and they have too many emotions going on. So you need a balance in the house. That's what I'm saying. Balance comes from having two parents in the house. So the sexual liberation is just basically saying I could go have sex with whoever I want, and there's no repercussions for it. I can delete my child. I can either be on birth control for 20 goddamn years, which is harming yourself, or, I could just hand my child off for adoption. I could give my kid to my grandparent. Like, that's not helping the kids. Everything is about self. What's wrong with making it more, we talking about household earlier. Worry about your own household. So you're not worrying about your own household at all. You're actually fucking over your household by keep thinking that you could just have sex and nothing's going to happen. Sex was made to have children. I do understand it's a pleasure with that, but sex was made to have kids. That's the whole point of it. So that's why they created these condoms and these birth controls to help us eliminate it. And they created the Plan Bs. But that's not what it's for. It's made to keep having kids and populating the world. So I'm saying that this sexual liberation should be, you should be sexually liberated in your marriage. That's it. Not just having sex with anybody that you want to. That makes no sense. And it seems like the women are the problem in this whole conversation. It's all about what women want to do. They want to open their legs. Remember, and if we keep our legs closed, none of this shit would be happening. All these issues that we're talking about, it won't be happening. I don't care what man wants to have sex with you. If you keep your legs closed, then we would be fine. But it seems like women just want to open their legs and we was born hoes. That's what it seemed like. And basically fuck marriage and we can just do whatever we want. That doesn't help anything. It destroys the world.
So, Lady Dot, it sounds like you're very passionate about this.
Darwin.
Bohem, interrupt when you want to. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm passionate about it.
The only reason why I was asking that is because it sounds like you're like the if you listen to this panel, you and I think Dr. Lady O, maybe Todd, are like the last of a dying breed that's trying to continue to make that push. But I think it's safe to say that the reason why you're doing it because you've probably figured out, maybe based off research, maybe based off your experience, that still pushing the envelope on marriage and nuclear family is the best or optimal position for people in society as far as success or outcomes when it comes to economics, overall well-being of a particular demographic or group. And that's what it sounds like to me, and I think that's the reason why you're doing it. But then you have some people.
It's better to do things together because ain't nothing successful with just one person. We already know billionaires have a team. It's not just, oh, I became a billionaire by myself. That does not happen. You have people working for you. You have people giving you wise advice. You have people loaning you money, whatever it is that's helping you get there. You don't do shit by yourself. You got viewers, you got fans. All of that stuff is by a team of people. There's no way in the world you're going to get anything solo. And no one wants to live by themselves solo. They're going to have a big ass house by themselves. That sounds silly. You're going to travel the world by yourself? Okay. And then when you die off, you're just going to give all your money to just random strangers the whole time? No, you should give it, passing it to somebody and letting stuff keep living on. If we keep deleting all of these things that could make the world keep growing, because that's how we got here. The world was growing, right? Ain't nobody was saying they didn't want to have no kids back in the day and they stopped having fucking kids. No, even if they wanted to, the shit wasn't available. We're here because everybody was populating. So if we stop populating because people just want to have sex with your husband or your wife.
Yeah, but the challenge is you got to look at what women want. Women want. I was told I could.
Someone else wants to talk.
I was told I could go off.
And I was asked a question before you got back. So
what?
I was asked.
Oh, sure. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So my whole thing is, the question was about sexual liberation. Sexual liberation has nothing to do with having babies. Having babies and being a single mother or a couple is completely aside from sexual liberation. Having sex does not always equate to having babies.
But it does.
It is
Stop the lying. It does. How many baby mamas are out there?
Okay. The question was about sexual liberation. Sexual liberation. Okay. Go ahead.
Because you about to say some bullshit. That don't make no sense what you trying to say. Sex don't equal babies.
Hold on. Let me.
Now let Bo talk.
Wait.
Hold on, Bo. Let me press pause.
Hold on, Bo. I got you, Bo. I got you. Bo, hold on.
God damn.
Because I ain't never cussed at nobody.
Bo,
and y'all finna baby.
Lady Di. This is a panel, right? You gotta let her get out her thought before you rebut it. You can't shut down her thought just because you think that you're gonna disagree. We have no issues with you disagreeing with what she's about to say, but you gotta let her say it. You can't stop her and say what you about to say is some bullshit, so therefore we're gonna walk right over it. Let her say it, then mic back on you. You can rebut it and give your own opinion on it. But we got to allow people to respect to be able to get their thoughts out. Because that's how y'all wind up arguing with each other and going back and forth. And now we can't hear none of y'all. So go ahead, Bo.
I'm sorry.
Here's my thing. And I don't want to answer the question no more. Because I don't come up here and disrespect nobody. I don't come up here just arbitrarily interrupting nobody. And I don't want that done to me. Because if you want disrespect, I can dish it out. I got plenty of it. But I come with respect first.
Ooh.
And if you set the tone and if you set the precedent, then now we disrespecting people, we can do it. But I want to respect you. I came with disrespect. I ain't never said nothing that you said was bullshit. So I would like if you didn't do that to me.
You've been talking behind your breath the whole mic.
No more.
If we replay it, you be talking a whole bunch of stuff with your mic off.
Do not talk to me.
You've been talking a lot of stuff with your mic off. You do know that. And we can see you mouthing. It's the same thing. I just said it out loud. What the fuck is the difference? Nothing. Nothing. So you can answer the question. I didn't stop you from talking. Meaning you can't answer it. I just said what you about to say some BS, but it does not mean that you cannot say what you have to say. People say I say stuff that's BS all the time. That's not gonna stop me from talking.
We're not gonna do it. That's it. That's all. I'm done with you.
Damn. All right, Papaya. You're up next. Ready? Fight.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not fighting with nobody.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
but go ahead. Welcome aboard, by the way.
Thank you.
You know what? Your name sounds familiar. I think you was on TikTok.
The one and only Papaya off of TikTok, for sure.
Whatever.
Yeah. I came up here because my beautiful sister Bo came to visit me. And she actually spoke highly of a few of you, not all of you. I won't lie to you. And so I thought that I would come on, definitely support her.
Oh, hell no. You going to have to tell us who she spoke highly of then.
It wasn't you, friend.
I thank God. Okay. If she speak highly of me, it means I'm doing something wrong.
I would just know she's lying to me, and I feel like our friendship is more than that. But I wanted to interject. I came in a little later and a little past the conversation. It was about the generations that engaged in what they would consider debauchery because it's a younger generation. I wanted to circle back to that. I have a lot of beautiful matriarchs in my family, beautiful women, pioneers. But I would definitely say learned behavior started from them, good and bad. But I think the biggest issue that I have is that they don't want to acknowledge the bad behavior that they passed down to us. And sometimes that bad behavior is done from their survival and their trauma. And they don't even know it's bad behavior. And then they get older and they see us do it. And they're like, we didn't used to do that. And it's like Freaknik specifically was a time, right? And I think when older women fail to acknowledge the part that they played in the bad behavior, it makes the younger women of my generation and Gen Z, feel like they can also lack accountability for the things that they do. And I think fixing behavior start at like acknowledging that they are perpetuators of bad behavior. Because not all older women, but I definitely see older women behaving in ways that I would find distasteful. But if you ever brought it up to them, they would be like, no, I don't do that. But they're the ones wasting money on men, younger men, being side women, being happy with that, chasing after married men. They baby mamas too. And it's just walks of life. And so I think I would just wanted to interject on that conversation. I just wish older women would acknowledge their parts. And so we can all start to bridge the gap respectfully. But when you constantly hear, no, not me, never, it's like, okay, well, you're delusional and that's okay. People
Right.
are allowed to be
I
delusional.
do
I
want to
let
answer
people be
that.
delusional in their
Yeah, I
own
do
way.
want to answer that because I am older and I can concede to what you're saying. You
Is
know,
the audio cutting out just for me or is it cutting out for everybody? Because I
it's
don't
fine.
hear, I see
Just
someone
for you.
talking.
Oh, that's me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
That's a hate crime.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I
I
can
seen Lady
concede
O
to that.
talking, but I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, I can concede to part what she's saying. There are some older women who are not, you know, they are not correcting their traumas. Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't think Papaya can hear you. She might have you blocked.
I had
I don't have her blocked. I don't. This is like my
know.
first YouTube live. I don't have
I
her
can
blocked.
concede to
What
part
happens is the screen refreshes for me,
Yeah.
and then I'll hear people. Like I hear Darwin. I'll hear someone else speak. See if I can hear y'all.
I had to go in and out when it happened to me earlier. That's why I kept switching.
Hey,
devices.
Papaya babe.
Can you
How you doing?
Can you hear what I'm saying?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
You can't hear Dr. Lady O though, right?
No, I just see her moving.
You got her blocked.
She got me blocked.
You got her blocked. God damn.
No, because it was like that with Bo, and I didn't hear Bo, and then I hear her laughing now. When the screen refreshes on my end, I will hear her.
Yeah, I see what she's talking about. But I can concede to part to what she's saying. Right. There are some older women, but let me just say it wasn't a majority of women going to Freaknik. People like me was in salons making money. But I will say that we can only hold ourselves accountable for what? It's only so much we can do. If we're not raising our children to be better versions than us, then we're doing ourselves a disservice. We are. I can't tell you how to act as a younger woman because I don't know you. You're not in my household, but I can teach my sons to be husbands, which they are. I can teach them that, which the dad did. So we did our part through our children. We should have. But I can be honest with you, I didn't raise, and I'm glad a woman spoke of this earlier today. I did not raise my kid with trauma. I did not sit down and tell my kids stories of things that I did back in the day. I just raised them to be better. That's it. Sitting around saying, well, somebody touched me when I was young, or somebody, and I never spread that trauma to them. That's not their responsibility. Your trauma is your responsibility. So we don't have to teach you anything but better. That's it. That's it. You know, so the thing is, we can only teach you so much because at the time you got to understand your kids are going to come for you too. Okay? Because there's always going to be something that you did not do. That's just life. We feel like our parents didn't have to do something. They thought that the silent generation didn't have to do something. Your kids are going to come for you. Because you only know what's going on now. You only function in the now. You don't know what's going to happen 10, 20, 30 years when your kids are also grown saying, hey, mom, because times have changed. And they can be like, well, hey, my mama didn't teach me this, or my mama and my dad didn't teach me this. They're going to come for you too. It's not about us, Gen X or silent generation or baby boom messing up stuff. Every generation go after the previous generation.
And I have to leave, not to cut you off, but I really can't hear you.
Okay.
And so I want to have the conversation.
No,
I
go
can't
ahead.
hear. So I'm going to leave and then come back and I hope it's fixed.
Yeah, I had that issue earlier. That's why I kept dropping out earlier. But I just want to let y'all know every generation going to come for the previous generation. I don't care who you are. They're going to have some questions for you. But I will say to minimize that is to not raise your kids in your traumas. In your traumas. That's where the abuse comes from. That's where the come from.
I mean, not Lady. I'm sorry, Dr. Lady O. But can't you understand how it's rare for a woman to be able to even though she may have not succeeded at certain things or things transpired in your life, you're still able to hold the line and say, hey, look, marriage, all of these things that people are seeking after, it's still good to go after them. Versus the women who become jaded.
Well,
say,
because my kids saw a 2-parent home, and although me and my ex-husband parted ways and he remarried, he'd been married 20-something years, they saw the best co-parenting relationship between us. I never alienated him. I never said he could never see his children. I don't care if he couldn't pay child support. That was not the problem, because I knew his time was going to suffice everything in raising kids. That was the best for me. They did not see that. Even now, me and my ex-husband, we talked for Father's Day for what, an hour and a half, laughing and joking, talking about how hot-headed we was when we were young and married. That's what we built. So that's why when people say you're a failure, baby, I'm nowhere near a failure, because I have corrected whatever issues that I did when I was younger. Trust me.
But just because you failed at it doesn't mean that you can't.
Yeah, it doesn't mean
here's
I don't have
I have with that
ex-husband.
Because I missed some of what you said, Lady O. But the gripe that I have with that, and I will include you in this, Darwin, is that we give so much forgiveness when we feel like we can relate to someone's failures, but when someone who we can't relate to their failures, we have no room for forgiveness. Because while what Lady O said was great, I also know that salons were messy and they gossiped in salons and they gave bad advice in salons like they did barbershops.
That was some, though,
and
yeah.
I also know that the older generation they may not have sat down and be like, oh, I was touched as a child, but they oftentimes protected the uncles that were touching the children that they were supposed to protect. So when we're having this conversation, the reason that I feel like this conversation lacks a lot of dishonesty, and not towards you specifically, we're even it's saying like, oh, it wasn't the majority of women at Freaknik. Freaknik wasn't filled by majority of men.
Oh, for sure.
It was women up there with 5-6 hands down their shorts living their best life. And it's okay that you don't tell your daughter, go do that. But we're also not telling our children to be mentally capable of even handling marriage. Because when we're preaching marriage, but we're preaching it in a way where it's a broken foundation, that does more harm. Because why are we telling children to get married? And whether or not they know what a 2-parent household looks like, do they even know what it means to regulate their emotions? Do they know what it means to go through the nuances of that?
For sure. I will say this. I have a son that's been with his wife for 15 years. I have a son been with his wife for 13, and another been with his for 8. I think I did a damn good job. So, and I hear what you're saying, right? This is why I say you don't raise your kids through your traumas. That's why I specifically said that. I did not tell my kids things that I've gone through as a child because it wasn't their business. My business was how am I going to raise them to be better versions of the things that I did, or their father, period. It has nothing to do with them. And and my kids are in their 30s. One is pushing 40. So
the reality is it didn't work because your generation pioneered single motherhood and low marriage rates. And we have to be honest about it. It did. And when we're not honest about it, because you're taking it like I was a great mom, and I'm not taking that away from you. I don't know you. But the reality is the children that were ushered in under you, and then the children ushered in under them, are what?
Hold on, baby. I did the research on that. I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna stop you right there. Gen X, the millennials were born to baby boomers. We already cleared that up. Gen Xers had no problem. Those are not our children unless you had hold on, because I'm not done. Unless you had kids as teenagers like me, which is only 16. It was only 16%. It was on 16 out of like 1,000 of us. It wasn't a lot of us having babies as teenagers. Go look it up. Okay?
Hold on, Lady O. Hang on, Lady O. You should have never let her do that to you.
What?
You found a way to have outcomes and results to substantiate your position, and you let her swing you back into the general stats. You built the foundation on the results of your children. So it's safe. You should argue that it's safe to say that the women that Papaya is trying to perpetuate or talk about clearly didn't do the things that didn't speak the truths or the guidance into your young boys the way you did. Society is not doing that, and you're doing something different. I think you need to hold on to that and champion the fact that you actually have the results and outcome that most mothers want their sons to have, and not try to get sucked back into the general statistics, because it's a losing battle. You can win on your own results, and I think you should just stand on that.
That's true, because I mean, this is, and I'm gonna go back to something I said earlier. Every generation is going to come for the previous generation. It's going to happen to you. Don't act like your kids are not. Bo, you wouldn't know that because you don't have kids to know. So, you know.
Okay, and that's rude of you to say. No, because you don't even know her
Bitch,
situation.
please.
What you should be doing, because you've lost your goddamn mind.
What
That's where
the
you go.
what is
You've lost your
happening right
fucking
now?
mind.
Hold
Why
on,
the fuck
because
was that
hold on.
necessary?
Keep going
That
shots
was
at
rude of
people.
you to
That's
say.
why.
That was
Excuse
rude
me.
of you to say. You don't even
Excuse
know
me.
history.
Lady O, let me tell you something.
You ain't gotta tell me nothing.
Don't,
You're not but a big old crowd.
don't,
You act like an 18-year-old girl.
And you act like a
okay, that's
bitch.
fine. I'm
Year-old,
okay.
say
So
whatever you
here's the
want.
thing. Don't bring up me and
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
children.
whoa. Did
No,
I
you
just
Don't
hear
can't
do
bring
big
that.
shots
words?
at me and tell
That's
me I can't respond to
disrespectful
you, honey.
because you don't
I'm
know
acting
what
like a
my
little kid.
situation with children is.
Okay,
And you are being
okay, whatever.
extremely insensitive as a
Whatever.
woman
Grow up,
to
Bo.
bring up
Grow
another
up,
woman
baby.
and
Grow
children.
up. Grow up, baby. Because you do it all the time. You are
That's
not a
perfectly
stand on these
fine. But
people's
I
women.
do not bring up
Bo,
women
you
and
are the
children. That is a
worst
very sensitive
diabolical
subject.
hypocrite
And
on
I
these
am
channels,
so
honey.
sorry that if you, out of your 50-something years, have not found any empathy for women and children, especially with the loss of children, that was a very low down
How about
move
you get down and
because
go
you
heal?
have
Go
already
heal,
heard the
baby.
story
Go
about me
heal.
losing my
Go heal.
child.
I said nothing
So
about you
don't do
losing a
that.
child. I said you don't have any kids, and that's a
I
fact.
don't care. You know
Okay,
I
well,
don't have
girl,
any
what you
kids,
gonna
and
do
you know I
about
don't
it?
have any kids
What you gonna
because
do
I
about it?
lost
So
my
what?
son.
You
So
be
You
asking
know
what
that.
somebody gonna
Whoa,
do about it
whoa.
is
You
crazy
know
at
that
that big ass
everyone,
She lost
age.
her.
everywhere I go, knows that
you
I
shut
lost
up, go
my
eat some coochie
child.
or something.
And you to bring
Hold
up
on,
my
wait.
child, for
Nobody
you
brought
to
up your
bring
child.
up
Who
the
brought up
fact
you
that
not
I don't
having
have
any?
any
She needs
children
to go.
Go somewhere
specifically,
and heal, baby.
you
Okay, look.
Go
did
heal.
that
She needs to
in
go.
order to take a
All right.
dig at me. And I don't know what your problem with me is today, but I've done nothing to you. Not one thing have I said to you. I have not interrupted you. I have not spoke down on you. I've not spoken to you at all, really. And for
Oh,
you
you
to
always
do that,
after taking shots
that was
under that
extremely
mic. So cut it out,
insensitive.
honey.
All right, look. Let's
Okay, ladies.
You know,
And
scared, baby. Grow up,
congratulations
baby.
that
Grow
your
up,
keep
Bo.
this
sons
Grow
have
up,
made
Bo.
it to their
quiet
adulthood,
Yep,
down,
and
but
I'm very
mine did
grateful.
not.
That's your fault.
Yeah, can you
Fuck
mute
out
both
of
It's
here.
mics?
not her fault.
Mute the
That's
mic.
really fucking crazy of you to say.
That's cool.
She's
That's
talking
You
about the
fine.
know what's
loss.
quite
You know
Hold
whose
interesting?
on,
fault it
hold
was?
on,
It
hold
was
on.
a
Can you
man's
mute the mic
fault.
so I can
It
get
was a man's fault that he
just
woke
mute
up
me
that
because I'm
morning
not in that
and
show right now.
thought that he should shake the shit out of my
Because you
child.
let him in the child's life.
I
You
don't give
did
a
that
fuck.
shit.
That's not my
Mute the
fault.
accounts there.
Well, look.
Stupid
Let's
asshole
try to
lady.
recenter the conversation. Nobody
Let's not
wants.
Thank
try. I don't
you.
want to
Because
be a
you
part of
know
no
you
conversation
left
with
a
her
man
in it.
around. You let
I
that
don't want to
man
be a part of
I
no
ain't
fucking
even do
conversation with
nothing
her
to
in
you.
it.
you let
I did nothing to you.
I don't want to be a
Nothing.
part of no
Look,
conversation with her in it, darling.
look.
Okay.
you
I
When
Gonna
it
did
have
when
to.
it comes
nothing
to
to
when it
Lady
comes to
O.
TBT, you know this is a sensitive subject, y'all. You know
That's
Mm-mm.
crazy.
So look.
as adults, we got to be able to do better than that. Like,
That's
if,
All right.
crazy.
I understand people throwing shots and we throwing shots, but dead relatives, passed
We
away
don't
children,
talk about people's kids on here.
she lost a
No,
child. That
no,
wasn't
no.
my
We don't
point
talk
of
about
saying.
people's kid. Lady O, we don't talk about nobody's
I
kids on
wasn't
here.
talking about her child
You
because that
Yes,
did.
you
wasn't my
literally
point of
No,
did.
saying that
that's
You
earlier.
enough.
just did.
No,
You
I'm
just
not.
Yes, you
did.
Hold on,
did.
wait.
That wasn't
Before
my
y'all
point.
that's
before y'all
too much.
bombard her, if she
That's
said
too
she
much.
didn't do it, let her explain it. If she didn't do it or not.
No,
We
You
don't
know,
want her to
move on.
explain that.
There's
We
no
heard it with our own ears,
explanation.
Darwin. There's no explanation for
What you
that.
gotta go, kitty?
I
Move
get it.
on.
I understand your
We
Again,
don't
position,
want
let's
her to
take
explain
it
shit.
down a peg.
but we have to
Damn,
be
I'm
able
That
to
worried
wasn't
about
settle
my.
the
time.
conversation.
That wasn't my
Ain't nothing
assumption.
to, I got
Already,
kids. Ain't nothing
we
to settle. We
already
talking
hold
about
on.
people losing
We
their
all.
child.
I
We not
already
talking about
know
nobody
that.
losing
That
their
wasn't the
child.
point of what I
Lady
said,
O,
though.
we're not
You're
talking
weird. You're
about
a weird
nobody's
ass for
kids.
Hold
that.
on, wait.
Period.
We
You're a
gotta
weird
have.
ass
We
for
still
We're not
that.
gotta
doing that.
have one mic,
That's
regardless if she was
ridiculous.
wrong or right. We still gotta have have one mic. So, Dr. Lady O, if you said that, can you correct yourself or either apologize?
Saying I already know she lost a child. Well, technically, she don't have kids. She don't. And that's what I'm speaking of.
She's a mother.
Hold on.
Let her finish, and then we'll let Bohemian respond.
Let her finish.
Well, we want to have a
we don't want to have an open dialect about somebody losing a child.
I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand.
That's not right.
We still gotta have
no middle ground for that, Darwin. There is right and there is wrong. And her talking about Bohem losing a child is wrong.
We still have a show to run.
Angry.
We still have a show to run.
Because that pissed me off. You don't talk about people's children passing away.
We don't. We get it.
Anything about that.
You literally did.
She don't have kids. She don't.
She's a mother.
But
But
when I hear the statement come out of your damn mouth that said that's your fault, Boheme,
You cannot
let
force
that man in
people
that
to
house
own up to
watch.
something that if she says she didn't say it, let her explain what she said so
She
we can get
brought
an
that shit up
understanding.
first.
And if she
This is
said
the
it, then she should
tackiest shit I've ever
apologize.
fucking
But what we
seen,
can't
to
do
let
is
somebody
keep
try and defend themselves about
Rosie. We
talking about
cannot. We
somebody's
still have to
child.
have a show. We
Like,
cannot have
you're
one
trash.
mic. If she said it, she should apologize. What did you say, Dr. Lady O? Clarify what
What
you
I
said.
said earlier, I was talking to, I think it was Papa Cita, whoever, and I was saying that, but it was something that Bo, she always doing her thing. I said, and she don't, the thing is, my kids are older. Our kids are older, period. I know she lost a child. It was not being sensitive towards that, but she don't have kids to understand. I'm just saying, it's just the reality of it all. Currently, she don't have kids right to know. This is a process of life that some of us have to go through. I was not taking shots at you and you losing a child. I know you lost a child. I've never said anything negative towards that. But the reason why I went there to say that about the man, because you kept coming at me and you said it was not your fault. It was a man that came around. He shook the crap out of her. That's when I said that's a man that you allowed around your child. Well, that was way
that's your fault.
That is your fault. You let that man around your child.
And she doubled down on it. That's fine.
I'm going
But
to
here's the thing.
So that's what you wanted us to
Hold
listen
on.
to and
Let
hear
her
her
get one
explanation.
mic.
Respond. I need to respond.
She let Boheme respond.
That I did not necessarily think that you were speaking on my child that passed away, but it was insensitive for you to have said that specifically about you ain't got no children. That was insensitive. The reason why I said what I said in response to that was to let you know the seriousness and how sensitive this is for me. And the fact that you, as a mother, I don't know why you're doing this. I don't know why.
Lady O, let her finish.
Let Boheme finish. Let it be one mic.
For you to be two things, a woman and a mother, to not hear me and say that that was insensitive. And it was insensitive because my child is not here anymore. And that's a sensitive subject for me. You doubled down on your insensitivity. And you said that that was my fault, one, but you did not care. So the fact that you could do that and nobody sees you as the problem week after week after week after week, doing these same things to women, cyber slurping men, doing the same things to just abusing women in the face of men. The fact that you could do that as a mother. And then I told you that a man woke up one day and said, this is what I'm going to do to a child. And then you said that that's my fault. Let me tell you something. That didn't make me mad. I do not care that you said that. It was insensitive. It was completely inhumane of you to do that. But that didn't hurt me because I went through decades, 2 decades of therapy to learn on the 22nd year of him being gone that was not my fault. You cannot control what another person does. So for you to tell me to go and heal, I've already done that. That didn't make me mad.
Sweetheart.
What made me mad is the fact that people let you sit up here and do this. So you be well, go with God. Lady O, swear to God, don't never say another fucking word to me.
Don't worry. I don't
one
have no
fucking word.
You.
That's it. That's all for me.
You're a fucking crybaby because you took my words out of its context.
This bitch still sitting up here.
Then you lost a child.
Let her respond. Y'all gotta let them have the conversation.
That was not my initial point as to bring up a child, but you don't have kids right now. That's a fact. And the way you act, sometimes you act like you know it all, and you don't. You don't want to continue to block that on. I know you have a child that's lost. I have a sick child. I'll get all that. Do what you want.
All right, Pearl, you ready to jump in there?
Hold on, Papa. See, this ain't got nothing to do with you.
The conversation was between me and you. You brought her in
don't
it.
know
That's
you,
what
man.
Can we
I'm
just
trying
stop
to have a
fighting? Can we
conversation about,
just
right?
Go
Because
ahead,
we're gonna
Pearl.
move on. We're gonna move on from. I'm not trying to. We're gonna move on from both. The conversation was between me and you. The comment was crazy. If we're talking about accountability, this is the lack of accountability. The examples being shown because God, like, I'm thankful that I have a mother in my life. I have parents that love me and that teach me and guide me, and I have other women in my life, older women who can show me. Because God forbid I was able to be influenced by such vitriol. Me and you were having a conversation about older women not taking accountability for their parts that they play into the younger women who came after them. And then you wanted to bring up stats, and Darwin said, don't do that. Just bring up your anecdotal experience. And instead of sitting with that, you brought Bo in it. Is no one seeing the insane like pathway that took? We were literally having a conversation about an anecdotal experience on how she
But
raised her
can
children,
we
which was
just
beautiful.
stop? Like,
Right,
can we just stop? I get it. You don't
No,
like.
Pearl, we
Okay,
can't
Pearl, shut
stop.
up.
You can
You guys
stop.
like.
Shut up, Pearl, shut up.
I know, but
Shut
you
up.
guys like.
Shut up, Pearl.
You got.
Shut up.
I mean, you got like.
Shut up.
You've been
Shut up.
talking.
You
You've
shut
been
up.
going.
Shut up.
Like,
I just got up here
why
less
are
than
you
20
so
minutes ago.
angry?
Shut up.
Why are you so
Your ass
angry?
look like Stephen Miller.
Like,
Shut the fuck up talking to me.
Why are you so
Because
angry?
I just got up here like 20 minutes ago and you're
Why are
not
you
angry
like?
because your teeth
I know,
leads over your chin. Shut
but
up talking to
you
me.
don't have
Shut
to
up
be
talking
rude.
to me. Shut
Like,
up. I
what's the
do.
deal?
Because I was in the
What's the
middle of
deal?
one mic, right, Pearl?
What's the
I know
chill
you chew your
out?
chin at night. Shut up.
Chill out.
Shut up.
Are you done?
Shut
Are you
up.
done?
I won't be done
Are
until
you
you shut
done?
up. Shut up.
Are you just gonna
Shut
keep
up. Shut up.
going?
Shut up.
It's just
Shut
you
up.
know.
Shut up,
I
Pearl.
just feel like all you
Shut
guys
up,
are
Pearl.
doing.
I know
All you
you
guys
can
are
bite your
doing.
knees standing up, but shut up.
All you guys are
Shut
doing
up,
is just like
Pearl.
saying you
Shut
don't
up.
like her. I
Shut
get
up.
it.
Shut
Like,
up.
Okay,
can we
look.
move on and
Shut
go to the
up,
topic?
Pearl.
Let Pearl respond to you,
No,
or
I was in
you.
the middle of talking. Pearl can shut up.
Okay,
I know, but
finish.
I
Okay,
know,
hold
but you
on.
guys are
Finish.
never gonna
Pearl,
end.
shut
You're just
up.
gonna
They
be
Pearl,
pay my
like,
Pearl,
bills so I
shut
can
up.
feel less.
it's
They don't got
never gonna end.
they not making my Range Rover payment. They not paying my bills. They not
So
doing
back to
anything.
We
what I
get
was
it. You got a
saying. This
raggedy
is a
ass
prime
Range Rover.
example
I don't
of the
care.
lack of accountability. Right. And granted, I came up here to talk about the lack of accountability that the older generations have, and this inability to let the conversation progress towards actually acknowledging that is what I'm talking about. Can you acknowledge that it was a unnecessary jab to
No,
take while
because
me
when
and
I
you
was saying no, because
okay,
we were
and
talking about
that right
kids.
there a part of
No,
the
no,
single
no,
motherhood, the lack of marriages, the debauchery, the unruliness,
baby, that got
the
everything to
lack
do with
of
y'all.
personality, the
Okay.
lack of personable like traits. It all comes from what women were taught by the women that are older than them. This is a
Whatever.
prime
That's
example.
fine.
It is in real time right now happening for me at 11 o'clock. The
Okay.
inability for our elders to acknowledge their
I'm
issues,
not an
and they
elder. I'm
pass
not an
that
elder.
mindset to the younger
You
women.
are.
I'm
These
older
women are
than
not
you.
walking around
Here,
because
go
they just
somewhere.
woke
Don't you
up and
got a coochie
decided
to
to
eat
be
on or
unruly.
something?
They're walking around because they've seen the older generation lack humility and they thought that was the way to do it. So now they do it.
Okay, first of all I hear is a
Thank
bunch
you
of
for
crybabies.
proving my
All I
point.
hear on this panel is a bunch of crybabies, to be honest with you.
I'm
Anyone else can
not.
have the
And
mic, I guess.
Darwin, I have a great question for you,
you are
Darwin.
constantly taking my
How is
words
it
off
that
your
men say
context
they
earlier.
want
You took my
feminine,
Hold on.
words out of
non-combative
you,
women?
context earlier.
you gotta let one at a
You
time.
took
I
my
can
When
answer
they
words out
people,
of
but
want
let one at a
context
time.
feminine and
earlier. I'm gonna let y'all
non-combative
have that.
women, and then she gets on here and she represents literally the exact definition of being combative every time somebody says something that we don't like, but we are
You do
supposed
it
to
too, and you
listen
know.
to. She
And
has
you
the
know.
answers to how to be a wife. Did anybody
I
ever
never
think
said
that
that.
maybe
I
that's
don't even
why she
speak to
got
that.
divorced?
I don't speak to
Because
that.
she is combative as
I don't
fuck?
speak to that. That wasn't
No?
the reason why.
Okay.
That wasn't the
Okay,
reason
because we see
why.
her be combative all the time. All the
Well,
time.
look,
That wasn't the reason why, but I'm gonna let you
I
have
don't.
that.
I'm not sure if you was
So
actually asking me the question or you was.
yeah,
No one
that's the
knows that.
question.
No one
That
knows
that
that.
the oldest person on here, the most combative woman on here, the one that's always disrespecting some damn body, the
In
one
your
that
opinion.
cannot take any type of like criticism or anything, is the woman that keeps trying to tell us, the younger generation, that we're the problem. We need to learn from her. Like,
I never said that.
the
When have
first
I ever
time
said
I've
you need
ever
to learn from
seen
me?
Lady Di
When have
cuss
I
was
ever said you
tonight.
gotta learn
That is
from
the
me?
first time I've seen
When
Lady
have I
Di
ever said you
cuss.
gotta
The
learn from
first
me?
time I've seen Ty cuss is tonight. I think maybe this is the second time I've ever heard Bo cuss, right? So with that being said, out of all all the women up here, the old heifer is the one that keeps wanting to be like she got the answers. The one that's divorced,
you gonna
cussing, and
cook her,
combative.
or are you gonna ask me a question?
She ain't got. She's trash too.
Because if you don't
This
want me
is
in it, I ain't
crazy
gotta
to
be
me.
in it.
Trash too.
This is crazy
She's
to
trash.
me.
on.
We can move on because I'm sure
little
it's not
girl
a
is
question for me.
trash.
But let's get
Do you
let's
not
get
think
other,
that that's combative, Darwin?
let's get other people
That
into
was a
the
question mark.
conversation.
Do you not think it's combative?
I think everybody on here showed some level of combativeness, including Dr. Lady O.
Nobody's perfect.
But I will say this: and let me ask you this. Let me throw a question back at you, Bougie, and then we'll give it back to Pearl.
Mm-hmm.
Who on this panel do you think Dr. Lady O, with her experience and her wisdom, should she listen to?
What wisdom?
I'm just asking you a question.
I answered it. What wisdom?
But that's not
all I've heard this entire time is condescending tone, misogynoir, BS. She's like,
let me
she's
rephrase
in
it.
the dating pool, and I get it because
let me
you're
rephrase
probably
it.
trying to get the approval of somebody.
You can go at her neck. You can go at her neck all you want. I'm not going to stop you. But I'm just trying to get some understanding of why you asking me this. Who on this panel, which women on this panel would she benefit listening to right now?
Probably Lady Di.
That's fair.
She wants to keep aligning herself with somebody that she's nothing like.
So the second part.
I said that though.
Hang on.
I literally said that from the beginning.
Okay, hold on, wait. So the second part of that is what value would Dr. Lady Di give to Dr. Lady O that she don't already have?
Right.
What do you mean? She's not polite. She's not compassionate. She's not caring. She's not respectful. I just named 4 things that Lady Di is.
Far from the truth. That's far from the
truth.
truth.
See, here's the difference. I've never been a hater, so I can give somebody their fucking flowers, but I can also see the forest for the trees.
That's fine. So you didn't see Boheme see Boheme go back and forth with Lady Di on her decorum as far as being polite and letting her speak? You didn't see that?
I did see it. That's my did you miss what I said? The first time I've ever heard Lady Di come out of like poisonous in any sort of way. The first time I've even heard this woman cuss is tonight. That is my entire point. At the first time I met Lady O, she was cussing me out, talking to me crazy. That was now at this point, that's been a month and a half ago. That's her character. That's who she is. That's what she's been.
That was her first. That
Be for real.
The panel started with her. That was false. I heard that whole. We can go back and play that whole time when she and I first had
definitely play it.
It was one.
And a hit dog hollered because I talk about somebody looking old, and then you started responding. If you didn't feel like you looked old, you should have shut the hell up.
So
you
look,
look old too.
That's what you should have did. I was talking about people looking old, and you responded. I didn't say your name. I didn't call you out. That's the difference. Tonight, just now, you literally called out somebody's name, and you literally disrespected somebody to their face. I didn't call you out.
But see, let me tell you what I see. When I listen to Dr. Lady O, yes, she may have said some things. That thing about it being her fault, you can't control what a man is going to do. Me personally, I don't believe somebody just woke up and just decided to be the polar opposite. But I will say this. I think what y'all are showcasing on this panel, the women, is that it's probably going to be impossible for y'all to even take any advice or even listen to the women that came before you, especially if they got a different position or outlook or perspective on how things are supposed to be in society. And this is probably where y'all are losing each other generation by generation. You'll never be able to connect with the women before you who went out and failed, or whatever y'all want to call it, based on Dr. Lady O, who went out and got the experience and is coming back to report to say, hey, it's best if you move this way because of X and Y, Z. Look what happened to me. But instead of y'all looking at her story as something to lean on, to move forward and try to have the outcomes, y'all are using it against her. So it's going to be impossible for a woman who came over here that seasoned her experience to open up and be vulnerable and share with you what happened to her.
Darwin.
For y'all to take it and throw it back in her face.
Lady O is old. I'm assuming Lady O is older than me. I think Ty is a little bit older than me.
Hold on.
And I'm listening to them just fine.
Hold on, let me
The only time I have rebuttal is when a disrespectful, disingenuous mammy gets up here and opens her mouth.
Hold on. I need to ask Darwin a question. So I said a question. I think I need to make a statement.
I fear, Darwin, that you would never say that about me.
Say what about you?
Being that I've had those experiences. I've been married and divorced. I've had a child and lost a child. I have experiences. I've had successes. I've had failures. And you would never say that about me.
Why
You
wouldn't
would
I?
say that about Lady O because she aligns with a lot of the things that you say. And because I do not align with a lot of the things that you say, you would never say that about me, even though we have a lot of the same experiences.
Well, let me ask you this, and maybe you might be right. If you and I don't share the same values, does it even make sense for me to tell someone or educate someone on how they should listen to you if I don't even agree with the same ideology or perspective you have on a lot of these topics? It
But
wouldn't
that
make
doesn't mean
sense.
but that doesn't mean that I don't have valuable experiences to share.
I didn't say it. I just said that they don't align. If I believe, for example, if I believe in a hierarchy, I think that's one thing I can point out that we disagree on. I believe in divine order. You don't even believe in, I don't even know if you believe in God, period. So how would it even benefit me? I'm just saying, I don't know. How would it benefit me for to back you or to champion you as a seasoned, experienced woman who's coming back to report to the youth, the young women that are struggling? Why would it even make sense for me to back you on that? I have
Because
to
I
be
can still
authentic. I have to be authentic, regardless if I do like you. I think you're a cool person. We can still be cool with each other and have different perspectives. We can still have a conversation. But I honestly don't believe the ideology and the position on a lot of these topics are conducive for people who want the desired outcome. And the desired outcome is marriage. Now, if they wanted to be single, independent, and equal and beat their chest, woman run the world, then yeah, I would send them your way.
But that
But
doesn't have anything to do with my experiences. Objectively, I can speak objectively about my experiences. Now, when you're talking about what advice would I give them to do, that's another thing. But I have a lot of experiences that I can share, just like Lady O, just like any other woman that's been married and divorced or had kids and
let me
lost.
break it. Let me say this. I have a
Mhm.
fear that if a woman walked up to me, a young woman, that wanted some advice on how she should move and go about being married, if I sent her your way, my fear is that you would speak from your trauma. You would give her advice based on your trauma you experienced.
What trauma do you think I have?
Well, I
But
think
that's not true though.
Sorry, what trauma do you think I haven't worked through?
I'm not saying that you work through it or not, but I'm saying whenever it's
But
when
that
it's
no, that's
time
what you
to,
said.
I'm talking about whenever you have to lead somebody from A to B.
Yeah.
When you're leading somebody from A to B with the shortest path of least resistance, I don't think that you would give sound advice on a person that's trying to
Bo, let me hop in here
have the
really
outcome
quick
of marriage.
because I've actually had the
And this is,
pleasure.
hold on, let me land. And this is just based
He's
on us talking as a group to specific topics and providing solutions to those topics. And I will admit, a lot of your personal experiences that you allowed us that you shared with us have given me a confirmation of bias on my position on how I feel about it as well, to be fair. Had you not told me about your situation, I wouldn't have been able to connect the dots on why you think the way you think because of your past experience. I was able to connect those dots. And I asked a lot of conversations that can confirm it. And they were confirmed on this very platform. So that is why I have the fear. I'm not saying that it can't change. I'm not saying you can't have a different perspective or a different point of view. But right now, at this point, I don't believe you do it.
But that's untrue though. As someone who spent time with Bo, like literally physical time with Bo, and having really serious, I'm married. And some of the advice Bo has given me has definitely leveled me out. And I think what she's asking, right, because you do have confirmation bias, because you may think that your ideologies don't align. But as someone who's had conversations, done the hard work with Bo, and like not hard work on working on her, but hard work on building a foundation of the relationship that we have, I do think that it is a little harmful when you say on this platform with the voice that you have, young people will not respect Lady O's experiences because they don't like what she said, versus saying there are experienced women that has gone through life, that has experienced different obstacles through life, and they've mitigated and they've worked those obstacles in their own paths. And those women have enough range and experiences for like to handle almost any perspective, right? They're older, they're knowledgeable, they're wise. And whether or not I agree with Lady O or the things that she say, I would never sit up here and say she doesn't have the range to have a conversation or understand the depth of what I'm doing. I wouldn't say that because that would be untrue. And so when you put them against each other inadvertently, because that's what you did when you with Bo and O, I think what she's saying is it's okay to say that the women on this panel have the range and the experiences to handle conversations, because they do. You don't have to agree with Bo's experience. That's life, right? I don't agree with the water that you drink. Am I gonna say that you don't have the experience, darling? Because I don't like the water that you drink?
Did I
Makes no
say
sense.
Boheem did not have the experience?
But when you say we're not going to respect Lady O's opinion because of her experiences, right? And then Bo said, well, what about my experiences? Well, I would never tell them to listen to you because we don't agree on everything. We don't have the same ideology. You don't think that perspective can be harmful? Because again, I don't agree with what Lady O is saying.
Right. That's his opinion, though, on how he feel, from what she put out. But I do want to go here because Lapeef is asking me to do something, and I'm definitely going to concede. I'm going to apologize to Boheem. The entire thing was taken out of its context. When I said she didn't have no kids, it has nothing to do with me bringing up her unalive child. That was not what I was doing. It nowhere near. I have a sick child. I get it. That was not. And when it went too far, saying it was her fault, that was out of anger, and that was wrong. That part I should have left alone. I know how she triggers people, and I should have let her be. Honey, stay friends with her. Y'all don't know me like that, okay? You do not know me. I'm a very kind of nice person. I just don't always show it to y'all because I don't have to. You don't know. I'll get the shirt off my back to people. That's just how I am. And I do have people that do listen to me. I have a heck of young people that come to me and listen to me. Actually, they actually like my tone because it's something that their parents are not teaching them. So it's not that people don't listen to me. That's false. But the thing is, too, and we don't ever have to speak again. I'm just doing what Lapeef want me to do, and it's his panel, and I'm gonna respect this panel.
But Dr. Lady O, how much of that did you want to do it for you?
I didn't want to because it was taken out of context. Because it was taken out of context.
The reason why I'm asking you that is because you got to understand they're not going to accept it if they know that you didn't. So when you come up here and you premise your apology saying, I'm doing this because of JR, you got to kind of understand that it's not going to be accepted because you genuinely didn't want to do it. That's
fine.
So I recommend, and I think you should apologize, but I recommend if you do not want to do it, if it's not genuine, you shouldn't do it. It's actually worse. Sure. It's actually worse to apologize when you genuinely don't feel like apologizing.
And the reason why I initially said I did not want to apologize is because the whole entire comment was taken out of its context. The second part was after she took what I said initially out of its context. I know her child. You can't sit up here and say we can't have no talk about children because yours is gone. We cannot do that. And we cannot, and you don't experience child as a 30-year-old. That's a fact. I'm not gonna sit here and say that that's false. You don't know what that's like going through and it wasn't, and hold on, Bo, and it was not trying to put you down at all. I promise you it wasn't. But then that second part, I'm gonna take accountability for. I should have calmed down, and I did it. That I'm gonna take accountability for. And we ain't never I never met this lady and don't ever want to meet her. That's just how it's going to go. But for being on this panel, I am going to apologize for Lapeef and for that second part. But again, it was taken out of its context, the whole entire thing. That wasn't what I meant. I never meant to do that because I knew she told us her story about that. So I'm going to leave that alone.
Okay. So we don't got to go back too far into it. I know we had a whole list of other questions and conversations. Hopefully we can move forward. Apology has been given, and we just need this whole thing to continue to calm down without any back and forth that's instigating any of that. So I think the last question we left off on was the sexual freedom, free women. So the next one I believe was supposed to be, do you think it made women more desirable for men and men more desirable for women with the sexual freedom we both have in this day and age? We start with Trev to Lady Di, and we're just going a row. We're trying to keep them monotone so we can get some, take the pitch down because it's been on 10.
All right, so in essence, you're asking if the sexual freedom or liberation that women have now is it make women more attractive to men?
You can go both ways with it. So this panel can go both ways.
Pause. All right. So I'm going to say for men, it absolutely does make women more attractive sexually, right? But not as far as a wife. Absolutely not, right? Men are always going to be attracted to sex. Men are always going to be triggered by sex. Men are always going to notice sexy women, right? That is pretty much what gets you in the door. Your look, we're visual creatures, physical, whatever you want to call it. We understand that. I think both men and women understand that by now. However, if you don't have anything to offer behind that, then no, we can't possibly consider you for a wife. We would consider you for a jump off, and then likely keep it moving. And that's in general, right? Not me, but I'm just saying that's just how it is. Men just see that when you it's almost like how men try to entice women with the wallet. They'll see that dude for that wallet, and it's the same thing. Right? If that's what you lead with, then that's what your purpose is going to be. When you lead with your sexuality, then that's likely what people are going to see a use for. So that's where I would say with that.
It just makes people.
Hey, hold on. Before we move any further, let me say this. I truly do not, that was not an apology. You said everybody on this panel saw that and can see that and say that was fucked up. Lady Di could say that was fucked up. Ty could say that was fucked up. Papaya could say that was fucked up. Trev said that was fucked up. And White said that was fucked up. Bougie said that was fucked up. All of us on here know that shit was fucked up. And for you to sit up here and say, I'm not gonna, I'm gonna apologize just to appease JR, and not because you said something jacked up to somebody. Unfortunately, we can't have you on the panel with that. So we're gonna have to drop you.
Whoa, Sweeney, really? So we're canceling people now. This is the very thing that we, as a panel, fought against. And now we're canceling each other?
No, I think tonight that might have been necessary because there are a lot of personal jabs that we don't even do on.
So
it was unnecessary. And instead of us acknowledging that and being like, that was wrong. And because as much as this is a space for us to all get off what we want to say, this is also supposed to be a safe space, right? But it's nothing safe about this space tonight. Nothing. And you backing it up and saying, well, we should all be listening to her, it doesn't help it either. Because
let's be clear. I didn't back up the thing that she said. I was only championing the experience and the results she was able to get from her son. So let's not do that.
But I'm just saying that was your instant remark to say after she said what she said. You understand what I'm saying?
I get it.
Didn't make sense. And then, yes, she has knowledge. And it's been times on here where I have agreed with Lady O. I can listen to her. She has knowledge to give, but she also, like we stated with Lady Di, we have to be respectful of everyone on the panel, and we can have a discussion without making it personal to a specific person. You get what I'm saying? And attacking them because you feel that they don't relate, when really Bo wasn't even saying anything. She wasn't even talking to her.
Listen, I understand it. But you got to understand, when you come on this space and you come in any space, person, whatever you return disrespect, whenever the conversation goes into disrespect, you cannot predict or dictate how respect is returned to you. If you slap me in the face and I stab you in the back or stab you in the chest, you can't say, "Oh, you should return." There is no decorum on how you're
That's not
supposed to
true, Darwin.
return
But
respect.
Darwin,
Her
Bo never
saying what she
Well, no,
said took
disrespected
it
Lady
to
O.
another level when she
I
brought
don't
up a
disagree.
child.
Listen, I don't disagree that she went higher, or she may intended to go higher, or if you would have kept her going, she would have aimed even higher.
Like
The only thing
her
I'm saying
saying
is,
anything about us up here as grown individuals, let's take it to the chin, right? The same way we can
that's
all
not
say
what I'm
whatever
saying.
we want about
That's not
grown
what I'm
individuals.
saying.
Saying
That's
something about
not
a
what I'm
child
saying.
that passed away and then pointing the finger, and it was almost like you could see the vitriol in her eyes as if to
I
point at
got it.
Bo
I
and be
understand
like,
that.
ha ha, you. When Bo didn't say anything to her, that was below
I
the
was here.
belt.
I was here just like you. I saw the whole thing play out. You don't
That
have to
was terrible,
What
though,
I'm saying
Darwin.
is, whenever you begin to disrespect each other, you do not know what kind of disrespect is going to flow.
When
That
did
is why
Bo
we. That's why
disrespect
we
her
try
though,
to
Darwin?
push. That is why we push that you do not return. If somebody
When did Bo
disrespect you,
disrespect
you do.
her?
What
I
did
was
Bo
talking
say
to
to her to
Lady O.
prompt her to
Bo
say that
never
to Bo?
Hold
disrespected
on
her.
1 second. I was in a conversation with Lady O about older people having accountability. I brought up free dick, da da da. He then went on this little tangent, and Bo can't relate because so and so. She
Yeah,
wasn't
I,
even
Bo
talking
I
to
never
will.
said
Bo.
anything.
Listen. Hold on. Let me finish. I will grant you that perhaps, indeed,
Perhaps it's
maybe
crazy.
Hold on. You gotta let me finish, Papaya. Y'all don't. If y'all want to go ahead and just talk it out, go ahead. What I'm saying, you may be right, Doctor. Lady O probably indeed did disrespect Boheme first initially to get it started. But once you start to return disrespect and you don't check it down right there, and that's whenever you do not know how it's gonna go.
That's
I've
not a
seen
Bo
fair
it.
thing to
did check
say.
it,
So
Darwin. The only reason
I'm
I
just
keep
trying to
cutting
make
you off
sense
is
out of it.
because
I'm not trying to
Joy.
pick a side. I'm just saying
There
whenever you
isn't
start to
sense to be
So
made
hurl,
out
Joy,
of retardation.
wait,
listen,
hold
so
on,
Nah.
hold
can
on.
quadruple
Darwin, the
That was
hurdle.
only
crazy.
question
I'm not
here's a
trying to stop
question that
y'all from quadruple
I
hurdle.
got one
Excuse me.
question real quick. I wasn't saying much, but I just wanted to say this. Darwin, real quick. Is there a threshold that we don't cross then, if that's the case? So if
Right.
somebody disrespect me right now, call me whatever, is there a threshold that is reasonable for me to not cross at that point? Or is it just whatever?
That's all contingent upon the person. It's not something that I lay out. I'm not coming in pre-show saying, "Hey, look, you can call each other punks, but you can't call each other bitches."
So
If
there are no
you
rules of
there
engagement.
once disrespect comes in, the rules are gone. That is the whole point of disrespect. There are
So
no
then why
rules
are
at
you
that point.
holding Bo to a standard? I guess I'm confused. And
I'm
let me
not
ask this
holding. When
question.
did you hear me
Let
You
me
hold her
are.
let
to
me
a
ask
You
this
standard?
are.
question. Let me
You
What
ask
are.
this
standard did
question
I
really
hold you
quick.
to?
You are.
Let me hold on. Let me ask this question really quick. Because I know you said you're not picking sides, but I don't think you understand what you're doing. And I really do think you're doing it like I don't think you're intentional about it. Because then you had the conversation. You see how you guys don't listen to Lady O because you may not like what she said. And you said that after she brought up Bo's unprovoked, her deceased son, right? This is, and you don't see what you're doing because you think I'm going to be neutral. Neutrality only exists to those that don't have confirmation bias and unbiasedness towards like different variables of the conversation. After she disrespected Bo and she was checked on it, everybody had a very reactive, like, damn, why the fuck would you say that? You was like, well, you guys aren't listening to Lady O. She has experiences. Fuck the experiences. She said what she said. And then you didn't even give Bo the same, like, didn't even honor the fact that she had the same experiences as Lady O because she may have a different perspective on how she approaches certain relationship aspects, right? You admitted that. You have a confirmation bias towards Lady O. There is no neutrality there. Neutrality does not exist because then when Lady O came up here and said, well, I'm only going to apologize for Lapeef, you was like, I wouldn't give it, not if you don't mean it. Why aren't you telling her, hey, you grown as hell? Watch your mouth. We can stop. You're not saying that because that is also neutrality,
Hold
right?
on, wait.
If you
Let me
want the
respond.
conversation to move on, why can't you be truly neutral and hold everybody to the same level of
Let me
accountability?
respond. First of all,
That was the question.
I am the one who called out that the apology was phony. And I said, if you're not going to truly apologize genuinely, then it's best you don't even do it, period. I don't care if you interpret that as me picking a side or what. I'm going to stand 10 toes down on it. I'm gonna use one of your words. I said what I said. If you're gonna apologize, don't preface this. Well, the reason why I'm apologizing is because JR. But had she came on this panel or cammed up and said, you know what, Bohem, I'm sorry, that was wrong what I said. I didn't mean it. It got caught up in my anger and along the lines of what she originally said. But she didn't, and I called it out. I called it out because I saw that it wasn't genuine. And I
You
said,
also said,
okay, well, okay.
You're
So
not being
what I'm
truthful
saying
here,
is, so
Darwin.
hold on, wait. So
You're
what I'm saying, it
lying.
don't even matter. Just say that what I'm saying don't even fucking matter.
But you're lying,
got-
Darwin, because you also said, well, I don't think that men just wake
okay,
up
Todd,
different.
you just shook your head, Todd.
What she said.
Did I not repeat exactly what I said?
No, you didn't.
What you said.
You didn't. You know, because you then said, well, you did say that.
Which one is it?
I don't know, because you said, and you're not being truthful. This is why I'm saying you're lying. And I don't want to call you a liar, but you are lying right now.
What did I lie
Because
about?
you then said, well, yeah, I don't think that men wake up and change. So I don't, alluding that he didn't just
I said I don't believe people just snap into a whole nother person.
But when you say that, you confirm her saying it's your fault that your baby's unalived. That is what that implies,
you connected that.
Darwin.
That's not what I said.
Darwin, implication matters, bro.
It does not matter. That's not what I said.
It does matter.
You
Darwin.
did say it, Darwin.
I did not say that. I
Yes,
said I don't believe people.
You said
wake up
I don't believe that
snap
people
into a
just
different
wake up
type of
and
person.
snap.
What meaning? If I was to add you can ask for context. The reason why I said that is because I believe these things are drawn up. I believe people. I don't believe it just happens in a snap finger. I don't think people just wake up and just become evil like that. I believe this is something that is.
What does that imply, Darwin?
What?
What does that imply? If
So
Bo says the man woke up one day.
Are you or
and
are
decided
you
to
not
harm
implying
her
that Bo is lying?
I'm implying that I have an opinion and I don't believe it. That's
he's
simple.
implying that
I
I
don't
known.
believe people just
He's
wake
implying
up.
that I should have seen it. That's what
No,
he's
I didn't say that. If I
That's
wanted
what-
to say that, I
that's
would
the
have said it.
implication.
I'm saying I don't believe people can just wake up and just be a totally different evil or
Nobody
just
said
become
that.
evil. Well, you said
I said that man
you
woke
said
up and
you said that
decided
man
to
woke
do
up and decided
We're not talking
this is
about
what I'm
this.
going to do.
I don't want to talk about like this. We shouldn't be deciding or having opinions on what happened in this woman's house about her passing of a child.
Well, what you can do is not put the information on this panel, so there never have to be a conversation about it.
Or you can
It's
stop lying
not
that you're
Because
neutral.
what y'all are doing, I'm gonna tell y'all what
Okay.
y'all are doing. Y'all are
It's
putting
not
information,
right. It's
y'all
not
are putting information on this
okay.
panel, and y'all do not like how people interpret it or respond to it. Y'all want to put the battery in their back and decide on how they respond
Battery
and how
in
they
somebody's back about
Listen,
a death of a child.
Let me just go on
about
the record.
child abuse.
I'd never championed any type of abuse. So you don't have to attach it to me to try to win an argument against me. But what you're not going to do is tell me that I gotta pick a side or something. All I'm saying is I don't believe a person just woke up and just decided to be evil. That's
what is the premise behind that statement? What are you implying when you say that? What's the context surrounding it?
I'm implying that people are leaving out information that's critical to why they do the most
As if
damage
she
thing.
owes you a whole bunch of information surrounding the death of her child.
She don't have to give me the full information.
And I wouldn't
But if
suggest
she
anybody even
if
give their
anybody
opinion
come
on
this
the
panel,
death of someone's
if anybody
child,
come on this
Darwin.
panel and they give partial information, I reserve the right to be able to connect the
I
dots
would not
on
suggest
what I see
anybody
as
give
the
their
likelihood
opinion
or
on the
probability
death of
or the
someone's
cause.
child.
I never said anything on her child. I never spoke on her child.
The death of it? Yes, you
I
did.
never spoke on her
Implying
child.
that man didn't just wake up and decide to do that is implying
I said I don't think
that
people wake up
she
and decide to
has
be the
some
polar
part
opposite of
involved in
themselves.
it.
That's all I said. I never spoke on the child. I never said he didn't do it. I never said he was wrong or right for doing it. I actually said that nobody wants to speak on abuse. And I actually, before I even started to go into it, I said the lady died, you probably should apologize for that. And whenever I saw that her apology wasn't genuine, I checked it down. Nobody did. Not you, not your mouth, not nobody else tried to check it down. I checked it down because I knew it wasn't genuine. And it's best that you don't even apologize. If you're not genuine about your apology, don't apologize.
Do you not see that what you're doing right now, no matter how you want to phrase it and word salad it and try and uphold what you're doing, is hurting someone on a depth level, not a surface social media bullshit internet troll level. It is hurtful what you are saying.
What's hurtful?
Can you acknowledge that?
What is
Like,
hurtful?
fuck the internet. Be a decent human being and acknowledge what is coming out of your mouth. What comes out of people's mouths that goes too damn far is wrong. It's not like you came out of your mouth to say something compassionate or empathetic. You came out of your mouth to fucking critique the death of her child and somebody saying that it might be her fault. You could have showed compassion. You could have showed empathy. You could have showed concern. You could have showed care. You could have just shut the hell up, but you didn't. You critiqued. You wanted to run it as a think piece, as a point to try and get a view, is how that comes off, Darwin. It comes off hurtful. Is that wrong for you to acknowledge?
Are you done? Just because you're loud and emotional does not make you right.
That's not loud and emotional. That's passionate, because that's
You
what you
can't
call
write
me.
down.
For
You
the sake
can't
of
write
my
down
friend-
how you can't write down how I interpreted this situation on a paper for me. I got my own brain. I got my own voice. I can think and speak for
For the
myself.
sake of sake of Bo and for the sake of my friend, right? Because she's not being handled with care, and I do appreciate, and I'm sure she appreciates people like talking on her behalf. But we need to move on to a new
Move
subject. Fuck
on,
that lady.
please.
But for the sake of my friend, she's not being handled okay, and we can move on.
Please.
What was the question again that was asked? The do we think the liberation is harming, or do we think it makes them more sexually attractive or whatever?
Yes.
Right.
That was
If
a
it's
question.
okay, I'd like to jump in on that. I do think that men find sexual liberation on women more attractive because it allows people to dive deeper into their sexual deviancies and their sexual debaucheries and their sexual fantasies on grotesque levels. Having worked in cybersecurity for a really long time, you would be really like wowed at what, people look up, what they want to look up, what they will invent, right? Do I think sexual liberation has made men more attractive to women? No. And I will speak from the perspective of as a woman. I think going into a world and seeing the sexual desires of men being so blown up and being so readily available, like back in the day, watching porn wasn't something where, they had like the CDs maybe burned on some CDs, or they had like the little HBO and the Max. But nowadays you be on like Safari and you accidentally click the wrong tab and you're seeing like the most insane search, right? For me as a woman, seeing that level of depravity, especially with how much it's like promoted, it sort of turns me off from like all people. And so as a woman, I would have to say no. Level of sexual liberation doesn't make me more attracted to men. It adds to the fear of what like some of them are capable of if given the opportunity with no laws or no government on what they would do.
Is that really the question? The level? Sexual liberation makes women more attracted to men? Was that the question?
Yes, it was. Has sexual liberation made women more attracted to men and men more attracted to women? That was the question.
Yeah.
I would like to jump into. I think that the sexual attraction from a man's point of view for women, I don't think it's changed, right? I do agree with Papaya more where it's easily accessible now. So they don't the work and the chase is gone. So I would say to a certain degree, it's made women a bit less attractive to men because the chase is gone. And I would think men like the chase, right? So once they get what they want, it's easy to just move on and just find somebody else to get it from. And then when it comes from women, I don't think it makes men more attractive at all to women. I think it just shows that, how important and how focused sometimes, especially when men are younger, how focused on sex they can be. And it puts some women in a position, especially when you're young and you don't have that guidance in your home to sway you one way or another. It puts them in positions where they feel like, I have to do this, right? This has to be a part of our relationship for it to be deemed something that's important, or for me to be seen as important to him. So I think it's really messed up, or it messes up the perception of relationship overall for both genders in the long haul.
Oh, look, I'll say this. What I think it did was there's two ends of the extreme. There's long-term relationships and there's short-term relationships. I would say if it did anything, it made women more attractive for short-term relationships. Whenever you undress the clothes and you're able to do what you want to do with your body, your choice. Short-term relationships is at an all-time high because of it. So that means less marriages, less commitment, and more bust downs. Simple as that. But there's other layers. There's more abortions. There's more pregnancies out of wedlock, unintentional pregnancies. There's unrealistic expectations. So whenever your coochie get tired and you want to retire it so you can position yourself to be a wife, the expectation is just that you still qualify for the man with your hypergamous taste, and that doesn't work out. So sexual liberation has created unrealistic expectations for the men that these women desire, and then it's not playing out the way they want it to play out. Simple as that.
Do you initially think that was one of the goals of like just equalizing the sexes, that women could operate on the same level as men sexually without the judgment? And if any foresight was thought into that, like did they think, like, okay, well, this will make life better for us, or was it just?
I think it made life better for consumers, media. You're more attractive to media who want to highlight you on billboards with your ass out in movies and all that stuff. It took away the shame, and it got more people want to take roles, pick up a microphone and promote being sexually promiscuous and all these other things. So I would say for relationships, you got the short term and the long term phenomenon, and then for media and consumerism, you have those things. I would say the one that's winning the most is the media. People who run media companies, entertainment, and all that stuff, sexual platform, sex work platforms, and stuff like that are making a killing. The more freedom you give a woman sexually, or the more shame you take away from the behavior sexually. So somebody's winning and somebody's losing. And right now it looks like the women are losing. The women are indulging, are losing. And the big major corporations and companies that's running these platforms and these businesses are actually making generational wealth for their kids. And those people going home to wives and stuff.
I would say men and women are losing equally. It removes us into humanity or a level of importance to intimacy, because I think like a lot of people most people unfortunately think that intimacy is just laying in bed. Most people do not know that intimacy happens throughout the day with the little gestures, the little interactions, the compliments, or just the silent acknowledgments of your partner. And with so much access to sex, no one looks forward to those little moments. A lot of times, like, if people see me and my husband, they'll be like, y'all are psychopaths. Why are y'all, indulging in each other in this capacity? And it's like, well, because through that, one, we have a friendship, but two, we also like to acknowledge each other throughout the day and not just in the bedroom. And I think with the readily available and access to sex, they're just like, you don't like me if you don't have sex with me. And that's harmful, because a lot of people have like sex addictions nowadays. And that's another slippery slope.
You think if we could go back in general society, we'll have to put the genie back in the bottle? or do people prefer how it's turned out?
Could you repeat that last part? You glitched out a little bit.
Okay, I'm saying, do you think people would prefer to put the genie back in the bottle, where we remove the sexual liberation part and go back to maybe a yesteryear? Or do you think, and from your perspective, women in general are happy with how things are turned out and how we moving forward?
I don't think, as a woman, I wouldn't like to go back to yesteryear because it created a lot of naive biases and a lot of ability for people to be taken advantage of because they just didn't know a lot of things. What I would like us to do is, with liberation or sexual liberation of men and women, is like the educational liberation of what follows with it. I think one of the biggest issues that we have nowadays is we have a lot of sexually ready people with like a fourth grade reading level. And people that are mentally stunted and or people that are mentally regressed in adult bodies are really dangerous because they make mentally regressed children, right? And then that child continues the cycle and we get to a point where um we're just going to have a lot of people that's like free the nipple, but also fundamentally they don't even know how to bond with other people because that does take a level of intelligence to be able to acknowledge those bonds, protect those bonds. um so I wouldn't want to go back to yesteryear, right? But I would want to
So you're
propel
saying the state of
education.
society is better than it was yesteryear?
I'm not saying the state of society is better than it was yesteryear, but I don't desire yesteryear's outcomes.
Go ahead, Bohemian.
So one, sexual liberation was not for the purposes of just women getting to go and have sex. Women were already doing that. Your mothers, your grandmothers, your great grandmothers, they was throwing it back. But they did not do it openly because it was frowned upon. Sexual liberation allowed women to do what they were already doing out in the open. And so I don't think that rewinding the clock, one, is going to work because you cannot put that genie back in the bottle. Ain't no way women are going to elect to go back to being shamed because they are allowing their bodies to do what they are naturally designed to do. We have hormones for a reason, both men and women. They work the exact same. And I don't want us to be mistaken about that. We are not different in that way. Okay. FYI. So
Definitely different.
sexual liberation was about women just getting to live their life sexually as the same way men are, because we do both have the same needs. Um, but that does not mean that we're just throwing it to anybody. The people who are doing that, the people who do that are no different than the people who did it back then. It's just not a secret anymore. Y'all get to know it at this point. Like, we don't care. But it's not a detriment to society. I think that what we need to do as a whole is probably learn how to wrangle those feelings and those desires, and be more responsible about it. I will agree with that. But I think that about men and women. Both of us
Yeah.
are being extremely irresponsible with our genitalia, period. So, just like women need to learn how to control themselves, men need to set that precedent because men have been throwing it to anybody for as long as anybody can remember, to be fair.
Um, I know, like, my opinion probably is not what y'all gonna think it's gonna be. Cause y'all know I'm usually for that stuff, and I do agree with her. I do feel like when I talk to my friends, even though I'm not as sexual as they are, I'd be like, dang, y'all need it that bad, that much. Like, you'll be surprised what women talk about behind closed doors, but they don't like saying it in front of men because they feel like they're gonna look like a hoe for enjoying sex that much or wanting sex that much or desiring multiple men at once. So I do like the fact that things are becoming more honest, but I'm gonna be honest, just because of women's role in society, I don't think it helped us at all. Honestly, when I see women who are like that, they're not like the women who have like self-control. Their minds, they just think differently. Like they might even have a good work ethic. You know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about work ethic, but just far as spirituality and the way we think and how we care about men and how we care about our bodies. And I feel like a lot of women, just from my personal experience that I know, who tend to be that way, end up having kids with men that they really didn't want to have kids with. But I also agree with Boheme because I have a brother who has multiple baby mamas and he complain all day and they do too. To me, you know, we try to get a mutual understanding, but I let them both know that y'all both made this mistake. You know, my brother made that mistake 5 times. He sit here and get mad at his baby mamas, but they all each, well, 3 of 6 of them, they only got 1 kid and it's about him, but he made that mistake 5 times. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like men do often make that mistake a lot. And I feel like sometimes it could be worse for men because if a woman that mistake 3, 4 times, all the kids are still in the same house, you know? But if a man make that mistake, that's like one household, you know, being broken. But if a man continue to make that mistake like 5, 6, 7 times, it'd be like multiple 7 households now that's lacking a father. But I don't think it has helped women at all. I do wish we can go back a little bit like because I'm a 90s baby. So like when Erica Badu, Lauryn Hill, Common, I wish it was more around that area because when Lauryn Hill and India Arie and Erica Badu, remember she made that video with her walking butt naked in the street and stuff like that. When they were talk about sexual liberation, they were trying to speak about it in a more of a healthy manner. But today's society, I do feel like it's toxic.
So I will say this. Bo is right. You can't unring the bell. Here's the problem. That also there's a pendulum to all of this. You saying the problem is that when you say that somebody gets the freedom to do whatever they want and they have all these freedoms, then you can't then say, oh well, now we have to put a cap on how they behave, because if the sexual liberation movement is them behaving and being able to have sex the way that they see fit and the freedom to do whatever they choose, they're also going to do whatever they choose irresponsibly as well. They're gonna make the choices. I think I can't remember which one of the ladies said it or which one of the fellas said it. They said they're gonna still no, Pearl said it. They're gonna, even with all the birth control, they still want to have sex unprotected because they have the freedom to do so. The problem is that a lot of people like to do what they feel in the moment and then don't give a damn about the consequences until later. And that's where it becomes an issue when you're talking about people being sexually liberated, because once you allow people to do whatever the fuck they want to do, they're gonna take it. You give a person an inch, they're gonna take a mile every single time. And that's where it becomes an issue in society and in the community, because they're not just stopping at, all right, well, we're going to be responsible with it. And we may, while I understand that I may be sexually liberated, I shouldn't take things too far. They're going too far. We're watching it happen. More and more women are on OnlyFans and giving it up and having sex on camera and doing a whole lot of different shit. They naked in the streets. They're going further and further and pushing the envelope further and further. There are more people with STDs now than there ever was.
I thought that was part of the gays. I'm just saying that. Just say that.
As soon as you give people the freedom to do bullshit and you don't put no parameters, and the thing is that what we're trying to do is we're trying to say, hey, look, we're willing to let you do this, but do it only in this kind of way. Or do it only to this far. And they're gonna say, and every single time they're gonna say, fuck you, I'm gonna keep going. So if we're on the panel and we're up here What do we want to speak to? What things do we want to teach? Do we want to teach everybody that, hey, the route that y'all going, even though we can't unring the bell, the route that y'all going, it is what it is? Or do we want to tell them, no, you're fucking up? I get it. You can do whatever you want, but you're fucking up in the process. And you fucking the country up, you fucking the community up, you fucking yourself up, you fucking your kids up. You're fucking up in the process. And I believe that some form of shame will at some point have to hit home, or we're gonna have to do something about it. Besides, if we gotta push the envelope past shame and we got to do something about it, then we have to do something about it. But letting people just go, and I'm not saying that any of y'all said that this is the thing, but I'm just saying based off of what I'm seeing in the world and in society, they're not gonna stop. They're gonna keep doing whatever the hell they want to do. And the buck has to stop somewhere. If we want this to work. If y'all don't care about the world burning, then hey, I don't understand that, but I care about the world burning. I care about my kids growing up in a society where there's more and more women naked online in front of kids than I've ever seen in life. Like, you used to have to be able to actually go to a website to see that. There's 13-year-olds on TikTok. There's 13-year-olds, there's minors on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and they do not care. But they'll tell me I can't say abortion online. They can't tell us you can't say white people and black people on TikTok, but a chick can be half naked on TikTok with no problem.
Yeah, so I think that as a man growing up, I appreciate the sexual liberation. It made life so much more fun and so much more easier. And it was extremely beneficial to me and other men that was in the same type of scenario. But objectively looking at it, it's harmful for women in the long run, because that 18 to 32 range, it's like paying in a savings account. You want to invest with a man, like someone was saying earlier in the panel, so that when things start to change, he's already invested in you. He's been with you through these points, and he'll be in your corner. Versus random one-night stands, consensual one-night stands that lead you to being single as you get older, and you got to try and find somebody to accept you as you are. With men having a belief system about body count and all these things, it made it hard. It devalued the way women are viewed, because to Sweeney's point, there was a point in time where you had to pay a drunk to go buy a magazine to see some titty, and they'd be behind the counter with a little newspaper thing covering it up so you could just see the head. Like, I'm old, so you might not remember this day, but they had magazines. They were like $25 to just see that when you was younger. That's how it was. Now you can go outside and you can see somebody's titties with a little pin up thing on them, just walking down the street.
I would have to disagree with you with the age range of, you said 18 to 32.
Yeah, like around there. Hold on, let me just get the last part out. Let me get the last part out. So in doing so, you took something that at one point men held extremely valuable and were willing to work towards and do all these things, and just gave it to them freely. Like you lose value when you increase the supply of something, especially in this amount. So if you attractive and you got things going for you, you can, and some money, you can hit a new girl every week. The value of having a wife somebody, it removes itself. The value of looking at women's bodies, it removes itself. Like, there's something to subtle attraction, but we way past that point. We at the point now where it's nothing to the imagination. I just really need to know what it feels like at this point. Like, that's where we at. But yeah, go ahead, Papaya.
I agree, right? But I also think that there was going to be a point in the pinnacle in human evolution where leaving something to the imagination was going to become a fool's tale. Not that I'm saying that people should walk out naked. I don't believe that. I don't want to see your nooks and crannies at Disneyland. But I think that we have to move past that point in society. And this is why I was going to disagree with the whole age range of 18 to 32. I think if we start instilling, and I'm someone who's very critical of the economy, and I'm, you know, I've unfortunately succumbed to capitalism, and I think finances are really important, and I think economic stability is really important. I think if we push towards the education and educating our children, they'll start to not be so impressed by bodies, and they'll not be so driven by needing to have sex, that it won't be hard for them to find a partner, even if bodies are readily available in front of them, because they'll see the bigger picture. I think, because like you said, men have a lot of options when they have money. Men with money oftentimes secure that one option despite being able to scour the world to get the best of the best, right? They still get married, they still settle down. And that's because they find partners that would better propel their life in the direction that they want it to go. And I think if we force our children, not force, but if we introduce education back into our children, our sons won't be amazed by titties. Our daughters won't be amazed by a man being able to give head. I think right now, there's nothing to mentally stimulate them, so their bodies stimulate them. Like the children right now, and I'm not even being hyperbolic, I'm not even being like mean. The average medical, like when they're explaining medical assessments, they have to talk to them like they have a fourth grade reading comprehension level in America. That's a really big issue. And I think a lack of education ties into the sexual needs and urges that everyone has. That everyone
I,
has.
I think the
I feel
education
like
kind of
I,
threw us off. I think the education threw us off because
I don't think there's any correlation
me,
with that.
yeah, me and Bo
I
have a
can't see who
difference
said
of
that. Who said that?
opinion. That was a trail. I was saying
Hold on. Y'all are
the
breaking up
abundance of
again.
education and the abundance of sex threw us off because this is where me and Bo diverge at all the time. Men and women are different. The way we look at it is still going to be the way we look at it. We can't out educate biology. You can put barriers in with religion and but at the end of the day, a man is still a man. Still has a bodily function that occurs through attraction to a woman. We can't beat our biology when it comes to certain things. So I think the education messed up because it's educating incorrectly. A common pervasive thing in higher education is that men and women are just socially different.
Can
If
y'all
we
repeat what was
socialize
said
them,
before I dropped? I'm sorry.
no, I was saying the common misconception in education is in higher education is that men and women are the same, but they're socially conditioned to be different. I think that's one of I think that's literally the crux of the problem. Because if we go at it believing that we can balance out the equation by just giving both the options and both the same parameters and both, we create a different type of a problem because we're different animals. And like, no matter how many titties a man see, it's still titties, especially if he ain't seen them before. They still brand new to him. Each new woman that walk past. We're wired. Our biology is different. And not being able to express that for some men and being taught that it's not that by higher education has put us in a situation where we can't get to a solution because the components of the problem aren't adequately discussed. It's just we're gonna program this out of you. You can't out-program our biology. It is what it is. There's no way I can learn enough when I get cut, I won't bleed. There's no way you can teach me how to do things that my body doesn't naturally do.
Yes, you can.
Like it just
so can I just
I'm talking about like real biology though.
So
Go
no,
ahead.
I'm about to talk about biology too, Marcus, because if you really think about what you're saying, like one, I do agree with her. I think this is just a part of evolution. I do agree that a lot of stuff is social, and I do think some things are biology, but it comes down to the white man, he wanted to suppress anybody that could possibly take his position. So not only the black men, but also the women. So certain things that was put into science and into history books about women is not fully true. And a lot of the times we weren't able to use our voice to say it wasn't true because we didn't have the freedom to do so. Now, when it comes down to biology, like I said, I agree to some extent. But then now that I know women, we're grown, and I hear women talking, you'll be surprised at I feel like some of my friends are more sexual than some of the men I know, you know. But when it comes to you saying it can't be socially done,
You went out, and I would agree that women body change, their body changes as they get older. They may become more. Can you?
Your name
I think that
is
one.
I can
Marcus.
hear you. Wait,
Okay.
wait.
Yeah.
Let me just end my point. I'm sorry. I had got a call came through. But basically, if you look at today's society, it's like men now, because women been showing ass and titties, a lot of these younger boys, like now that I'm in school with, they're not impressed by that shit no more. They really not impressed by that shit no more because it's become overexposed, especially since they were younger. They're starting to see it as childish. You know what I'm saying? And then not only that, when you look at the responses like the Haley Bailey and India situation, all the men that was talking about which one they would rather choose, if you know India history, India gets around. You know what I'm saying? But they was still saying she was the better option just strictly based off of how she looked. You know what I'm saying? Just like so. On the other hand, it's not really encouraged by men to be the natural women. It's not encouraged by men to be the woman that's not getting the BBLs because as soon as they found out DDG was dating Haley, what did they do? They compared them to, and Haley was if you know Haley, she's the sweet one. Her sister is the promiscuous one. You know what I'm saying? But she always wanted to maintain a certain image about herself because they was raised under the church. So for men to be hyping that up, I think men's hypersexuality is definitely influencing what women choose to be today.
Hey, good evening,
Uh,
guys. How's
thanks.
everyone doing?
What up?
Hi, Di. Nothing much, nothing much. Hey,
I missed
Marcus.
y'all. Hey y'all.
How you doing? Yeah. How's everyone doing? I gotta say something real quick. I'm glad that I'm able to come back tonight. Bo, I am so sorry to hear about what happened to you 20 something years ago. So sorry about that. And one thing that I gotta say is this: it broke my heart to hear that, but also the lady, oh, right? I think sometimes in life, when people get to sudden heat of the moment, they blank out. You see what I'm saying? They blank out. And when they blank out, they cannot articulate what they're saying. Bruiser understood where she was coming from. And Bruiser called her out about the apology that she made. But because she's somebody that I think that when she blanks out, she doesn't know how to control her emotions. She didn't know how to step back. So her apology was really bad. It was really bad. She shouldn't apologize if she didn't mean it. And she should learn how to be sensitive. So one thing about life is this. Um, in some instance, the younger ones don't know how to talk to the older ones. And when the older ones get offended, they don't know how to have humility. But the humility is supposed to come from the younger. I saw how you guys talk to the lady as women. It was also bad from your part. Bo, you didn't participate in that. I would say that. Honestly, you didn't participate in that. But the rest of the ladies that talk to her, it says a lot about you ladies. Because I got to say this to you. I'm a very cultural man. I don't go to church. I always say I don't go to mosque. But I'm a very, very spiritual man, African spiritual man. I'm raised in culture. But one thing that I got to say is this. The young ladies, you failed and you failed miserably. And she failed miserably. So all you ladies here, apart from Bo, that was attacked, you failed miserably. You all should go back and rethink about your approach.
Damn, bro.
Men
Don't.
are watching, women are watching, kids are watching. I gotta be honest with you. Upbringing matters a lot. Upbringing matters a lot. If you lack upbringing, don't bring it online because what you say online lives with you for the rest of your life. No matter who you are, how big your mouth is. When an adult is speaking, have a decorum. You may disagree with her, but show respect. She lost it because of the disrespect, and the disrespect was very visible. But what really hurt me was that she took it out on somebody that didn't do nothing to her. Bo has her own lifestyle. I disagree with her on the things that she said, but tonight she was an innocent woman, and it broke my heart so much. And Sweeney, man, you've set a standard. It's not good. But guess what? I understand what you did, but it's not good. You shouldn't just drop somebody off like that. But I understand. I understand where you're coming from. But I hope we don't do it again because censoring people is not good. It's not good to censor someone. But she crossed the line and she was asked to apologize. And she apologized, but it didn't come from the heart. And she even said that somebody told her to apologize. That's very disrespectful of a woman that is in her 50s with children and grandchildren. I am pissed about what happened tonight. I'm offended. I'm disappointed by all of you. Those women that attacked her and she herself. You guys should go back and learn culture.
What
Learn
is this
culture.
learn culture? What are you saying?
You
But
gotta learn
Marcus, if you don't
our
know what
culture.
is learn culture, that's a problem.
You have to
Just
learn
learn
our
Can
culture.
culture.
we?
I do got a problem. I really think that you saying something underhanded that got something to do with some diaspora shit. When you saying learn culture, I'm a man of culture. You it's to how you was raised.
Marcus,
You sneak this
Marcus, I'm
on.
talking to these ladies. Don't just let it go, brother. Just if I'm the
Here,
one, if you're the
can
one
I
talking, I
answer
won't even
you?
come in
What's your
between.
name? Can
You
I
see what
answer
I'm saying,
you?
Marcus? Just leave it
Um,
between us, okay?
I
Another day
yeah,
we'll talk about this,
definitely.
okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna move on back to the biology because I don't care about all
Ma'am, please, you can't just come
But
in and just take away my
yeah,
conversation.
right,
Excuse
but
me,
you
ma'am.
you said it was between the ladies and I've decided to
Okay,
move
okay,
on.
okay.
Thank you for the
Okay. Just
conversation.
chill,
I've
please. I
decided
heard
to
how
move
you
on.
talk to Pearl.
I've
You
decided to
cannot
move
just come
on.
and disrespect people when they're
I didn't
talking. You can't take
disrespect
away
you. I
conversation
moved
from people's
on.
mouth.
Thank you for the
Di- you,
conversation. I
didn't you
appreciate
say
it,
you
but I don't
married?
have any.
Didn't you
I
say
am
you
married.
married? And you
And I
said
won't
that
be
Bo
lectured, and I
gave you
won't
an
be
advice, and you
lectured
don't know
by
how
a
to respect
random
men when men
man.
talk.
Why would I
Can I
respect
res-
you? I'm not
can I
married to you.
respond to him?
Excuse you,
But
gotta keep
hold
quiet.
on.
Let me finish
Listen,
talking.
hold
When I
on.
drop the
You were
mic, you can
done.
talk.
You were done.
I'm
Can
not
I
done.
res-
I didn't say I was done.
Well,
You
go
can't
ahead and
tell me I'm
finish.
done.
Go ahead and finish. Go ahead and
Thank
finish.
you. And
Go ahead.
respect your husband. I have a wife. My wife will not talk to me like that. Go
I would
and
hate to
respect
be
your
her.
husband.
Go and respect your
So,
wife.
Marcus, don't worry about it, Marcus. You and I will talk about it later, okay? We'll discuss it on another show, please. But
he
let's just let it be like this.
he can just
Sorry,
to be
Bo,
sure.
sorry, okay?
He can. I just want to ask a question. And I'm sorry for your loss too, but I just want to ask a question, just really quick. So just to be sure I understand you correctly, you don't feel like they were wrong on their stance, but you felt like they were wrong on their delivery. Is that correct? Because that's their elder.
Oh, yeah.
100%
Okay.
correct. It's the delivery.
So in what way? Because what I felt like they were doing, because to me, I didn't. I do feel like, in my opinion, I wouldn't let a woman like that piss me off. But I felt like I understood what their emotion was coming from. And to me, when a woman decides to show you emotion, she is trying to get through to you. I think they told her 4 or 5 different times in ways that could have hurt Bo. You know what I'm saying? And just to speak from like kind of Bo's experience, when you go through therapy, when you're in trauma, to what Darwin said, there were probably signs there. When you're in trauma and dealing with that situation, you don't notice those signs. So I'm pretty sure that's what her years of therapy had to do with, had to do with those questions that y'all was asking. Now I'm pretty sure she's asked herself, So that's why the women were saying it was kind of insensitive to say certain comments like that. And when they kept telling her, and this is why I love my mom, because she's been in therapy and she's 52 years old. She just turned 52 this year. So that just gives what generation she comes from. But they do have a way of disregarding people's feelings in order to get disciplined through. And yes, that may work as a child, but when you're raising adult kids, that do not work. So plenty of times when I was watching it, these women, they spoke to her in a respectful way, as respectful as they could be. And I kid you not, they continue to disregard Bo's feelings, which at that time to me was more important than her feelings, because that was completely, it was, even if I don't feel like she meant to disrespect her, but once you realize you did, just with me empathizing with my people, anybody that has a anybody that labels themselves as Black or African American, I have a different type of empathy for you, because the world doesn't have that empathy for us. That's the problem. So I felt like when they kept trying to say that, they spoke out of frustration, and she kept saying, and it's like those type of women scare me, because like I said, they talk all this good game, but if you really look at their life under a magnifying glass, like some of the type of worst people to try to mirror. They talk and know better, but they don't do better. And for her to be up here and receive all that, women, we as women, we absorb emotion. For her to feel their pain, to feel where she's coming from and still disregard it, that's why I think they disregarded for her. So, and
Yeah,
you talking about culture,
let me
hold on,
answer you.
I'll let you finish. You talking about culture, I'm gonna end it here, because this was the last point you brought up. You speaking about culture, I can see why Marcus got upset, because although our culture is not yours and it's not perfect, and the word decides to only publicize the negative aspects of our culture, it doesn't mean we don't have one. It's just in our culture, because our elders tend to make the same mistakes as we do. When we know better, we're going to tell them better. You get what I'm saying? And I do agree they shouldn't have gotten emotional, because getting emotional would make the disconnect. But you also had a lack of empathy when it came to our culture and the way you addressed their emotion towards correcting the problem that nobody else really stepped up to address, because I really feel like the men could have probably handled it better than the women, because we are emotional creatures. But like we said, this is an issue that has not just happened on this panel, but this is what we as Black women go through in our entire lifetime.
Yeah, let me respond to you real quick. So I'll make it short so that the rest of them can talk. Culture is universal. Culture is not set in one place. African America has culture. India has culture. And white people have culture. Africans have culture. Our culture is universal. Respect is universal. Respect to adults is universal. Respect from adults to younger ones is universal. It cuts across culture. That's what I mean by culture. Culture is not set by one place. That's why I said tonight that Bo didn't cause this trouble. Bo was minding her business when that woman came to her. That was what kind of got me wrong. And another thing is that the men spoke. Bruiser was speaking. They tore him apart. That was disrespectful. Even the men couldn't talk. The man that stepped in to talk, he was tore and disrespected. He couldn't even get a word out. And every man in this panel knew what he was talking about. But guess what? When you talk and you don't want to listen, you're never going to learn nothing. And you're never going to let the other person get words out for you to understand where they're going to. But you're ready to cut them off. That is not how conversation is done. Bruiser was making perfect sense. But he was called a liar. He was told that he was lying, but I won't call you a liar. When you tell me that I'm lying, you call me a liar. I don't know the difference. You technically just shut that man off. And that is what you got to understand. That's why I said our upbringing matters a lot. How you treat men outside is how you treat men inside. That's the way. That's a phrase that goes across every culture. The way a woman treats a man outside is the way it's going to treat a man inside. So it doesn't matter. You can't tell somebody that they're lying and then you're not calling them a liar. So men came to talk, but men were short. And just like I was speaking and the conversation was taken out of my mouth, and then I was being disrespected at the same time. So how are men going to talk if a man can't talk? But we want men to talk, but men will not be allowed to talk. Disrespect is in the body. Somebody that is disrespectful is disrespectful. You can't change them, especially when they're adults. It's not something you can fix. I drop my mic.
Can we just move on from the conversation of Bo and what happened? I feel like we were talking about, I would like to go back to the biology conversation and the societal standards. This is a person, right? Like she is a real fucking human. And I want us to acknowledge that, and we don't have to bring it back up. So back to the biology. I do think that we are at a point in human evolution to where like we know better than to give in to our urges, just based on like the laws that we pass and the societal protections that we have for younger bodies. We know better than to just be like, I'm gonna go after it because it turns me on. We've learned better, we've done better. And so I'll respect men enough to not minimize them to primitive creatures who just can't help but react based on urges, because I think they're way smarter than that. I've seen men be smarter than that. I've seen men move past that. And I also would like to think that we are at a point where mentally we've made the best decision. Like we know to make the decisions that would better prepare us for the future and set us up for the future. So no, I don't think that men just give in to their biology. And I don't think that men are set up that way to just be primitive losers. I would never minimize them to that.
Okay. All right, Will, I think you can go now.
What would you like me to speak on?
You could address whatever you want to address. It's an open panel, no topics.
Well, I only want to say one thing. I only want to talk about one thing. I want to first introduce myself to the people I never talked to before, Miss Boheme Nior and Papaya Seeds and the There Go Bougie. How y'all doing? And what's up to all the usual suspects? How you doing, Di? What's up, fellas? And what
We
up?
had a good conversation last time we spoke. I got to see a different side to you.
You know, when you hear out the full thought, it helps to not be bothered by the presentation, because me and Darwin was talking earlier today on the phone, and I brought some to his attention, and we both think a lot alike in some ways. And so I said, what's strange, because I want to address something. I want to speak to Ms. Boheme in 1 second, but I want to say this. What's strange to me is that people have told me this for years. I agree with what you said, but I don't like how you said it. And I'm like, okay, so was I right? So you agree with me, but we could both be in agreement and be wrong. But they agreed that I was right. They agree with what I said, but they didn't like how I said it. So therefore, they decided to reject the information. Now, I don't think that's wise for you to hear something that's factual, actual, truthful, that you also agree with, but then you get mad at how it's packaged. And so you say, I don't want this proper information because it was brought to me on a plate that was dirty. Okay. You're not consuming it by mouth. You're consuming it by thought. So the plate can be dirty. The information is clean. Ms. Boheme, condolences to you. I don't know what that experience is like. I hope no one ever experienced what you've gone through. And I think that we have to mature to a place, in this time, we have to mature
in a way to have conversations on open panels with people we don't know about sensitive topics. If we cannot have open discussions on sensitive topics with people we don't know, we have to avoid these spaces, because Darwin and I are cool. Sweeney and I are cool. Trev and I are cool. Marcus and I are cool. I can call these brothers on the phone. I can talk to them online. Everybody doesn't have my phone number, and I'm sure everybody doesn't have their phone numbers. But because we do have each other's phone numbers, we can call each other. We have enough interest or respect for each other to transfer our personal contact information that someone could just, I could get mad at Sweeney and just post his information online. Sweeney has enough of a respect for me, and we have a strong enough relationship where we trust that we wouldn't do that to one another. So but when we come on these panels, y'all see, I've argued with people on here. People talk bad about me. They've talked about my family, talked about my kids. I had to restrain myself to not go certain places. Sometimes I lose it, sometimes I do, and then I have to be like, that was bad on my part. But I made a decision a couple of days ago. A buddy called me and told me, reminded me of who I was, and I said, you know what, I'm never going to be arguing with these cats online no more. I'm going to give them the game. They like it, they like it. They don't, they don't. It is what it is. So I'm going to try to say something to you, and I hope my delivery or my tone isn't insensitive. I hope it's not taken as disrespect. If it is, I accept that you don't like it. I accept that you think it's rude and disrespectful and insensitive, because I don't get to determine how you interpret things. I have to accept that whatever I say, regardless on my intentions, regardless on my tone or delivery, as proper as I try to be, you may not be in a space to receive it. And even if I'm not labeled wrong by the consensus of people, you could still think I'm wrong. And I accept that. I don't want to try to dictate how you feel or how you interpret things. When I heard Dr. Lady O, which I don't know her, never talked to her before a day in my life, I heard her speak on something that I thought, well, not that I think, that I know to be factual. I didn't hear any animus. I didn't hear any disrespect. I didn't hear anybody cross a line initially. Later, it's something different. But when, like Dr. Lady O mentioned, she has a child that's almost, well, not a child, she has an offspring that's almost 40. Well, to be a parent of an infant is different than being a parent of a toddler. It's different than being a parent of a child, preteen, teen, young adult, and full adult. Those are all different phases that we only experience over time. I have a soon-to-be 1-year-old, I have a 3-year-old, I have a 15-year-old, and I have a soon-to-be 20-year-old. So I've experienced child, infancy, up to young adult. What I gathered that Dr. Lady O was saying was that there's a spectrum of that wasn't experienced. It wasn't meant to be, in my opinion, I don't know people's intent. It didn't come off as how it later became. I think what became of it was problematic. And I think it became problematic because I think there was too many other women chiming in, giving their opinion on things and telling someone what they did when they in fact didn't do. I don't know that woman, so I'm not trying to defend her. I'm just speaking about the facts of what was said. If I tell a person who's unemployed that they don't have a job, somebody may think I'm trying to take a shot at them. But the fact is, they don't have a job. Now, it may be insensitive and it may be in poor taste, depending on the context of the conversation. But if I'm trying to help them get a job, it wouldn't be considered rude or disrespectful. But if I'm taking a jab at them about talking about they broke, then it would be taken as rude and disrespectful. I don't think the context of the conversation should have warranted the response from the panel. It is what it is, though. I'm not here to tell you how to act, how to behave. And I do think I agree with you, Darwin. I think you tried to control the situation and try to redirect. And I think you tried to make sense of it by trying to have the dialogue. But the problem is the dialogue should have been between two people, not 6. There was other people chiming in, giving their input. And sometimes we feed a fire and it's like we're doing a disservice, because now it's got to a point where 2 women probably will never exchange words again. There's probably internal disdain for one another, or maybe on one side more than the other side. But it's just, I think that it all transpired and it didn't have to go that way. And even when it did go that way, I think you did a good job of trying to bring it back. But because the other people chimed in, I think they made the situation far worse. Last thing I'll say, and I'll shut up. Ms. Boheme said that she's been through her therapy and she's healed from her situations. And so I was listening to her response. And then at the end, she closed out and said, I never will say, don't ever say another word to me, or something like that. And I thought to myself, like, well, like Darwin, when you told Dr. Lady O, that wasn't a sincere apology. Ms. Boheme, I'm just going to say to you, and again, I'm trying to be as sensitive as I can because I don't want my words to be misconstrued. It didn't sound to me like a person who isn't bothered. When you made the claim, it doesn't bother you. You're healed and you're not mad at the situation. But then it sounded like you were. Now, I'm not telling you were, but that's just what it sounded like.
Well, from a viewer's point, just like you were, when I watched
Can I
situation,
speak since this is about me?
Yeah, let Boheme respond.
So I did not take what she said. I didn't take it necessarily as disrespect at first. I knew that she was trying to make a point or a jab at me. And the reason why I know that is because I'm talking about every single Thursday she up here. Well, I got 3 sons and they've been married and blah, blah, blah. And so, I mean, she bring it up all the time. And she knows I make this face. I'm like, Lord. And I do it every time she do it because she do it all the time. By this time, we know. So that's how I know. That's why when it came out of nowhere, I was like, I was minding my business. But when I heard that, that's when I perked up. Where did I come in? Because she wasn't having a conversation with me. If you're not having a conversation with me, why do I specifically have to be mentioned because I don't have kids? If I didn't have kids and I never had kids, I would not feel slighted and I would not have felt a type of way. But I had a child and I lost that child. And so I wasn't necessarily upset. I was confused. Why? Where I come from? So then when I tried to tell her, listen, don't do that to me specifically, because that's a sensitive subject for me. Healed or unhealed. Ain't damn one of y'all on this panel or in this chat finna tell me that even in 50 years of therapy, you still gonna be okay. You're going to, at any point, be okay with not having the child that you birthed. Y'all, I don't even think you men could understand it. The something that came literally from my body. I spend every single day nurturing and carrying this person. I don't care how healed I am. Please do not mention that just in random conversations, because why bring me up? Bring somebody else that's childless up, but not me. And so when I was trying to tell her that, this is a very sensitive subject and that was very insensitive to do, she doubled down on it. And so I went further. My child is literally dead. She didn't care. Then when I went further to let her know the severity of it, not my child just passed away peacefully, nothing like that. No. A grown-ass man thought that it was cool to wake up that day and beat the fuck out of him. Okay? And so when I tell you at that level,
and you and your response is, it's your fault. Oh, never say another word to me. Not because I'm hurt, not because I believe that that was my fault. Nothing like that. It is because I do not tolerate disrespect. It is because you do not have access to me. Because this is me. This is me. I'm mine all day long, and I'm going to protect me. And since I know that Lady O has proved time and time and time again that she has no couth, she cannot control her emotions, she gets upset so much so that she takes personal shots at people. She can't just insult you on the surface, tell you to shut up, or something like that. She has to take personal, insensitive, unforgivable jabs at people. She
Wait,
does
so
it all the time.
you knew Lady O had this type of response, and you still?
She does it all the
Well,
time.
I get it. Is it safe to say that because you know that
No,
this
I did not
happens
know that she
time and
would do
time after
that.
again?
Hold on, Darwin. Hold on,
Okay,
Darwin.
go ahead.
My point was not that she has done that level of it. My
Oh,
point is that she is always combative
all
and
right.
she is unable to control her mouth. And the fact that people keep going up for her every single time she shows her face. Lady O, your silver hair is, and I love Lady O. But Lady O is much more combative than I have ever been up here.
I get it.
And
So
I'm called a hyena, and I am called unreasonable, and I'm so many things, right? But nobody ever checks that Lady O is the one that cusses people out all the time. That's her default.
you
It's never mine.
you knew she could get a base hit. You knew she can get on base, but you just didn't think she can get a home run. That's what it was.
I didn't
And
think
that's
that
what I
she
was
would.
saying.
I
Whenever
didn't
it
think
comes,
that as a woman and as a mother, she would ever go that low to another
and
woman
that's what
and
I was
another
trying
mother.
to expose when I was talking to Laisha. Whenever it comes to disrespect, you do not know what the hell you're gonna get whenever you in a heated
But
exchange.
I
And I'll
didn't
let
do
Will
that
go.
to her first, Darwin. I
I would
never
just like to say
disrespected her
that
first.
my only
She did that
issue
to me first.
is
And that
that
was my problem. Hold on, Laisha.
okay.
That was my problem with you, is that you were somehow, this is how I felt. I felt like you were somehow telling me that I disrespected her first. And the only thing that I was trying to do was stop her. Because when she brought up me being childless, I was like, hold on. Because don't do that. That's a very sensitive subject for me. And she skated past it. I was trying to, hey, hold on. Don't, like, let's not do this. You can just move it forward. But I never got a chance to really just tell, hey, slow down, low down. Don't do that. Because I don't, like, my first reaction is not mad. My first reaction is, are we really doing this right now? Like, hold on. We don't have to. You can stop it. And I go up a level each time to let you know the severity of it. Do not do that. Because no one in their right mind who has had a child, who has birthed a child, or who has a child, who has given life to one, would be okay with that, especially if their child is not here no more. Y'all collectively would lose your minds if something happened to your children. Collectively. And I can guarantee you that's a space that you can hardly ever come back from. And that's what I was trying to get to tell her. That's what I was
Bohemian,
trying to
I
get
got a
all of
question.
you all to know.
Bohemian, I
Hold
got a
on, Kenny.
question,
Hold on,
Bohemian.
Kenny. I think Will was trying to go next.
So, and I'll try to make this quick so she can chime in with her points. There's a couple of things. So, I have a person who I had to excommunicate from this show and from other platforms because every time I said something, they thought I was talking about them. And no matter how many times I said, I'm not talking about you, this individual internalized everything I said that could be applied to him as if I was talking to him. And I said, I'm not. What I heard you say, and I could be wrong, but what I heard you say is you internalize her speech as though it can be directed to you when she may not be talking about you. Maybe she is talking about you. I don't know. I just know that when you think someone may have it out for you, or you think someone just have a disdain for you, or you just have a disdain for them, people project and they internalize things when they shouldn't be. Because you made a point, you said it's a sensitive subject for you, which I know it is. I would be a fool to think that that's not a sensitive subject for you. But there's sensitive subjects for a lot of people. And we can't walk on eggshells on public platforms amongst strangers on sensitive subjects. When we have sensitive conversations, or when there's, I'm not sensitive conversations, I'm sorry, if there's sensitive subject matters that's being broached, if it's going to bother you, my advice would be to remove yourself from the environment, because trying to get a perfect stranger who you don't necessarily like or don't necessarily agree with, they may have a strong passion to talk about the subject that is being broached, and they effectively can't speak on it because of a particular party who's present. And that particular party is going to internalize it as though you're being insensitive. You're not thinking about my situation. And the reality may be they're not thinking about your situation. Even though they may be aware of your situation, they may not be thinking about your situation because it doesn't resonate in their brain all day long about you and your issues with the topic at hand. The other thing, Darwin, well, no, let me say this other thing. I can shut up.
Hold on. Can I interrupt, please? Because I'm gonna have to go. I don't think that y'all understand the severity of this. Serious moment, for real. Y'all don't understand how it feels to sit here and it literally feels like somebody pinched me when that lady said, "Bo don't have no kids," knowing she knew my situation.
Understandable.
I'm sitting in a fucking room right now. My son's picture is right here, in his beautiful ass smile is staring at me. Every time I look off at the TV, I gotta look right down at him, right at him, because he's everywhere in here, because I honor him. Y'all don't understand how fucked up it's been hearing y'all keep talking about this shit over and the fuck over today. And I don't understand what y'all don't understand about she should have just shut the fuck up talking about it. Just shut up.
I hear you.
It's that simple. And we don't even have to go through this over and over and over again. Because none of you would be okay if you lost your child in the manner I lost my child. Violently. He went through some shit none of y'all want to go through. And she doubled down and tripled down on it and didn't even mean her apology as a mother.
I agree with you.
And I have to look at his face. You get to look at your physical children. You get to hug them. You get to kiss them. You get to have a conversation. And as healed as I am, it's still not going to be okay that I cannot look at him and hug him and kiss him and have a conversation with my 25-year-old.
Understandable.
None of that is okay.
And
we do not have to talk about this anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I just really want y'all to stop talking about it. I really do. I've been chilling.
We can move on.
Cool. I really have. But I think I just looked at his picture way too many times. We gotta drop it.
Yeah, we can move on.
I can't do it anymore.
I wasn't trying to talk about your situation. I'm talking about the dynamics around the conversation. But I'll make one last point, and it's not about that. Well, it kind of is about that. Damn. Okay, let me try to say this. It's not. I don't want to talk about that no more. One thing that I want to address to people. This is not to you. This is just in general. There's this statement that I think we probably should stop saying in general. The statement is, and I was talking to my lady about this while everybody was arguing on the live stream. The statement when people say you picked him, you picked her, you picked him, I think we in these spaces need to stop saying that, because people never ask questions to understand the dynamics of why you pick someone. Me and my ex-wife, people tell me all the time, oh, you picked her, you picked her. Me and my ex-wife met when I was 14 years old. We got divorced at 31. Am I supposed to know at 14 who this woman is going to be in her 20s and her no?
Man, you shouldn't be having sex at 14, man.
Said I was having sex at 14.
Well, you shouldn't be pursuing women at 14. You should be in school.
You're right. You shouldn't. But who said I was having sex at 14?
But besides, I should leave women alone at 14.
What'd you
That's
say?
what we tell. That's what we tell young boys here. We tell young
Right.
boys on this show all the time.
Yeah.
Don't
Yeah.
chase women under the age of
Yes, that's a different
Yeah.
message though. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
Yeah.
the notion of you picked them. Me and my ex-wife could have met at 19. It doesn't matter. If what matters is if characteristics that you ultimately don't like in the end, if those characteristics showed themselves before you pick this person, that's when you can say you picked them. But nobody ever does a deep dive to figure it out. If me and my ex-wife, again, I'm gonna say this a little bit and I'll shut up. We graduated high school together. She graduated top honors. She had a full ride scholarship. She went to college. She later graduated from a top 10 business school. Was there any signs there you picked her? No, there's no signs that you picked her, right? So if people knew us early on, they would have said, good job. You guys are gonna make it. This is a great dynamic. Yeah. But when you see the end result that something doesn't work out, you say you picked them. And so I think we should stop talking about you picked them. And the other thing I want to say, this is go to the Miss Bougie lady. When we talk about people who have been divorced that they lost, which cool. I don't have no problem with that narrative. But people act like you can't speak on something because you're not currently in that situation. I think you can speak on marriage or relationships, especially from the perspective of being divorced, because you now have an experience that the married people who have never been divorced does not have. I can tell you what it's like on this other side. You can't tell me what it's like on the other side. I can tell you what it feels like to be trying to introduce yourself to a new person, to tell them you're going to make said commitments to them, but you have this blemish on your resume because of a previous commitment that you made that didn't last. But that previous commitment that was made came to an end unbeknownst to you, maybe not as a result of you. Sometimes people just don't want to be with certain people anymore. People use this notion in this society now, we grew apart. Well, growing apart means the other person probably did nothing wrong. But now they're divorced. Now they're a loser. Now they don't know what they're talking about. Now they can't speak on it. But their previous significant other can say, oh no, he or she is a great person. I just didn't want to be with them anymore. What I wanted changed. But that person has the blemish on their resume now. And now that person has been basically looking like a leper, a person who can't speak on anything. People don't want you around. Now, obviously, we don't talk about divorce. We don't shun it like they used to shun it. Now it's far more acceptable. But the notion of you can't speak on it because you're divorced, I think we need to stop that too. But that's my piece.
Yeah, but let me put it this way, right? Well, mm, the reason why we say stuff like that on this space is because when we say you pick her or you should have known better, is because to me personally, like I've always said here, when it comes to marriage, which is not really common, when it comes to marriage, men should marry later on in life, like at the age of 30, 35. Because what happened is that when you are 19, 25 as a man, you can't really dissect. You can't really tell the good from the bad of a woman because you have different type of energy. You see what I'm saying? If we've made that mistake, it's different. You can't go back and that's or make your mistake. You see what I'm saying? But going forward, what I usually tell younger men that are dating women, I tell them, wait until you're 30, wait until you're 35. Because what it does is that you actually at an age where you can be able to lead a woman. A man under the age of 30 can't lead nobody. You see, you can be the president of the United States and be successful as a president, but you can suck in your family. Because as the president of a country, you give a command, is followed. As a husband and a father, your commands, you gotta have to, sometimes you need to punch, you almost come close to punching somebody on the face to get them to do your command because guess what? That's your wife. Those are your kids. The way you run your family and the way you run a country, two different things. But the thing is this, right? We are so taught that family is just something you can just start like that. You know what I mean? You just started, you have kids, now you just raise the kids. No, it's a daily work. When you're driving on the street, you think about your children, you think about your wife. It's a daily work. It's stressful, it's intense. It's something that you have to put a wisdom to yourself. You have to have the wisdom that when you get a call, instead of you to make a U-turn carelessly, right? You have to pull over and then listen to that call, find out what is going on in the house before you make the decision if you have to go back. And if you have to make that U-turn and go back, you have to do it carefully. But as a young man under a certain age, when you get a call that Junior or Taquisha, something is wrong, you make an irresponsible decision or irrational decision that might get you in trouble. That's what I mean by it's always good to be mature before you make such a decision. I'm not talking to you, using you as a point, well, okay? I'm just making a general statement that that's why we say you pick her. So sometimes in life, the problem that we have in life is this. I'm grateful that I corrected that before I got married. We as men, I will tell you, sometimes are the ones that make the biggest mistake, the worst decision when it comes to marriage. Because we see her, she's so beautiful. We think, oh, this is going to last. She's going to get a good degree. She's going to be the best woman I will ever marry. But guess what? We are not at that age where we're supposed to separate the aesthetics from the character.
Well, let
You
me
see what
ask
I'm
you a
saying?
question. Yeah, let me ask you a
Okay.
question. So you saying, I want to make sure I heard you correct. Did you say a man should wait to 30 to 35 before he get married?
Yes.
Okay. So should he remain a virgin until then?
Okay, guess what? No, he doesn't have to remain a virgin. And I'll tell you why.
Okay,
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, the reason why I'll tell you why is because men are generally sexual in nature.
So cool. Let me ask you this then. Who should he be
Mhm.
sleeping with?
Sex workers.
Oh, guess what? In a modern day today, you say sex workers because prostitution among women have been around for a long time since the creation of the universe.
Ooh.
But guess what? But I'm going to say this, right? Let me say this rule so that it doesn't get out of my mind. That is why the ancient, they make sure that the men marry the good wives, right? But they sleep around with a bad one because there's always been a bad woman out there.
So who should he be sleeping with?
He should be sleeping with a bad one. It's nature.
Okay. All right. So who are the bad ones?
The street ones, the ones in the
So
street, the
so
carelessly raised ones, the ones that, yeah.
wait. So what age should he start sleeping around with prostitutes?
Okay. Naturally, men start getting into women at the age of 17, 18. Naturally.
So would you recommend 17 and 18-year-olds start sleeping with prostitutes?
I would never tell him to do that. but nature will push him.
Wait,
So I'm
you
asking you, right?
contradiction.
So
Nope.
I'm
Hey,
asking
no,
you.
no, 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 no. You can't. We
I
we
want you
coming
to
up with a
put your
No,
plan
no,
here.
no, no. I'm speaking
I,
nature here. I'm not contradicting. I'm
I
speaking
want,
nature. I'm talking about how nature is going to push a
right,
man.
right. But I don't want you to talk about nature. I want you to tell me what your thoughts are. I'm not
My
saying what you
general
would
thought.
recommend. I'm not saying what you would tell someone to do. That's not what I'm asking you. I just want to know what your thoughts are. So your thought was a man should wait till 30 to 35 before he gets
To
married.
get married.
So I
Yes.
asked, should he remain a virgin until then? And you say men are sexual, so men gonna want to have sex. Cool. So who should they be sleeping with? You mentioned prostitutes. Okay. So well, you mentioned the bad ones.
No,
I'm
no, no.
assuming
I didn't say prostitute.
you said the bad ones.
Darwin
You said the
said
bad ones.
prostitute.
Yeah, yeah. I corrected myself. I say you said the bad ones. I'm assuming that's the prostitutes. If it's not the prostitutes, I asked you who are the bad ones, and it sounded like you alluded to prostitutes. So could you clear
Nope.
the air for me? Like
No, I didn't
who are
allude to
the
prostitutes.
no, no,
Nope.
no. So clear the air and tell me who are the bad ones that they should be sleeping with.
In every neighborhood, right? We always know that there are good girls amongst us and there is always bad girls among us that are very, very careless with their body. It's in every neighborhood from the beginning of time. So
So
those are the ones that the thing is, a woman lets a man into her body. There is nothing you can do. It's generally out there that there are women that will let men into their body without asking for nothing. But if a woman doesn't let her man into her body, the man will not have that experience, sexual experience. So a woman granted him access, and if she grants him that access, he will take it.
okay, so let me ask you this. So the men that we expect to be mature, I mean, not be mature, be wise and wait until 30 to 35 so they understand how to handle marriage and handle their responsibilities. We want them to be irresponsible up until that point, sleeping with.
That is not true. That is why you have to
That's
be
what you
careful the kind
said.
of question
Finish.
you. That's not the question you ask.
Let me finish.
You gotta be. You gotta. Your question wasn't that.
What was
He
my
got you
question?
You
checkmated, bro.
trapped the Kenny.
What was my question?
Yeah,
Was
you
trapped.
see, I'm not. You see, I said, man, when men have wisdom. We know
What was my
women.
question?
Your question was leading to what
No,
should
no,
he
not what
do?
the lead.
But
No, no.
guess what? But
Economic.
no, that was your question, brother.
You
What
saw
was
the
No,
my
play
that was your
draft.
question.
what was my
That
question?
was
Oh yeah.
your
What
question was if he can't get married, who should he be having sex with?
no,
If
that's
he's
not
not
what
a
I asked
Walk
you.
right
no,
into it.
if he's not a virgin.
No, I asked you if he's not having sex. I mean, if he's not going to get married until he's 30, 35, should
So
he remain a virgin
I
until then?
said yes. I said yes, he can. But guess what? Men are naturally sexual. That's
Right,
what I
right,
said.
right. Okay,
I
okay,
said
okay,
he
okay.
can, but men are naturally sexual.
All right, all right, all right.
Good. You see, this is one thing about this conversation we're having. Let me say something, and I want these ladies to listen. You see, when you are in the midst of men, watch how men talk. We don't
Don't do
talk.
that, bro. Don't do that.
It's not.
No, no, no. I'm coming. I'm coming.
It's not a
No, no,
good
no, no, no.
example.
I get no.
Pause.
I understand. I
Pause.
understand. But
Whoa,
that's
whoa.
okay.
It's not a
You
good
see, one
example.
thing. No, I got you. I got you. I got you. I know. But the thing is,
Wow.
this, there's an adage that says, when something is said, those that have ear, they should listen. Those that don't want to listen, they should discard it. So when I say it, if they don't want to listen, they can discard it. But at least I said something.
No, I'm
When
saying it's not a good example of telling the ladies to listen to how men. The reason why this conversation is not going off the rails is because I just digressed. Because the conversation is problematic. It's just being calm. Nobody's being rude and disrespectful,
and
but it's
that's where I was trying to
extremely
go to.
problematic.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. You see,
Oh,
that's why.
that's what you
Yeah,
were
that's what I'm trying
saying.
to say.
What was the problematic part of it that you
No,
think I
no,
was
no, no.
wrong?
Let me say so that way it doesn't go off of my mind. So that what I'm trying to say doesn't escape me. What I'm trying to say is this, right? When we are so quick to talk and not let things go away, but we want to get a final response, it ends up just like it ended up tonight. by somebody cursing somebody out, somebody being insensitive, somebody going too far and can't come back. Sometimes in life, young ladies, because I know there are some of you that are in your 20s here and early 30s, sometimes just don't say nothing. Let somebody hang themselves. Or they might not even hang themselves. They will just make a U-turn when nobody's responding. So the thing is, when people feel disrespected, and I like you see how we men spoke tonight. We know that there are lines you don't cross, or there are things you just let go because you can't dwell in it too long. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. But Di, I know you want to say something. Go ahead.
Wait, before Di go, Di, I want to hear you. Di, I'm doing this for you, by the way. I don't know if you realize it, Di. So, Okene, can you tell us what part of the conversation I thought was problematic?
Can you refresh my memory again, please?
You said that men should wait till they're 30 to 35 before marriage.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna talk about. Yeah.
I asked you, should they remain virgins? You never said that they can, but men are sexual. You just said men are sexual. And so then I asked you, all right, so if they're going to be having sex, who are they having sex with? And you said the bad ones. You said the bad ones. Right. So listen. If you're going to be mature and prolong marriage until 30, 35 to become the man you're going to be, so you're not having kids out here and having to bust these U-turns because you're not as mature to understand how to diagnose a situation. And the 30 to 35-year-old man would be mature enough to ask questions and assess the situation before he derail himself. Wouldn't it be extremely problematic if you got one of those bad ones pregnant?
Extremely problematic. But guess what? But check this out. Let me respond to you. When I said that men are careless and that men are very sexual, but also men should control themselves.
They should control themselves.
Yes, that you can be a man and be careless. You're sexual. You love sex. You want to put yourself in anything that opens our leg. You can get yourself in a big trouble. I'm using myself as a case in point. I didn't have a child until I was 43. But guess what? I could have had kids from 15, 16, 17, 18. But I know that if I make that mistake, that it was going to end a lot of things. I'm a mechanical and aerospace engineer, right? I may not have attained that degree if I made a mistake.
You could have.
Because I may have not. Because guess what?
May is the key word. You may have, you may have not. But the
That's
thing,
right.
Listen, majority of people don't have kids in their teenage years. That's majority. That's nothing. That's nothing rocket science. That you as an aerospace engineer, you don't have to not have kids in your teenage years to become an aerospace engineer.
But guess what? But somebody in that field will tell you this, right?
It's not about that specific field, Ekene. It's about
No.
Hey man, y'all fucking the game up with these goddamn meta conversations, man. Get back on it.
Well, I'm about to drop. I was just trying to figure out. So what I was trying to do, because I want to show.
No, I ain't mad at you. I'm mad at you, Will. But y'all really are being derailed like right now.
Well, can I say something?
No. If we'll let me talk, there's something I wanted to say before, but we'll keep cutting me off in the middle of conversation. But let me answer the question real quick before you get on. Will, this is it. The reason why I say men should marry between 30 and 35 is this: you have to have understanding. You have to have wisdom. You have to have knowledge. But you can't get wisdom without knowledge and understanding. So what it means in essence is this, right? When you are 30 years old, you can be able to control your temper. You can be able to run a family because you've now seen people. You've seen people. You have that with your peripheral view. of things around you. You can be able to run a family. You can be able to lead a woman. But if you're in your 20s, what do you know?
Well,
You don't have, you're thinking, I'm coming, Will. You're at 25, right? When you have a 25-year-old man, and a 30-year-old man and a 35-year-old man, those 5 years gap in age between all of them is three different levels of understanding and different level of running a family. But the thing is this, right? Because sometimes when you have kids so young in life, right, you never understand that if you have had the same child at a later age, you would have raised that child different compared to when you're in your 20s. See what I'm saying? A
Yeah, but
25-year-old man
let me
or a
respond to it.
20-year-old man raising a child is different. Go ahead,
Yeah,
brother.
let me respond. I think you just making the same point over. So look, I completely disagree with you. 1,000,000% disagree with you.
Damn.
I think that obviously we push this red pill rhetoric of waiting until you're in your 30s and build yourself up and be able to lead and provide and all that jazz. And a lot of y'all know my rhetoric about what a man is. Ekene, if men taught their sons in their adolescence to be men, by the time those boys become 25, they will be completely ready to lead a family. The problem is we don't teach and steward that, because I don't know why boys are ready to run companies at 25, becoming professional athletes. They be sometimes 7 years as a 7-year veteran as a professional athlete by the time they're 25. What we don't do, we do not teach our sons how to be husbands. We don't teach our sons how to be men. We teach our sons about sex. So if you teach them about sex, they know how to go have sex. But if you taught them how to handle a household, guess what? I don't have any sons. But if I did have sons, my sons will be prepared to run my household by the time they're 18 years old. Because it's my job to make sure when they leave my house, they know how to do everything that I do. But we keep telling them, oh, you young, you'll figure it out. Yeah, you're going to figure it out because you're going to have to go through trial and error. And if you got to go through trial and error, you probably do need to wait till you're 30 because you got to figure it all out on your own. But if we were stewarding these boys, raising these boys, teaching these boys, putting structure in their life, order in their life, teaching them decorum, SOD is what I call it. These boys will be ready. They will be ready at 18 to live this thing called life.
That is not
Oh,
true.
you gonna
I gotta
interrupt
say,
him?
no. We've been going. No, both of us have been going back and forth. Let me say this to you, Will. That is not correct at all.
Listen, we can finish this later. I just want to say to everybody, look, I appreciate y'all giving me a few minutes. To everybody on the panel, respect to y'all. I don't know any of y'all. Well, I know some of y'all, but I hope y'all have a good night. I hope that what I said resonates with some of y'all. It don't have to resonate with Ekene. He old, you know what I'm saying? This don't apply to him.
Don't worry, we'll do this another Tuesday.
We got to think about these boys. We got to think about boys being men by the time they're 18. Not, oh, he young, he gonna figure it out. No, they should be ready. Last thing I'll say, think about
that is not what I said.
I didn't say you said it. Think about the movie 300. Okay. Listen, Leonidas had his son prepared to be a Spartan when he was a kid. By the time he became not Leonidas, Leonidas' father had him ready to be a man when he was still a kid.
Marcus Aurelius, right?
No, that's
Marcus Aurelius is
what I'm saying is
in Rome.
On my mic drop as I exit, Black boys, we need to change the narrative where Black boys are ready for the world, the entire world, and everything that comes with it at 18. That doesn't mean they're gonna do everything right. That doesn't mean they know everything, but they're ready for everything. Husband, children, careers, business, education, whatever path they decide to take, they're ready for it and every curveball that come their way. On that note, y'all do y'all
What I
thing.
gotta tell you guys, don't listen to Will,
Damn.
please.
Hey,
Don't
Yeah.
make your black
So
sons fathers
so
at 18,
Ikene,
please.
peace out, y'all.
Don't
Ikene,
make,
this
Don't
is
be
the
late.
problem.
Don't be
See,
late, Will.
Ikene,
I
I'm gonna
won't.
tell you what the issue with that, because I brought this up I guess for the last couple months or so,
yeah.
right? Because what we're trying to do is have something that kind of makes sense, right? Something that works across the board. So let's just say you have a son and a daughter. We can't teach them things that don't align with each other. You know what I'm saying? So if you got like, you're teaching the men to go ahead and sleep around until they get to a certain age. What are you telling your daughters?
No,
Right? So that you got
I'm
the
never
same
gonna
problem.
teach my brother. Go ahead, finish up.
No. That's it. Because I'm not even gonna drag this out. I just was
No,
gonna say that
I'm
one
gonna
point, and then
respond
we
because
could.
number one, it wasn't my response. It was Darwin's response. But
Wait, before
my
y'all
response.
get off topic from the men, because I had something to say. I never really got a chance to say it.
Okay,
But it kind of aligns with what Trev's response was. Because as a woman, as I sit here and I think about you talk and stuff like that, and you say, men, 35 should be your best marriage and whatever you do, and you say just go for the bad ones. But realistically,
No, that's not what I
men,
said.
well, what they said, you said, but who will they be having sex with? And the thing is, when it comes down to the women that they're going to be uh learning and trying on and not really investing into, but like you said, if you just focusing on marriage at 30 and 35, the rest of us that are good women, these men come up and they know what it takes to get a woman and they trick you and they don't go for the bad ones, they go for the good ones. And
That's
it's
not
like
true.
they do. A lot of them, like in high school,
That's
yes,
not
people gonna
true.
go for the easy ones, but as they start to mature, they want something a little bit more harder. Men don't just keep going after the same. You get what I'm
Let me
saying?
answer. Let me answer something there so that I will combine the both answers together. Trev and yours. It's a man's responsibility to teach his son right and teach his daughter right. It's also your responsibility as a daughter to learn from your parents. You see what I'm saying? A teacher can teach you everything, but they can't force it through your brain. It's your responsibility to go home and do your homework and make sure you didn't cheat doing your homework so that way you can pass your exam on exam day, right? As a father, I will teach my son how to be a father, how to be a man from his childhood to his adult age. And I'll keep teaching him until the day he gets married. My daughter, I will teach her how to be a daughter, how to be a wife, and I'll prepare her for that. And I hope her mom does that because it's our responsibility to keep our kids out of the street. But it's also our kids' responsibility to stay off the street. I can only teach my daughter to stay off the street, but I can't force her out of the street, right? It's our responsibility. But this is what happens. And this is why men should marry between the age of 30 and 35. Because when I raise my son, I'm raising my son so that he can get the best wife from your daughter, right? So it's your responsibility as a mother and your husband to teach your daughter to be a good wife to my son. But I know that my son at certain age will want to go out there and chase women through peer pressure, right? It's not just nature, but his peers out there are going to pressure him to do something, right? It's my responsibility to tell him not to succumb to that, but I can't force him not to, right? But it's your responsibility to force your daughter or teach your daughter not to be in that street so that my son can't take advantage of her, I'm sorry, can't take advantage of her. And it's also my responsibility to teach my daughter to be off the street so that your son won't take advantage of my daughter, right? So it's a life cycle because even though I want my son to marry at a matured age of 30 and 35, I know nature is going to push him. But guess what? If your daughter comes out there carelessly, she becomes a prey to my son.
So just to be sure I understand, because what it sounds like to me is you believe that we can deter children and everybody from peer pressure when it comes to drugs and stuff like that, but when it comes to sex, you don't believe that's something you can instill in your son.
Everything is the children's responsibility, just like it's your responsibility
No,
as a
I'm saying, so my question is, you don't believe that your son can have that restraint like your daughter. You feel like peer pressure would get to him and not to her, correct?
guess what? Guess what? Peer pressure applies to everybody. My son, my daughter, your daughter, always going to have peer pressure because they go to school, right?
So do you think
It's,
women should wait till they're 35 to get married too, so they can
a
be
woman
mature?
should never wait till they are 35
When
because I'm
should a
going to
woman
prepare.
get married?
I'm going to prepare my daughter to get married at least as soon as she's getting out of college by the age of 22. When she's getting out of that college, she's getting married. That's my prayers.
So can I say something, Ekin, real quick? We as women, especially at 22 and 23, we don't want no old ass 35. Or we at 22, 23, you think of 35 as old as hell. So you want to
And
know when you wait, let me finish because I didn't interrupt you. So when your daughter is going to get married, these men, 23, 24, 25, who's probably raised by good fathers, is going to try to court your daughter. And they're going to have the aesthetics. They might even have the character if they hold a two-parent household. But according to you, they're probably not going to be ready to get married until 35 because they're going to be peer pressured and they're going to have biology.
are you talking
So
about my son or daughter? I'm confused.
the man that's going to be approaching your daughter, because like I said, at 22, 23, you would prefer her to marry a 35-year-old man, but at
Hmm.
22, 23, in my age of knowing, the only women who was doing that was gold diggers. Though we, if you're naturally in your innocent self, you don't want a 35-year-old old ass man. You don't. You want a man that's your
Excuse
age.
me. Let
And
me answer you
according to
real quick.
you, those men, usually at 22 and 23, because you didn't even give your son the grace of it when you said it. You said you know for a fact. Well, you said you know for a fact most likely he's going to be peer pressure or due to biology. So you would prefer him to get married at 35. But in reality, real world reality, your daughter is going to want to marry someone that's close in age. And if you're telling her to get
It's not
married
true.
at
It's
22,
not true.
you're not preparing your sons to be married at 22, and that's not the advice you're advising everyone.
Your
Then
question.
what's the
Let me
odds of
answer
her
your question
actually
because
finding a
your
good
question
marriage
is too
by
long. It's too
22?
long. Let's make it easy because other people want to talk. Let me answer you real quick, okay? Only in America do people of the same age marry each other. You understand, right? Most places outside here, right? The age between men and women are very wide. My dad is 12 years older than my mother, and they married for 30 something years before my mom passed away. And then my dad passed away 18 years later after her. So what I'm trying to tell you is this, right? I would not even want my daughter to marry a boy her age because that's partnership. That is not husband. Your husband should be older than you because that's why you the groom. That's why he's the groom, you the bride. He should come with experience. He should come matured. He should come as a man that will guide a house. He should come as a man that understands what it takes to be a father, not a boy. My daughter, I don't pray to marry a boy. I want her to marry a man. It, maybe it's because of where I'm from. Everybody I know growing up, and all the men around my age, most of them marry women at least 7 years younger. My wife is 4 years younger than me. You see what I'm saying? So allowing women, marrying a woman close to your age is very risky because you guys are the same age. She's not going to respect you.
All right. That was a mic drop, Ekene. Let me go ahead and get to these super chats. Doug MPA, $10 says women are the most violent towards each other. Lesbian divorce rates at 75%, 63% of lesbian relationships report domestic violence. Women hate each other and they expect men to put up with them. Mills, $36 says Bo look great as usual. Peace to the panel. Mills, Pearl off that Henny and hot that stuff. Browner with the $3 super. Chad Ekene says these men are choosing these women. What are they choosing? These men believe they are unique, that they can change the whole delusional men. Willie with the $2 at 650 people watching, 169 likes is crazy work. I agree. Would you rather give one man 20 chances or give 20 men one chance? Dr. Jess St. James. Oh, you're already getting quotes already. Ty Chris Brown told us these 304 ain't loyal. The will. Black pill is the red pill minus morality. Most people who claim black pill are failed blue pillars. Gens is
Damn.
cooked because they are raised by drug users. Millenniums were raised by drug dealers. Chat, you see it firsthand. They can't even respect their elders. Look at it's sad. Who's gonna check me, boo? That this panel's out of control. This is sad to see from so-called adults. No order at all. I blame Ekene. Ty's face right now is funny as F. Laisha, if you are married, I got a question. Where's the ring? Inquiring minds want to know. No decorum, no coof. Acting worse than some teenagers. Please grow up, act like your age, not your shoe size. This was disgusting to watch. Pearl, my you all the time in England. You should know how to speak like a rude girl. Next time one of them give you trouble, just cuss out their clot. Okay. Sweeney, you should have been said that when Bo was doing the same thing to Pearl, because Bo was being disrespectful to Pearl, but we know why. Team Lady Die. Every type of life that mates equal to reproductions for the species, period. Only in our culture is pleasure placed above the betterment of species. There are selfish and self-praising behaviors. Brando with the 99 super sticker. Dairy, bro, you have to stop with the instigating, Dara. When women are going back and forth, it's really yay. Frenchie, I wish Bo would have finished her thought and had an exchange with Lady Death. You see the panel, Browner with the super sticker. That's cold-blooded Lady O way out of line. Lady O, you are an old, miserable bee. Go to hell. You can name? Lady O, you can't be disinsensitive. Do it right. This is what black men have to deal with, Pearl. Men not showing leadership to hold someone right now accountable is crazy. If everyone is being sensitive, or does Lady O need to be held accountable? This has become a carnival cruise of streams. JR, we don't need women on the panel. It always going left. It feels like they're just here just to disrupt and cause chaos. We never can have the combo. When some of the women are being disrespectful to Pearl, no one better than I. Keep the same energy. Bougie wants someone to have compassion or empathy, yet she don't give a damn what men go through. Shaking my head. Brown with the 99 super sticker. 99 super sticker again. 99 super sticker again. I do, Bo. I lost mine at 2 months in my arms. Lady O, be capping. So we're gonna play dumb, act like guys don't know what weekend means by sleep with bad girls and wife up the good one when you're older and know how to pick. Brown with the 99 super sticker. Ekene as a player. Spit that ism, Ekene. And lastly, LOL. Will just said boys at 18 can run families and have 0 sons to prove it. Clown talk, can't stand guys like this that just talk with 0 proof. I want to thank everybody that's contributed to the platform. Make sure you guys support everybody on the platform. Do me a favor, hit the like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. And thank you, Dad, Ekene, Will, everybody that's popped up, everybody that's still around. Y'all have y'all an excellent weekend, and we are out.